Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the monthly meeting of the City of Des Moines Zoning Board of Adjustment. This board has the power under Iowa law and the zoning ordinance of the City of Des Moines to hear requests for variances and exceptions from the regulations in the zoning ordinance, to listen to conditional use permit requests and appeals from the decision of the staff in the administration of the zoning ordinance, and to make decisions in such matters. This is an open and informal meeting and is being recorded. The board members have received a copy of the agenda and the staff recommendations. Copies of the agenda and staff recommendations are available in the tray by the door here, so if you're from the audience and don't have one of those yet, would like one, feel free to grab one over there. I want to take a moment to introduce our board and the city staff members. My name is Mel Pins. I am the vice chair of the Zoning Board of Adjustment. Bill Gray, our chair, is not available today. We do have 6 of our 7 members present. I'll introduce those members. On the audience's left is Brooke Rosenberg. Next to him is Cindy Smith, and then Cherie Mortiz. On the audience's far right, just probably here in a few minutes, will be Jake Christensen, and next to his spot is Linda Westergaard. Our city staff are Michael Kelly, legal counsel, next to me, Bert Drost, city planner, Eric Lundy, city planner, and Sue Ann Donovan, the zoning enforcement officer. This board is required to base its decision in each case upon the criteria established by law for the type of relief sought by the applicant. The law applicable to each case is identified in the written staff report. If the facts, as determined by this board, demonstrate that the criteria established by law for granting the relief has been satisfied, then the board must grant the relief. Otherwise, the board must deny the relief. All speakers are requested to focus their comments upon those facts that demonstrate whether or not the criteria established by law has been satisfied. And to give you an idea of how the agenda and our procedures work here today, we'll announce each appeal in order as it's presented on the agenda. The staff will present a brief explanation of the appeal. Any written comments received by the staff prior to the hearing have been or will be distributed to the Board of Adjustment here, or as otherwise identified. If you wish to speak on an item, all speakers must speak from the podium and begin their presentation by giving their name and address. You may not address the board from the audience, and you must be recognized by the chair before speaking. We will begin after the staff gives their brief presentation on the item. The appellant or their designated representative of the appellant will then first speak. They will be allowed 10 minutes to present their appeal. We have a number of agenda items here today, so we appreciate everybody working within those time constraints as much as possible. Anyone else that's present in support of the appeal will then be allowed 5 minutes to present his or her comments. If you're present in opposition to the appeal and would like to speak, then you will also be allowed 5 minutes each to present your comments. The applicant will be then allowed a final 3 minutes for rebuttal or other closing comments. After comments are received from the appellant and the audience, the meeting will then be closed to public comment. The board will then deliberate the request and make a decision. We all do this in order, so as we go along, you'll hear our deliberation. We will not take any comments from the public once we close the public comment and go to our deliberation. If we approve your appeal today, we ask that you wait until tomorrow before you go to the Permit and Development Center to apply for any building permits or other permits necessary. We'll first go over what's called the consent portion of the agenda. Items listed on the consent portion will not be individually discussed. They'll be considered as a group for approval in accordance with the recommendation in the staff report. We'll make those approvals unless there's an individual present or a member of this board that requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda and separately addressed and considered under the public hearing agenda. And I think we have 7 items today on that. We'll go over those in a moment. The decision of this board can only be appealed in the Polk County District Court. So if you believe that you've been harmed by an error made by this board, your only remedy is to seek relief through the district court within 30 days of the filing of this board's decision and order. If you believe the zoning regulations applied by this board are wrong, you may petition the City Council to change those general regulations. All material written or otherwise used today as part of any presentation by staff or the public will become a permanent part of the record and will not be returned. So if you've got something you want to show us today, you'll have to either leave it with us or have staff make a copy of it while you're here today. We ask that you have cell phones, that you please turn them off or put them on vibrate. Cell phone rings and pings can be disruptive. And if you need to step out for a moment to use the restroom, there's restrooms at the end of the atrium, which is at the end of this hallway. But please don't step out too long in case we get to your agenda item. We'll take a short break around 3 o'clock or 3:30 if needed, but maybe just for about 5 minutes or so. So that's basically our procedures for today. So our consent agenda. I understand, Bert, that we have one item that is being withdrawn.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, members of the board, item number 7 was a request for the Waveland Golf Course. It has since been determined that their proposal didn't require the special permit, so it has been withdrawn from the agenda. So if anybody's here today regarding item number 7, it will not be discussed.
Okay. And we have no additions to the consent agenda, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'll briefly go through the items then that we will vote on as a group. Item 1 is a special permit at 3103 University Avenue. Item 2 is for a special permit and variances in the vicinity of 3016 6th Avenue. Item 3 is an exception at 2187 Kingman Avenue. Item 4 is an exception at 2250 30th Street. Item 5 is a special permit at 3012 Southeast 14th Street. And item 6 is a variance at 3700 Merle Hay Road. So if you're interested in these 6 items, we'll vote on these as a group. We would be voting for approval. Does anyone have any opposition or wish to speak against any of these items in items 1 through 6? If so, please raise your hand to be recognized. Okay, doesn't appear as such. Yes, sir. Please step up to the podium.
That's not.
Yeah, we're just looking at items 1 through 6 right now. If you're here about items 1 through 6 with any concerns, we'd want to hear those. Otherwise, we're going to probably vote for approval here on those. So I'll entertain a motion from a board to approve the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve items 1 through 6 for special permits, variances, and exceptions.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Raise your right hand. Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries 6-0. So if you were here for items 1 through 6 for an appeal, those have been granted. Give staff until tomorrow to deal with those. You're welcome to sit around for the next 3 hours with us, or you can leave for the afternoon. So thank you. That was kind of a hint. Okay, at this time, we'll move into the regular agenda. We have items 8 through 19. We will hear those items individually. Item 8 is an exception at 7695 Southeast 14th Street.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Eric Lundy, Senior City Planner. This item was before you a couple of other times. At this point in time, there hasn't been any progress in terms of defining what is being requested in terms of an accessory structure. My understanding is the appellant's here to request a further extension. What I would recommend is that we ask for re-notification because it's been strung out this long. And the other thing is that in all likelihood that the request will change in some fashion, so I think it would be good to re-notify it.
Okay. So at this stage, do we want to go ahead and hear from the applicant then, or see what he wants to do?
Yeah, I think they're going to request, we've met with our staff's zoning officer and people from Permit and Development have met with the appellant and the appellant's attorney, and I believe they're prepared to request a continuance. So.
Okay. All right. Would the appellant or the appellant's representative like to address that? Please give your name and address.
Lloyd Ogle, 301 East Walnut, Suite 2, Des Moines. Iowa. Mike is out working today, and I had met with Mike extensively about his intent and purposes, and I just real briefly give you some context so people understand where we got to where we're at now. He lived in that residence for about 10 years, and that house burnt down in July of last year. And there were some enforcement issues that then started to become an issue in the fall of last year. The property's cleaned up from the fire and whatnot. He does have materials on the property that he wants to use to rebuild the house. He'd already gotten a variance to essentially build a garage for that house, and the variance is really just to have a pitched roof, and it's a very nice looking structure. It's a nice garage that anyone would want on their property. His thought process back at the end of last year when he came in and asked for that variance was there are a lot of vehicles on the property. There are issues about running a business as well. If I can get this structure built, I can store materials and stuff that's going to look a lot nicer while I'm building my house. Well, this thing is, it's kind of drug on, and here we are in July. And at this point, he needs to get his house built. And so that's what he wants to focus on. At some point, he may come back for a variance, because right now he can build that storage structure without needing a zoning variance. The only reason he wanted that was so he could put a pitched roof on it so it would look nicer. And admittedly, there's some confusion, I think, in his part. He thought that he could run a business out of there. He knows he can't. And we're working on any enforcement issues. I don't think there are any issues now other than he may have one commercial vehicle on the residence that he's working to move. So reason we would ask for continuance, so if he does come back, he doesn't want to have to pay the fee again to reapply, and that's why the request.
If you wanted a continuance, would you be looking at another 30 days, or would this be resolved therein?
I think he wouldn't, it probably would be longer than 30 days, absolutely.
And I'm not sure what the board's thought would be or what our council would say, but usually with continuances, we don't want to kind of just put it floating out there.
I understand. Thought I'd make the ask. I do want you to know he did submit blueprints for a house. The permitting folks have come back with some additional questions on it, but that is his focus right now, is getting the house built.
Okay. Any questions for Lloyd from the board? Okay. Is there anybody that wishes to speak in favor of the exception requested? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Okay. All right. Any further questions for staff?
I have a question. Is there a precedent on re-notification if they want to take 60 days or 90 days? Is there something written?
We've had some indefinite continuances, and what we'll do is ask for the $2 per notification fee to cover the cost of the re-notification. So we'll hold the file until he's ready to come forward again.
So essentially, re-notification, they wouldn't have to pay that larger fee up.
They wouldn't pay the base fee, which is for the appeal.
Okay. And how long is that good for then? How
There
long
isn't
can it sit
anything
there?
by ordinance, so
Okay.
I suppose in a year, if nothing has
Sure.
transpired, we'll bring it to you and say, do you still want to
Okay.
keep this? Or would probably more likely ask the applicant if they want to withdraw and then just refile at whatever point they're able to.
All right.
Does that, if we delayed it, doesn't that put a stay on any of the zoning things? I mean, I would hate to see, I look at this as a way to just keep doing what we're doing without having to abide by the zoning rules.
What it would put a stay on is the enforcement of the garage that they're asking for. I don't know if it really stays anything else. You can ask Sue.
Chair, member of the board, Sue Ann Donovan, zoning enforcement officer. I understand and appreciate the concerns of the board, and I have those same concerns. We've had an ongoing, on and off again, business, not business, storage, not storage. If you're going to do a continuance, I would argue it be for a time certain, or in the event that we find violations, that we have the opportunity to bring it back to you and have it heard or have them brought into compliance with any zoning issues. We are stayed by the appeal, so it kind of ties our hands if he starts to step over the line that he's agreed not to at this point.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Lloyd, I'll give you an opportunity since Sue-Ann addressed the board with some comments. Is there anything else you want to add briefly?
No, and really, all I was trying to spare my client is $300 some if he comes back, and he wants to focus on building his house and work on getting the property in good condition.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask Lloyd?
Yeah, sure.
Question is 60 days, is that a good continuance?
Well, again, we're talking. He probably isn't going to be in a position to come back in 60 days and submit a blueprint on that second storage structure until he's got his well on the way of having that house built. And so he's still working with the architecture because the city came back with some questions on the blueprint on his house. So realistically, I don't think he would be in a position in 60 days to come back.
Okay, thank you. All right, I've got a question for staff. If we wanted to consider a continuance during our discussions, we may do that. If we did not want to consider the continuance, then we would vote to do what? To deny the request?
Yeah, I think if you had a motion to deny, that you might give the appellant the opportunity to withdraw so that the
Okay, okay. right, so that
application
it
doesn't
can
have
stay
to be,
open.
then he'd have to wait an entire year
Okay.
before he could reapply, so.
Okay, all right. So if it looks like we were heading that direction, we could bring the applicant's representative up and
Just
see if he
kind
wants
of
to
a
look at withdrawing. Okay.
Courtesy.
Yep, okay, I appreciate that. Any other questions for staff? Okay, we'll close the public portion and go to board deliberation.
I would make a motion to deny the request.
Do I have a second for that? I would second that motion, but if we do vote to deny the request and it's going to pass, we can still, before we close this agenda item, could still have him step up to withdraw, correct?
Yeah, because you haven't signed the decision.
Got it, okay. All right, so I've got a motion by Linda Westergaard, second by Mr. Pins, to deny the exception requested at 7695 Southeast 14th. All in favor of the motion, say aye, raise your right hand. All opposed? Okay, 1, 2, okay. Yeah, so it's 3-2, 1 abstention, so does the motion fail?
Motion fails.
Okay, the motion
Has not
fails.
received 4 votes.
Okay. So for the exception to still be granted, we'd have to look at somebody would have to introduce something else or introduce a continuance, correct?
Yes.
To keep that debate moving forward.
Another motion.
Right. So is there a motion to look at a continuance?
I'd move for a 90-day continuance.
Okay.
That's what I would make.
Is there a second for that?
I'd second that.
Okay. All right. Motion by Cindy, second by Cherie. Okay, all in favor to provide a 90-day extension or continuance? Raise your right hand. Say aye.
Aye.
All right, 4 opposed, 1, and Jake's abstention. All right, 4-1. Okay, you've got 90 days, but I'd sit down and talk to your client and have him put something in front of us we can really see. Thank you. Okay, item 9 is a variance special permit and other variances for the address of 4026 Beaver Avenue. And Eric or Bert, who's got the front door on this one?
Euclid, it's 2425 Euclid.
Oh, I'm sorry to have the wrong address there.
Yep.
2425 Euclid Avenue, the vicinity of is item 9, sorry.
Yeah, and it's actually off of a property that runs.
Something didn't transfer right, okay. 2425 Euclid Avenue near ML King?
Yes,
Okay,
and let me make sure.
all right, we'll have.
I want
a
to
ma-
make sure there's a couple of communications here I want to pass along.
I was looking at the appellant's address, not the premises.
Right, it's actually it's what it's addressed as currently.
Okay,
The 2425 Euclid is what it's addressed as currently.
gotcha.
I thought I had a communication here from Lower Beaver. You didn't have that, did you, Gary? I'll let Lower Beaver's gonna have themselves represented here, so I'll let them
Okay,
handle that portion of it. This property actually fronts, there's an intervening property where the vehicle display lot is at the northeast corner, where Douglas and Euclid intersect with Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway. This is the old lumber yard property. It was recently in front of the city council for rezoning to an M1 district, which would have allowed the warehousing and outdoor storage functions that they're looking for use of the property, reuse of the property. That was denied, which gave them standing to come in front of you with this request, which is for a use variance primarily, but also as part of that, they want to be allowed to use barbed wire because since it's not going to be M1, barbed wire isn't permitted as a matter of right, so they're asking under the special permit provision that be allowed. And then also they're looking to have waiver of the paving requirement for outdoor storage areas and parking areas. So in looking at this, you can see right here what the current condition is. It appears this fenced area is right at the property line. Without a survey, we don't know for sure. The most recent approved site plan for this, when it was the lumberyard, had a landscaped setback here. So I was trying to get some aerial photography that showed when that might have kind of stretched or encroached. I don't believe that there was any widening of this that would have caused that. So it's just something that's happened over time, and it probably was even done with the lumberyard was there. That's looking at it from ML King right there. I'm standing at the parking lot for the grocery across the street. This is looking from the northwest to the southeast at the backside from ML King. This gives you a sense of how proximate the building is to the edge, so it's pretty much a zero lot line condition there. And I didn't know the gentleman was sitting there when I took the picture, but I discovered that after I printed it out. This is looking more at the very back. There's kind of a drainage area. This, just to the north of this property, is an area that they've redone for basically for stormwater control purposes. It also has the trail that passes through it, so they beautified the edge of Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway in conjunction with that project. So, you know, right as soon as you pass this, you know, you're leading up towards the Thai Village area and along that trail. We did not get any responses. The chair or president of the Lower Beaver Association will be here to give. We did get a communication from them in support of the request. When staff looked at this, about the only thing we found we couldn't be demonstrated under the variance test was that the paving had to be left, or the areas that are unpaved had to be left unpaved. I think we felt that there's a unnecessary hardship in converting the property to something else from a reasonable standpoint. The way it's configured, there'd be extensive cost in demolition of that site. So we believe from the standpoint of allowing a limited form of use that the neighborhood can tolerate, like an outdoor type storage of campers, boats, that type of thing, that it should stay in harmony with the area. In terms of the barbed wire, again, because people are going to have personal items stored there, you know, of value. This is a high traffic area, but there's secluded nature to it in terms of there's areas that you may not see somebody trying to access the site readily. So I think that the fencing material would be a deterrent. There's probably ways that they can make it so that it's not obvious to the public eye on the property by keeping it internal to the fence or internal to the site in some fashion.
Okay.
So we are also in support of that, but we believe that this should conform to site plan requirements to the extent possible, and that these areas for storage and outdoor storage and parking should be paved, and that, you know, the landscaping should be complied with to the extent that can be done under the site plan ordinance. Obviously, you're not shifting buildings around to make landscape setbacks, but we want them to comply to the extent that they can and bring this site up to conformance as much as possible. So
Okay.
still allowing their use.
Okay. All right. Any questions for Eric? Go ahead.
The council turned it down, and the neighborhood association is in favor of it. Is that correct?
Yes, and I'll let them speak to that. I'm not sure the neighborhood association favored the rezoning, but I think probably favors the specific nature of the
Okay.
request.
I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
And then, how much is unpaved, Eric? Do you have any idea?
Might be hard to see, and it's hard to see which, some of these areas are like a little bit of a graveled area. Up here, as you can see in the foreground, these areas are actually paved. So it's not a lot of area that would have to be paved, you know, in terms of looking at it from an overall site perspective. So that's why staff didn't feel like that was unreasonable, that there was a hardship if they were required to pave that to make it work. So, and again, I think we're pretty consistent in how we approach paving and keeping things dustless and drainage, proper drainage, that type of thing, especially when you're close to sensitive areas like the floodplain.
Okay. Any other questions for Eric? Okay. Would the applicant or the representative of the applicant like to step up? Applicant or representative of the applicant for item 9. Anybody here? Okay. Mr. Kelly, if the applicant is there anybody here on their behalf? Or did you know if they're going to be here?
I wasn't standing to look for him either. So.
Okay.
He was given the packet, sent the packet.
Okay. Any problem with continuing? As in moving forward? Okay. Is there anybody here to speak in favor of the variances and special permits requested? And please give your name and address, sir.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name is Brian Millard, 3920 Leonard Drive. I'm the president of the Lower Beaver Neighborhood Association, and I'm here to represent the board and their decisions on this. I want to make sure that everybody gets these, and there's one for Mr. Kelly too, to pass them around. The Lower Beaver Neighborhood Board has met with the applicant all along the way. When he applied for rezoning, we let him know that we weren't in favor of that, but we were in favor of him and his business. It's too bad for a use variance that you have to go to plan and zoning, then to the city council and get denied and go through that whole process to come here. So. But all along the way, we've worked with him, and in fact, this list is one that we worked on with him that would be acceptable uses for the property. This property is the old lumberyard property, as they said, and I believe the lumberyard existed before the old convenience store in front came to be, and they'd sold off that front of the property, and that was a quick trip, and we know what happens as they grow. They just abandon them, so I believe it's owned by Imperial Properties out front, so we have a used car lot that does have a site plan. We think this is a first-class owner. This is, he operates a business that manages single-family home rentals. And he's one that neighborhood leaders will sing accolades about, that this is a good guy. I wish he managed large apartment complexes and stuff like that. He does it right. He's worked along with the neighborhood the entire time. The concerns we'd have is we're sensitive to anything that's high traffic, late night, smells or makes noise. This guy has operated well, even though he wasn't operating under the current zoning requirements. He's done it right. He's improved this property, he's made it look good and everything. As for the gravel lot, there is a levee right behind it, and what it does is it holds back the Des Moines River, and that's a City of Des Moines levee, not a Corps levee. And so his property isn't protected, so the back of his lot does get wet. Having a gravel lot allows everything to drain easily and everything. And he's got a front area that is paved where people that store there or something park up front. But it would probably be 4 times as much concrete space that he'd have to put in, and it'd probably have to be 6-inch, and so that would be a lot of money. So we watched this property deteriorate and look terrible with no hope. We'd hoped even Polk County would buy it. Nobody wanted it until this guy came along, and so we are pleased. He's even had a positive impact on the apartments along there. As to the barbed wire, we don't like it. Nobody likes barbed wire. We've suggested to him that if he has to have it and the city grants it, that he do it horizontal on the inside of the fence where it can't be seen from the outside. His fencing along there is 7 to 8 feet tall, and it's smooth, so there's no way to really climb it. The area on the north edge that you saw, the trees, could you show that again, Eric? That area he's agreed to, he owns very little of that property in the rest of the city. Well, both the city and he has agreed that they're going to clean it up. He's granted that he would sign off and let the city actually have the entire area for use because it's a riprap drainage way. In fact, there's the drainage way that the city put in to pull water off of MLK because it comes down Clarkson. So that entire area will be bare and his fence will be high. The end of that building is the only building that he hasn't refaced. So everything he does normally looks good. Landscaping, there's no place to landscape. The front of it's concrete. He's got no space on either sides. So if you look down the list, under continuing improvements, number 2 and number 3, we've agreed to work with him to get street trees on the west side because the area to the north of this that they say is a drainage way has 170 hardwood overstory trees that the neighborhood put in. It is like a park all the way to the Thai Village. So we're willing to work with the city to get that. On the east side is the bike trail. We're willing to work with the city and get our own funding to do it and put in ornamentals along there, along the bike trail. So with that, the things on the list, most of them are pretty critical to the applicant and make a difference to him. He's already partnered with us well, and we think he'll continue doing it. So we would like you all to take a look at this, think hard about what could happen. We may have missed something, but approve this use variance. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes.
Brian, how much do you think has to be paved in general? You said is it half the
Right now,
lot?
2/3 of the area isn't paved, a good 2/3, and the front area is narrower.
Right.
So as you get past to near the end of the front building, can I do that one maybe? All right, so it's paved right here in this area. All of this is gravel around here and stuff. That's a lot of pavement. You know, if you only go 4 inches thick, you can only get an 8x8 slab. That's a yard of concrete. So it'd have to be 6 inch. It'd be a lot of money. I don't know, with the money he's put into it, if you'd spend it. We want this guy to stay. We've got no problems with gravel. There's no big traffic going across it, so it's not dusty. If he's got to put something down, he will, but there's no dust. B, it drains. We keep talking in the city about permeable pavement and everything else and stuff. This is the ultimate permeable pavement, and it's in an area that the city isn't protecting, and it does get wet when there's a high water event. We want it to drain well. We don't want it going down a storm sewer. We don't want it into the adjoining properties. We want it to perk down. Gravel's perfect.
Do you know how much gets wet, Brian, by any chance?
Yeah, the area that the water in 2008 almost went to the top of the levee, and the levee had gotten rebuilt and brought up another 3 feet. This whole back corner gets wet. In fact, there is a sewer grate back in there, and they actually have a big concrete culvert pipe that they'll set over the top of it so that the water from that won't flood the place, and they put sandbags around it. So they've got it down how they protect their property, but water does encroach into it because there's no levee that extends here.
And you said the city put in that drainage off ML King. Does
Right,
that?
right. It's always been here. What's happened is up here there's a creek that comes down to here, and then it's supposed to go into an underground pipe that exits here. Well, what'll happen is, of course, all the storm debris gets in there, and it's about 20 feet down. It'll perk up and overflow and come down, and it looks like something you could surf on.
Does the thing overflow down on ML King into
Yes,
it?
it does on Clarkson, and that's what that cutout is.
Does that overflow? Does the cutout overflow into his property?
No,
Okay.
no, it doesn't. The city's done well with the riprap, so the only thing we're worried about is the Des Moines River coming up, like the events that got the old Target wet.
Okay. Did you have a question, Cindy?
Well, Brian, I appreciate the time that your neighborhood association and you took in preparing this document. Is the applicant, he's not here to speak for himself, but is he in agreement with all of
Yeah,
this?
this is what we worked up with
100%?
him, and
This
we
is-
did furnish it to staff. I emailed it to staff early on, that this is stuff that we were in agreement with. And I understand the need for landscaping and everything. It's going to get done.
Okay.
We'll do it. We'll do it with him. He's even offered to allow us to have water to do all of it and everything else. So the area that he does have to fence is right here, and he was doing it today. There's a chain link gate, and as far as I'm concerned, and it's got a couple strands of barbed wire across the top, that can stay because you need it visual. You need to be able to see in there. The police need to be able to pull up. I could see having barbed wire there because somebody could climb it, and it faces Euclid, Douglas, MLK, and all that area. But everything else is in the neighborhood. It's in the residential area. So barbed wire first sends a bad signal, and then second, if it's not needed, we just don't want to see it.
Okay. Brian, question for you. Now, you're here speaking in support of the applicant, but you are not officially representing the applicant.
No, I am not.
So if you give us this sheet and say he agreed to all this.
No, you're right. That would be hearsay.
Yeah.
But he also mailed that in.
Okay. I just have a little bit of concern that.
Yeah, the application, they also provided it directly.
Okay, all right.
So there's
That's
been no
subject-
changes.
right.
That was the thing that I was iffy about. I wanted to make sure.
That's great if you like things or you might be inclined to want to do something, but we can't hold you
I can't
responsible.
speak for everybody else.
No, well, you know.
Now,
But,
my board,
but
our board.
I just kind of wanted to clarify the approach.
Our board is in full approval of this
Okay.
list and what the applicant's doing.
Okay.
And the applicant did submit this exact sheet as what he wants.
Okay, all right. Any other questions quick with Brian before we move on? Okay. all
Hey, I
right.
thank you very
Thank you,
much, and
Brian.
please consider approving this as
Okay.
we've submitted.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak in favor of the application? Is there anyone here to speak against?
Chair, members of the board, I'm not sure I'm speaking for or against.
Okay?
But as the zoning
don't
enforcement
see anybody
officer
else.
for the city of Des Moines,
That's
I cannot support a waiver or a variance of the paving requirements of the city. With all due respect to the neighborhood group and the work they've put into this, I don't
Sure.
want to undercut all that they've done. The paving requirements were put in as a safeguard against particulates in the air. Then we have to meet the EPA standards in the city of Des Moines. And as we all know, for driving around the city, even if a car isn't on a gravel lot, you see the swirls of particulates in the air when the wind comes up. The other thing is, I applaud the neighborhood group for their efforts to get landscaping done at this site. Unfortunately for all of us, they can't use city right-of-way to meet the landscape requirements for any business, and I think we need to hold firm on that. That is a position we've taken and the board has taken in the past on other sites. Some people need to take out concrete or pavement that they've put in error over the years and encroached into their setbacks. And this is another example of that. I'm sure staff can work on mitigation of some of those setback requirements, but we can't start using city property to meet landscaping requirements on any lots in the city. It's can't be done, and it's a bad precedent. The board can applaud the neighborhood group, which I do, for getting street trees in, but it's not going to count toward the landscaping and the site plan requirements, and I just want the board and the neighborhood group to be aware of that.
Okay. Okay. Any questions? Yes.
The landscaping on the sheet, Sue-Ann, doesn't meet the requirements, is that what you're saying?
My understanding of that agreement and the way that that's written is that the neighborhood group and the owner will try to get with forestry and the city forester and get some street trees put in city right-of-way. That's good. I love it. All for it. But that's not going to meet the landscape requirements that the owner needs to meet on site. That's a whole different ball of wax. They have setbacks and plantings that they're supposed to do to meet the site plan requirements on the lot. So in combination, and the staff will review the site plan, I just want the board to understand that you can't waive the site plan requirements and you can't allow using city property to meet those as part of your decision. So I'm just trying to explain that to you.
Okay, so if we took the street trees out as, a card in play here, if we wanted to allow them to leave the existing concrete the way it is,
Yes.
then we
Is there a
couldn't
variance? There would
Yeah.
need to be a variance on the
specifically
request
for that.
for 0 lot lines
Okay.
and setbacks.
And if we were inclined to grant that, then they'd still have to meet other site plan requirements, but our allowance for that would be taken into account within the site plan then, correct?
Correct. I don't see that appeal currently before you, but
Okay.
if you wish to, does the submittal show the setback?
This is what was submitted with the application, and it shows a setback. of
So they're
inside
planning
the
to
property.
install it
So-
by this site plan. Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah, that's the way we didn't write it up for that appeal. And
Right, okay, so it's not that they're asking to keep the paving that comes right up to against the fence.
Right.
Now, the addition of street trees is nice, and even
That-
with their landscaping, I
That
might
would
say
be
that's great.
wonderful.
Yes.
And I applaud the
Yeah,
neighborhood for
okay,
working on
okay.
that with the owner.
All right, so he doesn't have an issue with
I
providing the
don't
setback?
think he does. I just want the board to understand that that variance of the setbacks is not before you.
Okay.
And that's really not a part of the mix. This is for the use.
Right.
And they'd still have to meet the site plan requirements, which
Okay.
apparently, according to their site plan they've submitted, they're going to. It's unfortunate they're not here to address some of those issues for us.
Okay. Any other questions for Sue-Ann? Okay, is there anybody else here to speak in opposition?
I'd like to, please.
Please give your name and address.
My name is Sherry Monahan, and my home address is Clive, but the properties that I own that are across from what you're talking about are in Des Moines.
Okay.
That's 2519 Clarkson and 3800 MLK.
Can you kind of point to those on the map that's next to you?
Yeah,
Just kind of,
it's like you see that right there.
Yep.
Okay, I own this and this.
okay?
On there. First thing I want to address before I forget to address it is, you were talking about the water flow down Clarkson. That hasn't been a good situation for us. It's too much water too fast. It floods us a lot. We've had a pool in our parking lot every time it's rained. We've tried a number of things to take care of that. The rain that goes down in 2008 all came up the ground level of our sewers. It was too much rain. I think there's room for improvement in that. And the second thing would be, it's a family environment. I mean, the building next to me, Summerwoods, is a building that has 48 units as well, and much of this property houses families, much of it. You get a lot of families that come into the area. A lot of them are foreigners, just getting established in the area. There are services close by. Next to that, there is Tender Years Daycare, or Wonder Years Daycare. I'm sorry that, it went downhill and didn't look great before, but two wrongs don't make it right, in my opinion.
Okay.
I think the amount of money that's being spent on MLK, starting from Ingersoll, and the amount of money the city put in the Greenbelt and the park area, it doesn't lend itself to a truck-type barbed wire vehicle storage unit. What I would rather see there is something that's, that would be more gratifying to the city, give a better overall impression of Des Moines, something that would be safer for children and families. I feel like this is something Des Moines lacking, is green space, parks, places for people to hang out. I mean, that area that you did by that particular by this building, you know, with the trail and all that's great, but it's not great for younger children. And I don't know why we can't, I don't know why the city didn't buy that, and I don't know why we didn't try to put some type of a park in there. But, so, no, I mean, it's a no-go. I don't even like the barbed wire in the front, because if you're coming to Des Moines, and we have a lot of people who come in for the first time, and they're looking at the area, what's the first thing you think when you see barbed wire?
Right.
Bad area. And, you know, these little trees they're talking about, they did that in the front of our building, and they're just little trees, folks. I mean, they're like this big around, and they're maybe this tall, and they're not going to do a whole lot for looking. I mean, it's going to take a lot of years, and with the amount of space that's there, I don't know that they could pull it off. So
Okay.
my plea would be that the city would think about what we're trying to create in Des Moines. I mean, we have a lot of great press, we have a lot of great things going on, and I feel like if we would just look at areas like cities like Boston and places that create green spaces for the community, we could really, really change some of the negatives of this area.
Right.
I mean, and that's,
Okay.
thank you.
Well, thank you. Okay, any questions for? Are you here to speak in opposition? Yes, I am. Okay, please step forward.
Hi, my name is Carol Robinson, and I've been the on-site manager over at Summerwoods for the past 3 years.
Okay.
So I've seen the place grow in a lot of ways, but I've seen a lot of negativity too. Sherry had called me and let me know about what the plan was for that property. I opposed to it because, like she was saying, it's a large residential community with a lot of families. In the last 3 years, we've had a big influx of the Burmese community over there in that area, and they don't know the country very well. So a lot of the kids tend to go across the street and play over there in the creek area. And I think it's very dangerous over in that area. And with you putting the barbed wires around it, kids are very curious. And they're going to try to do whatever they can to say, hey, what's behind that, you know? And her idea of actually making it more of a kid-friendly area, I agree with, because right now the kids don't have a place to play. If they go across the street where the trails are at, it's an area for them to ride their bikes, but other than that, there's really nothing much for them. And again, the area where between Clarkson and Martin Luther King, when it rains, there's just nothing but trash that goes right down there. I do my part to try to keep the area clean on a regular basis. I've gotten a lot of good comments from the city, especially the inspectors when they come by and see me doing that. But again, we can only do so much. And that area looks very intimidating, right across the street to me. It just looks like a prison in a way to me. And you've got the apartments across the street, then you've got that area right there where it's like, wow. And to tell you the truth, in the last 3 years, I remember when it was a lumber company years ago, because I know the area very well, but we don't know what's behind there. And it looks very intimidating. And if you put barbed wires around that area, it's going to make it even more intimidating, you know. And we're trying to, you know, keep that area so that the crime rate's down. And I'm pretty proud to say that it's gotten a lot better than it did when I first became the manager there. It still needs a lot of work, but I just don't think them, you know, being able to decide what they want to do, and that trying to decide in the last 3 years what they want to do, and putting the barbed wires around there, and then knowing that there's a creek behind there, which they're pretty much, all they're doing is throwing rocks down there. And then the kids go down there and play. And so I'm the bad person because I'm over there and I know it's not my property, but I'm so deathly afraid that one of the children are going to end up hurting themselves down there, because not everybody's going to be around to watch and see what's going down in that little creek area. So I definitely do oppose of it.
All right. And Carol, could I have your address, please?
Yes, my address is I've got the two buildings,
Yeah.
3720 and 3700 Martin Luther King Parkway.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else to speak in opposition? Any further comments from staff?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that the board's really just looking at it from an appeal standpoint.
Right, right, yeah.
Not getting into the legislative issues of what the city's plans should be in the long
Sure,
term.
sure, yeah, yeah. I appreciate that, Eric, thank you. Okay, we'll close the public portion and go to board deliberation. Comments? Thoughts?
Well, staff recommendations is going to allow them to do some of the things. It just means that they're going to have to pave it, which we always make everybody pave it. It means no barbed wire, which we don't want barbed wire. I don't know that I'm pretty much into, what this was given, but
Okay,
wouldn't barbed wire would not be allowed in any case? Yeah, it wouldn't. So, I mean, it seems like we're giving them that by following staff recommendations.
right. Staff would allow them to have the barbed wire.
No.
Well, staff recommends approval of the special permit. The special permit allows for the barbed wire. Am I correct?
Subject to the following conditions. I don't
Right.
believe that it does allow.
Yeah, we would recommend that in favor of the special permit. We determined that the proposed usage, which storing like recreational vehicles and boats,
Right.
is a unique type of property storage that probably would warrant some protection. Certainly, I would think there's ways to do that to make it less obvious to the public that barbed wire is there. It's make it a deterrent for those that are trying to get in, but not those that are driving by.
And would that be something that the staff would work with the applicant?
Well, I think like
I don't like barbed wire.
yeah, the neighborhood, I think, indicated they would like it internal to the existing fence system,
Except,
where it wasn't,
Well-
yeah, except maybe at the gate, yeah.
you go by this, but I mean, this is really not part of anything.
But the board can, review it in terms of how they want. I've seen it put at the base of the fence, inside the fence too.
I think the board could also take that provision out, grant the special permit and not grant the
The special
barbed wire.
To allow barbed wire. Okay, all right, but
They would deny the special permit then,
right.
because that's all it's for, is for the barbed wire. The
Brooke?
the use variance would be.
But I just have a concern that the applicant isn't here and we don't know why.
Right.
I mean, it could be something, hopefully not life-threatening, but it seems like the neighborhood has a very good relationship with them, so I'm somewhat surprised the applicant isn't here. And I just wondered, since we can't run all this by the applicant,
Right.
if we shouldn't just continue this for 30 days.
From a discussion standpoint, I have some of the same concerns. If we were to move with staff recommendation, that staff recommendation would have gone out a few days ago. Was the applicant aware of the staff recommendation, or do you know that they
Well,
received
we
it?
don't
Necessarily
confirm with
catch
all
that?
18
Okay.
applicants that they receive and
Right.
understand the.
Right, but I certainly wouldn't want to make any deals or change what we're allowing or not allowing when they're not here. And I know Brian gave a nice supportive presentation and referenced some stuff, but we've got a lot of ingredients here to the pie, and I don't want to necessarily be micromanaging how we're building fences without the applicant here. So, at most, I'd probably be inclined to grant it as it is. If they wanted to look at reducing the barbed wire with something that was more commensurate with making it look better. Okay. Right. I wouldn't be opposed to that, but aside from that, I'm not really in favor of making any big deals here because we don't have the applicant here to bounce that off of. So as Brooke mentioned, a continuance might be in order here. But it was a good thing if we want to look at that, I wanted to hear from the folks who came here today that do have concerns with it, because I don't think we'd be done with this yet. Other thoughts?
Not as much as the applicant should have been here.
Well, that's true.
One thing you could do is table it to the end of the meeting, and if he still doesn't appear, then you could make a motion to continue.
I don't know that that's really.
I know it's not fair to the other individuals,
Neighbors have busy homes in front.
although they've given their testimony, so in terms of what the board considers
Sure.
in their,
Right. I appreciate that, Eric, but I guess if he was going to be here, he was going to be here. So, I'd rather,
I just know in the past that, with boards and commissions, that's happened.
all right. We looking at a motion, Brooke?
I'd move that we continue this item till the next meeting, which is
July
24th, July 24th.
I'll second
Okay, motion by Brooke, second by Cindy to continue this to the next regularly scheduled zoning board of adjustment meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 5-1. Okay, we'll continue that to the next meeting. There won't be a renotice, correct, Eric?
No, not unless.
Okay, so if people still have concerns or they want to listen in, they'd be welcome to come back next month as well if they would like. So, okay. Or if they have written comments, they're welcome to submit those prior to the next meeting, just for information. Okay. Okay. Our next item is a variance request, item number 10, 3808 Southeast 22nd.
All right, this item, did I give you my pen here? Okay. The subject property is a corner property where a cul-de-sac, kind of a short cul-de-sac called Maish Court, intersects with Southeast 22nd Street. This is Evergreen Avenue up here, a higher density type area on the southeast side of Des Moines. Not too far off the map to the north would be the Fairway project and car wash, I believe, too.
Sure.
In this case, the appellant is wanting to put a pool in their side yard, and that's based on having a footprint. If you look at the property, the narrow side of the property faced the court. But the home was built with the front to Southeast 22nd, so that there's a slope on this side yard, which is really considered the rear yard, the way we define it. So really their only open area for any type of what someone would normally call a rear yard is in everybody else's front yard, basically. There already is a fence, although we were not able to determine how the fence was allowed. We do allow fences in these situations when they sit back 50 feet from the street they're facing on a corner lot, but in this case it's less than 50 feet, so, and we don't have any record of a permit for the fence.
And Eric, while you're on that, less than 50 feet from what I want to call the Southeast 22nd?
Yes.
But would you consider the cul-de-sac also a front?
Yes, but
Front
they
yard,
can go to
like
the side on
Okay,
the
if
cul-de-sac as long as it sets 50 feet back.
From the,
In this
from the
case,
main
it does
street?
not.
Okay, gotcha.
And also, there's no record of a permit
Okay.
for the fence, but it looks like it's been there for a number of years, so.
Okay,
I just wanted to point that out.
okay.
The other thing is the pool they're asking for probably would increase the area of, that fence wouldn't all fit within that fence area as it sits now. But I'll let the appellant speak to that. The diagram
Great.
that they submitted didn't include that,
Okay,
just limited to that area. This is pictures that were submitted by the appellant that show the rear yard area now.
okay.
I guess it's the side yard area, but
Sure,
what's their backyard essentially.
okay.
In looking at this, I think it really came down to a character issue in terms of, and while everybody, I think, likes the idea of being able to have a pool, there's, some properties just were not created to be able to accommodate something like that. In this case, we believe there's enough practical difficulty that you could look at exception level appeals that would cause them to have to reduce probably the size of the pool they want and scale back the fencing so that it would be 12 and a half feet away from property lines. to ensure that they met that exception appeal. So we would be okay with an exception, and that would keep it out of that front view shed of the property that's on, probably the most impacted one would be the one on the cul-de-sac, right here. I mean, right now, they look across out their front window and they see the fence sticking out in their front yard, basically, which is what we're trying to avoid, and that's why we have these standards. So if we went 12 and a half feet off of this, and, you know, they already would meet that from the southeast 22nd side, so that wouldn't be the issue. So we could support exception level appeals. That would cause them to have an open fence, which under the pool permit, they have to have at least a 4-foot fence. It doesn't have to be private. It just has to be secure. So they could do that and still get a permit for a 4-foot open fence and not have to worry about the...
They could have a 4-foot solid fence as well, though, too.
They could have a 3-foot solid fence.
3-foot solid, oh, man.
But 3 foot doesn't get them for the pool.
Right, okay.
So it would have to be open.
Okay.
And an example of one I can think of that's occurred just north of Ingersoll on 42nd Street. As Harwood starts to wind off of 42nd, there's an irregular shaped lot where there's a pool in the side.
Okay.
Where they did like a wrought iron type fence at the edge.
Okay. All right. Question?
You're saying that you're okay with the pool if it was smaller and wasn't coming so far to the, I guess, south. Is that right?
Yes, and I think the way we looked at that was that we believed that this property created a practical difficulty in achieving the requirement. So we could support that it met that test, and that they could do something that fit within the exception level appeal and remain in character as well by not allowing the variance for the solid fence.
Okay.
And I'm confused about the fence, the non-solid 4-foot fence. That's not, you can't have that with a pool, can you?
I believe we can permit with just a secured 4-foot fence. It used to be 6 feet.
Okay.
Now we allow
It is?
And it's not about vision blockage of seeing people in the pool. It's about people being readily to be able to just hop the fence. So they figure at 4 foot.
It's more of a security
Right.
issue than it is a private. I think
Right.
there's privacy reasons why people put them up around their pools too, but
Right. But yeah.
in this
One-
case, we would be,
One of the staff's concerns was that one neighbor looking into the fence, which I think had a card and said they were okay with it.
Yeah. What's,
I don't base it on what the cards say. I write my stuff up before.
right. What's the consent
Somebody
map show for
may
this?
Move in there that wouldn't be okay
Right.
someday.
What's a consent map show for where the concerns or the support was given? Okay.
So we have,
So the person that has the view shed that's kind of blocked hasn't commented at all?
not that we have on record, so.
Okay. The person that had the concern with view sheds is the red one
The-
down on the other end here?
Well, yeah,
Okay.
the one objection that was in the pile.
Okay.
Is this one right here.
And while you've got that there, Eric, what you're basically saying is you'd allow them to have their fence within 12 and a half feet of the front property line, right?
We would
On
support
27
that exception, which would
Right.
allow them within
Right.
12 and a half.
So it'd actually
correct.
come out further. It would look different and be shorter with what we're
Yeah,
talking
it would
about.
have to be a smaller
Right.
pool or a different shape.
Or would it come out towards Southeast 22nd further that you'd allow for? Would that have any vision blockage on where Maish Court comes out to 22nd?
No, I don't think so. I think as long as
Vision
it's 12 and a half
triangle,
feet
okay.
back from their front
Right.
property line along 12, the main vision clearance that would be
Right.
here on this corner would not even come
Okay.
into play.
But it would, if it has to be 12 and a half feet away from Maish Court, it would push that fence back a little now, based on the way it is, correct?
It would.
About
Well, the
another
existing.
10 feet or-
The existing one couldn't remain, no.
No, it couldn't remain, but if we had one in its place, it'd be what, 12 and a half feet behind the sidewalk, basically?
Yes.
Okay.
And if you wanted to grant a variance, it could be solid, because
Okay.
it still is in the front yard setback. Any fence of that height that's
Right.
solid is still a variance in the front yard,
All right.
within the front yard setback. It's not a measurement
And
of
we
the
may have to
setback.
come back around to that and ask you some questions. Anything else you want to add?
Not at this
For now,
time.
for
I
now.
know it's
Okay.
convoluted, but.
Okay, sure.
Let me ask if we
Go ahead.
granted an exception or a variance to allow a 4-foot solid fence, wouldn't that be a change in what they've asked for? I mean,
Yeah, you could do a more limited version of their variance, which would do a 4-foot solid, and by saying that that would be more in character or something,
Yeah. Which isn't your recommendation.
No, but yeah, the
but we
board
could
had,
consider it.
since we advertised it for a 6-foot, you can always grant something more restrictive.
Okay.
I just have one
Yep,
question.
go ahead.
Jared. The existing fence now, had they obtained a fence permit, would it have been allowed?
No, we would have had to come to the board. That's what, I looked for the board case, and I looked for, what is unique about this is it's R6, which is an unusual zoning category in the city, but those same standards as in R1 would apply for this property. They're not unique to R1 districts, they're unique to our districts.
All right.
When you cross Evergreen, you really are in a lot of single-family homes.
Yeah, and when they did these R6s, they did them as mixed density projects, where some areas were allocated for multifamily, some for duplexes, some for single family.
All right. We can maybe check with Eric later. If there's no other questions, let's see what the applicant has to say. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
I'm Rick, and this is my wife Sharon Hendricks.
Okay.
I guess we just wanted to come down and, after the staff recommendations that we received on Saturday, we kind of redid a drawing
Okay.
that this is what we were thinking maybe in the first place. And we wanted everybody, I don't know if you want me to pass it around to you guys.
Put it on here and see if we can
Okay.
zoom out. Which
The
way?
yard is, this is the house over here, so.
So this is Southeast 22nd right
This
here?
is Mesh Court right here.
Okay.
Going in here. We really never wanted to go past the front of our house because we don't want to harm our value of our home as well as anyone else's.
Okay.
So we were, always had it in our mind that we wanted to stay back from the front side of the house here. We're open-minded to what we can do and what size pool we can have and what kind of fence we can have.
Okay.
We were just shooting for, the biggest one we could get, I guess.
Sure. It's honest.
So we got a brochure here that gives us several options on what we can do and fit in here, but we don't want to extend past the front of the house ourselves.
Okay.
So that's just what we want everybody to be happy with what we're doing as well as ourselves, so.
Okay. Brooke?
So you don't want it to extend past the front of the house, which is kind of where your fence is now, right? Okay.
Yep.
So you're trying to fit it into that
We're trying
area
to
where...
fit it into there, and the way the pool size that we picked out of the brochure is this one. And, we went out and basically this is scaled, but I did this so you could see it. But we physically measured it, trying to keep the minimum of 12'6" from the sidewalk. Trying to tuck it closest to the house we can. We're not sure what the measurements need to be from the house or the fence. This is just what we drew ourselves,
Sure.
so.
Questions? I've got a question about, and I really like your sketch, but trying to follow a couple things here. You're kind of showing Mesh Court here with your two angled lines, but where would that fence be that would parallel Mesh Court then?
The new fence?
Yeah.
Wherever it needs to be.
All right,
Yeah,
so
we're
you're not really showing it here.
No,
You're just
we can
right.
pull the fence clear in if we
Okay.
have to.
Okay.
We just didn't know if it needed to follow certain requirements along the sidewalk.
And sometimes depending on people's uses, sometimes people have a dog, so they want to push the fence all the way out and it's
Well,
right up to the sidewalk.
Yeah, we do, but it's a little dog, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Or if you're more concerned, well, I just want the immediate pool area fenced for not only security, but also just, a
Right.
visual barrier,
Yeah.
then maybe that fence can come closer, so we're not as close to
Right.
Mesh.
Yeah, we're open-minded to whatever we need to do to make everybody
Okay.
okay with
Well, if we went with staff recommendation and you were 12 and a half feet from the sidewalk on Mesh,
Which is this.
okay,
from the
so then
sidewalk.
that would give you how much open yard between you and the outside of your pool? Or how much green space within the fenced compound? Would it be right up against the pool, or would you still have some room?
Well, I mean, the fence now runs out here to the sidewalk,
Right.
but,
So let's say it comes back in a ways.
yeah.
So it's,
Would it still give you a little, or is it going to be like right up against your 16-foot wide pool?
Well, we didn't plot out where the fence was gonna
Okay.
go, so
I mean, because that's a visual thing that's, I think would probably, it's important to me to understand
Right.
where that would be acceptable for you as well as the board.
we figured somebody would tell us what we can do there, so
Okay.
we kind of left that.
Okay,
Yeah, it's, whatever you guys tell us, we'll do.
okay. Any questions for Rick or Sharon?
We're gonna contract the fencing company to do, and I assumed we had to
Okay.
do a chain link from what I read in the.
Right.
the
Do you have a
recommendation.
concern about do you want a privacy fence or a safety fence? Or if it was a shorter privacy fence, if we could grant you?
Just something that, hide the depth of the pool would be
Okay.
nice, but,
Okay.
there
Or if we were
again,
able to grant you, well, it needs to be 4 foot, and we'd grant you some release to have it a solid fence, if we were looking at that. You'd still see somebody's, top of the
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
torso, but
Right.
that's not a big deal.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Is the applicant okay with staff recommendations?
Well, that's a good question, but staff is saying that it would still be an open fence.
To avoid the variance.
Right, to avoid the variance, so we'd have to discuss that.
yeah.
Are you okay with an
Well-
open fence?
if we had to, we prefer solid, but
Yeah, if it means having it or not having it, we're
Sure,
okay with
sure.
it, but,
Yeah, and if
it
we want
might
to
look
look,
nicer in our opinion to have it
Okay.
closed, but
okay, when we go to deliberations, we'll come back to you with whatever we're coming up with here, and just make sure that that might work, hopefully, for everybody.
And then if this pool size needs to shrink
Sure.
down to stay away from the house and the fence,
Okay.
there's other options for that as well, so.
Now, we have said before, once we approve things, we like to come see how they've turned out, so could we
Sure.
come over?
Yeah, come on over.
Okay. All right. Okay, well, if there's no other questions right now, we'll check back with you in a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anybody who would like to speak in support of the application?
Only if you
Oh,
used it.
okay, gotcha.
Okay, nobody else to speak in support? Anybody here to speak against the requested variances? Okay. Any other comments from staff? We may have a few more questions here. Yeah, sure.
Eric, if we recommend or pass that it stays within the present fence, does that meet your and the staff's thinking?
No, it actually wouldn't follow the staff report. Certainly the board it would take that variance to do that.
It would?
Yeah.
Okay.
And even, I'd say any solid fence at 4 feet is going to have trouble meeting the full setback,
I'm
so it's
just
going to be a
talking about
variance.
the area, not necessarily what the fence looks like.
Certainly, certainly bringing it closer to the pool will improve the character of the issue that I think, have in terms of the character. Again, it would still require the variance approval to do that, but you could restrict it to be more tighter in from the pool, toward the pool, if you felt that met the character in a better fashion.
All right, any other questions? Just a real quick one for you. Since the existing fence, whether there was a permit or not, doesn't protrude forward of the footprint of the house as it faces 22nd, couldn't that have been 6 foot from square one?
Actually, no, they would have had to
Because they
push it
still
back to
have the
50.
minimum.
Yeah.
They still need
The
that
house
minimum.
is actually closer.
And
I
how many
think
feet shy were they of that to begin with?
Probably
Any
about
idea?
20.
Okay, already 20,
think it's
because
close. The house-
somehow the front yard still looks
Yeah.
pretty deep. It
Yeah.
still looks fairly.
Well, in the,
It's the flare and,
yeah,
it's
it's
shape
hard
of
to
the lot.
tell where the property line isn't right at the,
Okay,
I don't know if I have a good map to show it, but I don't think it's right at
All
the
right.
sidewalk, but
okay.
on the southeast 22nd side.
All right, well, let's go ahead and, we'll close the public portion, go to board deliberations. Thoughts, comments? I think Brooke's on to something here a little. Well, I think maybe there's two things that kind of help me is how far would we want things set back, if we do want them set back any further? And then the second question would be, how tall and what can it be open or closed? And then what variances would be needed to meet that?
I like staff recommendations, and staff is perfectly comfortable with that. Now, whether we give them a variance to build a 4-foot solid fence, that's
Okay.
I think they would go either way. I personally think it would probably look nicer for above-ground pool to have a solid fence.
Yes.
Than a wrought iron.
Okay.
You're kind of exposed out there. But, I could go either way. But I don't have a problem. I think a 4-foot fence is going to be an improvement about what's there now. It's going to be less intrusive than what's there right now. And, it's an investment, they want to stay there, it's their home. We can make something work.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I think I agree with, maybe looking towards more of a closed type fence. I think that, that seems to be what they're more interested in. And just, I think additionally from a security point of view, curiosity always kills the cat. When you have an open fence like that and you see people going by, I think it might be a temptation. So I think, looking at a variance for a closed kind of fence would be what I think that couple is maybe preferring, and would also be a better security measure.
Okay. Well, we might be on to a start of a little plan here.
I'll make a motion that we move staff recommendations for the exception and to grant a variance to build a 4-foot solid fence according to the same guidelines as to what the exception is, as to where it would be located.
Could I throw one thing at you for discussion here? I'm not even concerned with the height it is now. I just like to see that Maish Court side pushed back a little, which would go to the first half of the staff recommendation in point 2. It'd push that fence back on Maish, but I'm not worried if it's 4 or 6. I feel we're set back from the front yard a fair amount now. And even if we granted a little relief and he can come forward, you got something you want to add to that?
4-foot open could go right to the property line. So when you're saying going to a closed, then that would mean to the property line. Going to an opaque, based on what would normally be allowed. A 4-foot open can be put at the property line without a permit.
Right. But with what staff's recommending, they'd still have to push it back from Maish the way now. Because they're too close to the sidewalk on Maish, aren't they?
Well, the fence, the pool would have to be back.
Right, but, and I don't care where they put the
12.5,
pool.
but the fence at 4-foot open could go right to the property line.
Okay.
Now, if you're wanting to do something opaque and because of that, you want to keep it in character, you would say, you would pull it closer to the pool. That, I could see that logic, yeah.
Closer to the pool.
If it's opaque, what I'm hearing that you say is that it would need to be closer to the pool, even if it was 4 foot.
That's further away from Maish then, because it's closer to the pool.
That's what I would like to see. And I'd like to see them just work with the city to do that. But if they're going to do a closed fence that you can't see through, I think it needs to be pulled back closer to the house.
And I think you'd want to set that distance.
Can you pull up his sketch? Wasn't it 12.5 feet?
Well,
Okay.
I think that the pool itself.
If I
was
understand
12.
where we're
So that would
going
have
here.
been right against the pool. And that was at the tightest constraint because of the shape of the property.
I think it's important for us to keep in mind what we're looking back is setbacks from streets, not how close it is to a pool, depending on, because that's where our authority lies, and then they can decide what they want to do from there.
Pool, yeah.
Right.
So just a hypothetical.
Yeah.
If you granted a 4-foot opaque, a variance to allow a 4-foot opaque fence, pulling it back, you could keep it within 12.5 feet from mesh.
Yep.
And that would, that corner, it would be tight, okay? But as you went further east, it would give more space against the pool.
And I could care less if it's 4 feet or if they want to keep it at 6 foot the way it is now. I just want it back from Maish just a little bit.
Okay, so,
So I think the board needs to decide what distance they think is the right distance.
Well, staff recommendation kind of already is on that track.
And again, we're going with the 12.5 for the pool, which is out of the setback, so.
Now, all right, I kind of get where you're at.
Fence at 4 feet opaque or 6 feet opaque would still be a
Okay.
variance in that setback.
So what if we said, give them 15 feet from the mesh?
I'm leaving our recommendation at what it is. If that's something the board thinks is reasonable, then I think they would make that decision.
Okay. So your setbacks are based on where a pool goes, not where a fence goes.
The pool, right, the setback is for the pool.
Okay.
Then, but it also applies that any fence over 3 feet in height that is opaque must be outside the front yard setback.
Okay.
And that's a variance of an absolute, okay?
All right.
So
So we're
if
playing with
it's,
two things
if it's
here.
1 foot into this front yard setback, it's a variance. So if you feel it's okay at 12 and a half feet, then it's still a variance, but perhaps you found that it's more in character than at the property line.
Okay. All right, folks, let's try to put this together then. So what are you, no, I'm,
I would move staff recommendations for the exception and grant a variance for a solid opaque fence to be within 15 feet from the property line on mesh.
No closer than 15?
No closer than 15 feet to the property line.
The only thing I see with that, just so you know,
but if
if you're allowing the
can be
pool to
within
be 12 and a half,
your fence is in,
the
right.
fence can't be as
Okay.
close as the pool.
I was just thinking,
I'm just pointing the impracticality of the fence. You don't want it inside the pool.
I'd like to change the exception to say the fence can be within 12 and a half feet of both front yards. Then they put the pool inside it, and we'd go with your opaque.
I think I know what you're trying to get at, but I just wanted to, the way you stated it, I think was problematic.
I'm just thinking at full dimension, I'm not sure how the pools are,
Right.
they have to go by 2
Right.
feet increments.
Right, and we'll pull them back up here and see what he says.
So we just want to grant an exception, a variance to build a solid opaque fence,
And you want to give a height for that too.
solid 4-foot
Okay.
opaque fence within, how many feet from the property line?
12 and a half.
12 and a half, okay. Within 12
That's
and a
okay.
half feet from the property line. Okay.
Any other comments from the board? Would there be a second for that? And before we vote, we'll bring up the applicant.
I'll second.
Okay. All right. Rick, Sharon, would you guys like to step back up and we'll see if you understand what we're after here. So basically, you'd have to have, the fence has to be at least 12 and a half feet back from the property line.
Okay.
And you'll have to verify with the city exactly where that is.
Okay.
But in general, I think on May should be on that backside of the sidewalk.
Okay. You're measuring, they are measuring it from the inside of that sidewalk.
Right, and again, we want to have you verify that with staff, and they can go over that with you.
Okay.
Do you know where your pins are or anything? Because we don't have that on file necessarily, but
Okay.
we'll base it on,
Yeah,
the requirement will be that it be from your property.
Okay.
and then we'd, if it can be up to 3 foot solid, we'd allow you to have it up to 4 foot solid, but it'd be no taller than that.
Okay.
Is that okay? You're obviously going to replace the fence to start with, right? You're going to tear the old
We'll
one
make
out.
it work.
Okay, all right, so it'd be a 4 foot solid fence, and then 12 and a half feet from each property line.
Okay.
Does that sound okay to you guys?
Is there a distance that the pool needs to be? Is there a code for that?
Once it's inside the fence, then it's okay, right?
It doesn't matter from the house.
Because it would also be set back to 12 and a half feet.
Right, exactly, and the fence is tall enough now.
Yeah, these pools are clipped pretty good on these ends.
Okay,
So I was taking it out to, that 12 and a half. We may be able to turn this just a little bit and.
is this a prefabricated one that you dig the hole, then you set it?
Above ground,
Oh, it's
yeah.
above ground?
Above
Okay,
ground.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yep, yep.
So do you think that would work?
Well, we measured it to 12 and a half for the pool.
Yeah.
So I don't know with putting a
I
fence
guess it
in there.
depends on how close I can be to the house with the pool or that's the.
Right, I
I
don't
don't
know.
know the building code to know what that
Yeah.
restriction is.
Okay,
You can
well,
probably move that around a little and work with permit and development on that.
Yeah, we'll see what we
Right,
can come up with.
okay. And this would allow you to go forward further than you are now, toward the front. I realize you
Yeah, we
you don't
won't.
want to do that, but we'll give and take there then.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
okay.
we'll keep it tucked back.
Okay, all right. So I've got a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, 5-1. Okay. So staff will write this up for you and get it clarified with you, and you can probably visit with them tomorrow or thereafter. Just make sure you're all on the same page.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we'll keep that.
Okay.
Let's just start from scratch with the building permit.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Okay, item 11 is a conditional use permit and exception at 3100 Easton Boulevard.
There's a file of letters that have been submitted. I haven't looked at them,
A
but
file
they'll
of
be,
letters.
they have been filed for your consideration. So the consent map may or may not reflect
Okay,
something that would be in those letters.
okay.
And then here's the rest of the cards. I'm going to let the professionals
Okay,
from the applicant side, appellant side,
okay,
give
Go
you
over
the
that.
technical
okay.
aspects. I
Sure.
generally understand their technical basis for their request, and so if that's reflected in the staff report.
Okay, that's
But I'll
fine.
just give you the quick, what's
Sure.
going on here and what they're proposing, and then let them present their argument. How about
This
that?
area looks familiar.
It does.
There's some landscaping to the west of there, I think.
Property that we're concerned with is the First Presbyterian Church here, just to the east, the hospice.
Yep,
They're intervening parcels that are undeveloped. There's one home here in between. Thompson Avenue is to the north.
okay,
It's a little niche with cul-de-sac here that goes up to John Patterson, I believe, off the map. Here's some views from the south side of Easton looking northwest at the church property. There must have been a lunch or something going on that day.
good to see that.
So their parking lot was full. Essentially, and maybe the appellant has some renderings that show how this tower would appear on the property, but I think the tower would be about in this location as you're looking.
Okay.
But it would be set at a point back in this area, behind these trees right here in the background. I tried to zoom in a little closer. If you see where this car is, that's the area
Okay,
tucked up more toward the building. This is a picture of one apparently that's been done in the past. Shows what the type of pole would look like.
okay,
And it does go up above the trees, and then this is the elevation of that with the brick equipment building that they're proposing. I do want to show you how this fits on the site. Again, you saw the parking lot in the foreground. The church building is right here. So this little lease area would be between that other parking area, this right here. And so it would be up against, the tower would be where the crook of the church kind of bends. There's a part that's out front, and then there's a wing that goes at an angle to the northwest, and it would be tight up against that, where that crook is in the building.
okay. So the
North-
pole is very near their building?
Yeah, north of this
Okay.
drop-off driveway right here, so.
Sure, okay,
One of the concerns when we reviewed this was, where's the next carrier's building gonna go? I think there's room here.
okay,
It looks like they're burying their connections, but, or they would be able to revise their connections to accommodate another carrier. They're showing 4 antenna groups on the tower that they're proposing at that height. Based on that type of tower, typically what we've seen here in the city of Des Moines is that the one carrier has to have 2 positions to make it work for them because of the stealth nature of it. If they were the spread arrays of antennas, then they would be able to just use one position to accommodate their need. But so basically, as proposed, it'll probably accommodate 2 carriers.
Okay.
I'll let them confirm that, though.
Okay.
We looked at the propagation. I think we understand and realize that they did look at going at the tower over at Mecca to the east, which was granted not that long ago, not many years ago. That didn't work for their coverage deficiency, which is further to the west, closer to 235. Again, you have to kind of understand how interference and things work and filling in these terrain gaps as well.
Okay.
So I'll let them explain their basis for why it's better to go here than to the east on that other, but that's the only other real tall structure that they're, without building another tower in another residential area nearby. I don't see how they are able to do it without another tower. So we're recommending in conformance, subject to getting site plan approval, building permit approval. We do want any further carriers to comply with the same design for their equipment, buildings, and we do want it to be in conformance or general compliance with the submitted cross stealth design.
Okay, stealth design. Okay, I like that. All right, questions for Eric? Eric, I just have a clarification on one thing. The ordinance says you must have a minimum of 10 acres of lot area for a communication tower.
Yes.
And 2 related things to that. Generally speaking, about how long has that been on the books?
Probably since the mid-90s.
The mid-90s, okay.
And basically, they had the compromise on that amendment to the zoning ordinance was that a variance would cause of that provision would render something almost impossible.
Okay.
In many cases, because there may not be 10 acres within the coverage area available.
Right. So that's why
So they made it an exception type relief,
Okay.
yeah.
And why was, generally speaking, 10 acres chosen as the lot size?
That's a good question.
Was it
I don't
to
know.
accommodate guy wires?
I think
or?
that they wanted to give create some gaps between where the tower is going and neighboring properties
Uses,
when
okay,
possible.
just
yeah.
for distance,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
Because in reality, by making it 10 acres, they almost put it into parks and then later on, the council's policy was to really discourage having these towers placed in the parks and larger open spaces.
I guess my question was, if this goes back to the 70s or 80s, we didn't have cell phone towers, and towers were usually constructed with big guy wires, and you'd need
No,
a
it
large
came
space.
about when they created the conditional use provisions. Some of the first towers that went in just went in under special permits.
Got it.
And then they created conditional use provisions depending on the type of zoning, whether it was residential, commercial, or industrial.
What have you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Question.
All right. Yes, go ahead. Brett.
Under your staff rationale, you'd say that the design would blend in because it's going to have a cross feature.
It would look appropriate with the site being a church.
So if it was my synagogue, we would put a Star of David, and that would blend in?
That would make it look appropriate with the building, yeah.
I think no offense to anyone, I just think it doesn't blend in at all with any of those features.
If
I
this-
don't understand the rationale.
It necessarily makes it invisible or camouflage, it just,
Well, you said blend in.
well, it blends in terms of it doesn't look inappropriate next to the,
Okay.
Well, isn't it more visible if it has
it may be
some-
visible, but it can be visible and blend in. I don't want to say that it's camouflage and it's not detected or people don't notice it. But it doesn't look industrial in character, or seeing a cross next to a church would be more typical than if you saw a standard industrial metal pole sticking up next to a church.
But at the same time, why would not just a standard type of monopole not blend in? We have one at Easter Lake.
It may blend in somewhat, but it just depends.
I'm not saying blend in,
There's-
but a tower's a tower.
The base of it will certainly be less detectable because there's a number of mature trees in the area.
Right.
So unless you're on the site or and it's hard to tell from the residences to the north. I don't think you're going to see the bottom of that tower from
Okay.
just walking around in the neighborhood.
Right.
As you,
Right.
where it's going to be obvious is at greater distances
Sure.
where you see it on the horizon or,
yeah.
yeah.
I
And so
see-
by seeing a cross sticking up above the trees,
Wow.
you know, people will know that's probably a church in that area. And-
I see where Brooke's coming from on that, and I'm just wondering, or maybe hoping this is incidental, not that they designed the tower on purpose to look like this. But
I think
I'll
they
ask the
did, but
appellant that.
Another example we've had is the Catholic church up on Meredith
Sure.
has one that's a bell tower, and it's
Right.
actually a functional bell tower, but
Right.
it also serves as
Right.
a communications antenna.
All right.
How many towers do we have like this in the city? Do you have any idea?
How many towers?
Towers do we have?
Just
that are-
monopole antennas?
Just monopole.
That's a good question. I probably knew at one time, but it's got to be upward to 60 or 70, yeah.
We have one across from
And
East.
I don't think we even noticed.
There's one across from East High School we approved last year.
There's a lot of them that you don't see that are not very tall, that are in the 45 to,
How about the
Yeah.
height of this one?
this one is 120, right? Yes.
Okay.
Are there many in our?
Most of them that you see are probably at the 180-foot height,
Oh,
like the ones next to Merle Hay Mall, or
Okay.
those ones with the larger arrays that spread out are probably taller. The Stealth works better at a lower height.
if
And
we
they-
took the cross off of it, could it still just be a regular?
Yes. So if the cross didn't, if the cross wasn't agreeable to the board, I don't think that's going to take away from the functionality of the pole.
Maybe we can ask the applicant about the functionality of their tower. Anything else you want to add, Eric? We're good for now?
Might be First Amendment issues
Okay, okay. We'll tread. Okay. All right, applicant or representative of the applicant?
Good afternoon, Chairman, Board. My name is Kurt Walter. I do represent Verizon Wireless, and I live at 2897 Lake Vista Drive
Okay.
in Rochester, Minnesota.
Okay, yep.
We've been working over this with staff for a couple months now. We think that this is as appropriate a structure as we can find for a cell phone tower, especially on this location. What we're really getting into is the evolution of cell phones.
Sure.
Everything's moving into smartphones and data.
Right.
All of this drives functionality and bandwidth.
Hope I have the right company here, I don't know.
Exactly. I don't know if everybody has one of our propagation maps here. Yeah. What we're looking at here is trying to fill a need. And this is the existing coverage we have. You can zoom that in a little bit. These black dots here are basically no coverage. The red ones are, we have really good coverage,
Okay.
good in-building coverage inside your houses, inside your brick buildings, in your basements, basically going to where the consumer's at. The green is good coverage, the black is spotty, drop calls, that kind of stuff.
So right in the middle of good coverage, we got some bad, instead of the other way around. In the middle of the red, I'd think it would be bad, but whatever.
Exactly,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
backwards,
Okay.
it's engineered.
And where is the location of the tower being proposed
We are
compared to your coverage map?
We are looking at, we're right about here.
So it's in the middle of a bad coverage area?
Yes.
Okay.
Currently a bad coverage area, otherwise we wouldn't be spending
Well,
all the money for it.
sometimes, yeah, it's
Hopefully, yes.
important to get that out, okay?
What we're trying, coverage of, the proposed coverage fixes all the black spots. It puts the good coverage, the in-building, the in-homes, in businesses, to where the people are. You see the roads, it's pretty much all residential in that area. Therein lies most of our conflicting reports with everybody is we need to be where the people are, and this particular area is all residential, almost all of it, and that's where we need to cover. So we found a spot that that would work. We've got a design that we believe works. We've done it in other places. We have done bell towers. Whatever you think is best, we can do. Usually the stealth type,
Right.
once they're up, they're...
Right. And just explain briefly, stealth in this case would mean what? A simplified design?
Yeah, basically it's, let me pull out this map here. The stealth itself is just a tower with all of the antennas inside.
Okay, they're not mounted on the
We
outside.
basically get a standard tower up to this point.
Right.
And then it's all structural on the inside. The antennas go flush mounted inside, and then there's a nice covering around it.
Okay.
And they can be painted white, blue, whatever.
Right. Now, does the horizontal crossbar here have some functionality to it?
Nothing other than it doesn't help us at all. It just blends in with the church surrounding.
Okay, okay. All right.
And without the cross itself, or something
works
similar, the
Okay.
church is
It's not like your
probably
people have to stand on that, or you have to hang anything
No.
from it, or, okay.
No, but
All right.
the church
Okay.
might not be interested realistically if there's no cross on it. So otherwise, it's just a pole.
Okay, all right. Yep.
I have a question for you. You're representing Verizon. With all the other cell phone carriers that are out there, do any of you share
All the time.
these towers?
Yes.
So is there one in that location that you could share with another company?
We can physically put our antennas on any tower there is, but it doesn't necessarily help. I don't know, is this covered map and distributed to?
They don't have
board?
copies of it in the file.
Okay. This is our proposed coverage, and this is the nearest tower. It's over at Mecca, and this is what we're trying to cover. It there still leaves black holes over there where basically it doesn't cover any of the residential. The nearest tower going on that one doesn't fix what we have as a problem. We would still need another one over here, and rather than having two facilities, we can...
How big a tower would you need over there to cover those?
It's not a size matter, it's a location. It's not,
A
you
height
put
matter?
400-foot tower, it doesn't matter.
How much of percentage of your business is these black dots?
Percentage of our business, that's over my head, I don't.
Okay, I mean, because we're accommodating you or AT&T or whoever by allowing these towers, but what's the benefit to the, I mean, just because technology is getting better, and if we don't know, if this is less than 1% of the need, but I think that's relative information.
But Kurt, and perhaps we're related to that, while the black dots is no coverage, and that's, worst of the worst case, you've got poor coverage in the general area as
Yes.
well, correct?
It's data, you'll get cut off.
And whether people live there or travel through there, they would have the same impact. If I'm using my cell phone in that area, I could commute from Altoona to downtown every day and have signals dropped
Yes.
along Easton then. Okay, all right.
Yes,
Okay.
it's not a
I'd kinda
good
get grumpy.
position for us to be in.
Based on the height of the tower, though, question there, it's 120 foot?
Yes.
If it was shorter, would that be okay with you? I know it's not our job to dictate what's tall enough to meet the required needs for signal strength, but I know we've had some discussions about how that can affect coverage.
What we get here is the 120 feet is to the top of the tower.
Right.
We have center lines of 110 and 116
For mount,
for
yeah.
the middle of
Okay.
our antennas.
Okay.
If we get down,
Yep.
if we drop 20 feet, we're putting us at 90 feet and 80 feet.
Right.
You're getting close to the tree line.
Yep. I've got you.
Signals don't go through trees real well, and it kind of shadows everything. Anybody below that, I mean, it would be pretty much, nobody else would be able to co-locate on that. It would be
And
a single user tower.
It looks like you're kind of foreshadowing here in the gray that then you could add some other arrays later on internally. So you could support other carriers, they don't have to build their own tower, then we don't have more towers in the neighborhood. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, all right. We'll probably check with you later then. Thank you, Kurt. Okay, is there anybody to speak in support of the applicant? Anybody to speak in opposition? And those that want to speak in opposition, just raise your hands for a moment here. Okay, all right. You'll each have 5 minutes. You can go ahead and step forward, whoever would like to go first. Just please state your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Brian Ruggles. I live at 3042 Easton. I'm actually that property that sits right between the church and then the hospice. So we're right on the west side. We actually own 3 lots there. We have where our house is, 2 behind. My wife and I actually both grew up in the country, and we lived in Ankeny for 10 years. Just moved to the Grandview area there 2 years ago. And for us, it was kind of like we found a little haven there, kind of the best of both worlds. We feel like we're in the country. We have 1.6 acres, surrounded by trees. Love the community, love the neighborhood, love our neighbors. And so we weren't really excited when we got the notice that this was going in. We saw some surveying stuff going on. I guess our concern is both for our family immediately, for our neighbors, our neighborhood. Our area is a historic area. It's considered part of one of the NFC neighborhoods. So one of the things with NFC, Neighborhood Finance Corp, is they try to promote home ownership through that program. And our house was actually built in 1900. Our house may be the oldest house in that area. I think the Goodrill house is up the street on Easton. It was built in 1918, I know. And there may be some other older houses in the area as well. Okay. But definitely a historic, very beautiful area, naturally, with Grandview Park right there. Of course, the golf course. And just the historical and unique homes, I think, that are in the area. I know there's a lot of kids that play. In fact, even over in the church parking lot, in that lot there, it's not unusual to see kids playing, riding their bikes, that kind of thing. So obviously the neighborhood is pretty closely associated with the church. I actually am a pastor as well, and I know as a pastor it's kind of important to keep good relations with your neighbors also. So I don't know. It sounds like there's been some maybe some concern about it from other neighbors besides ourselves. I don't know. Again, I guess. For us, our bedroom window looks right. In fact, at night when the lights on the sign for the church go out, we see that. So we're just kind of right there. It probably affects us as much as anybody. Again, as taxpayers owning those 3 lots, we pay a big chunk of property tax every year, and kind of came to that area for the very purpose of kind of feeling like, in fact, for us, Ankeny kind of felt like the big city with all the growth there, and so that little niche in that neighborhood is very much of a kind of a smaller community feel. Easton can be kind of busy, but for the most part, it's pretty quiet. And so I guess our concern would just be for both the visual aspect of it, and I know there's a debated issue as to if there's any potential health ramifications from living that close to something like that. I know some people are very adamant that it's dangerous. I'm not sure there's proof on that one way or the other. So for our kids, for our neighbors, for the neighborhood, we have some concerns. Obviously, the height, the visibility of that, and I don't know what that does, if it has any effect at all on the value of a neighborhood, even if it came to resale, that kind of thing. The safety issues potentially if something like that would fall, if kids and things are playing around that area of the church, and then the possible health ramifications, I guess, would be our concern. I think that's it. Thank you. Right. Appreciate it.
Julie Bright, 3108 Thompson Avenue. And I hope you've all had a chance to read the letters that many people have sent in. I did not read them all. I just have one that Suzette Jensen shared with us. But We are really concerned about our property values, what it looks like, and now maybe this time of year, you may not see it as much, but once the trees, the leaves have fallen, that will really be exposed. And it is a beautiful park-like area there, and you guys worked so hard with hospice and made that such a beautiful piece of property, and then to put this right next door, basically, sort of seems like a conflict of what you're getting at with working with them to make it that way. And then also the consideration of the property size. The hospice property is close to 10 acres, and this is just a little over 3, so you can see the big difference in what is required normally to where you guys are possibly making an exception to it. So that is a big difference. Other options, we were wondering about maybe in more commercial areas like where Kmart is, that big open area that has a lot of commercial stores. It's pretty close. I don't know, I'm not a cell tower person, but it seems like an option to me. And so just wonder if there were other options they've looked at. There's our cell towers over on Hubble and Euclid, several of them over there, or over more towards the fairground area too, if there's options over there where there's more businesses related area over there. So I know this board works really hard to make neighborhoods right and do the right thing, so I really hope you consider the impact it has on the people who look at it every day, that are driving up and down the street, jogging by it, walking by it, bicycling by it, the kids that are playing. We'll be looking at it every day. So those of us around would really appreciate it. And he didn't leave the map up here very long, but the...
Put that back up
the
there.
little red.
Somebody wants to point to it. The area map there.
Yeah.
The consent map?
Yeah.
Just an aerial photo with the lot lines?
Well, the one that replied with the postcards.
Oh, that. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Thanks. It's pretty obvious from this that how people feel that are right around the area.
Sure.
So I appreciate your expertise on the matter.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, did we have another speaker? Okay.
My name's Richard Bright. I reside at 3108 Thompson. Most of the objections that I've heard are what I was going to mention. One thing I did want to address to Linda, when you go up along Hubble Avenue, you do see a lot of, there are several cell towers, and the reason you don't notice them is because they're usually behind commercial buildings in the back and they're hid. So the substations, they're not very attractive. And then once you see the top of the towers, also the same thing. You can be on 235 right along the east, from Easton Boulevard to Guthrie. You'll see, and East University, and you'll see the top of the towers. Once again, not very attractive, but most of those are located in commercial areas, and it would be good to keep them in commercial areas out of residential areas. My biggest concern, I walk out my front door, the substation will be directly in my line of sight. It's right there. It's within probably 300 feet of my front door. I don't want to have to look at that. That's why we moved to the area, because it's a wooded area. We see the deer traveling through. It's a very nice annex right to Grandview Park. I guess that's it. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else who would like to speak in opposition? Sir, I've given you your time, so you have to make it extremely brief. Hurry up. I try to be as courteous as possible, but we've got a lot of people who would, and some other agenda
I think
items.
my wife reminded me, I forgot to say, was we have great cell coverage. We haven't had any problems with drop calls.
Okay.
So.
All right. And since your wife reminded you, that's why we allowed you to speak. So, okay. Any further questions for staff? Okay. Did Brooke just step out for a moment?
Yeah, he said he would be right back.
Okay. All right. I'd like to see, since he's having a little break there, could you show us the site plan that they've proposed, Bert? Grab that from Eric. And within that, with the substation, are they required to provide any additional landscaping around that?
Well, as part of the development, they would have to have a site plan approved that would have to meet landscaping, but since they're not adding any parking, I'm guessing the landscaping is going to be pretty minimal.
Okay, but since it is a, I don't know, utility building, does that trigger any extra landscaping, or do they already have some on that north end?
There's two schools of thought. At one time, we used to want to screen them with these tall fences.
Yes.
And then we had to put a lot of evergreens and things to break up the expanse of the fence.
Right.
When they put them in these brick buildings that look a little more like an accessory building for the neighborhood, it's actually probably better not to screen them.
Okay, from what aspect?
Yes.
I'm trying to follow along here.
When it's the raw kind of, there's other instances where companies have put in just the raw mechanical equipment out with a gravel
pad,
base, and that is not very attractive. And then for sure we would want it concealed with something opaque. And that's why, since they have proposed brick to match the building, we then asked for the condition that any other carriers, because they don't have a lot of control over the other carriers necessarily as to what they normally do. So this would put any carrier that wants to co-locate on this on notice that they need to provide the same type of equipment shelter that blends in.
Would they have to come back to us, other carriers, for approval if they wanted to build other structures?
Not usually. In fact, the standards in the code demand that they provide at least one co-location.
Okay.
It used to be that we did want them all to come back, but then it got to the point where that actually was administratively
not feasible.
Well, yeah, that was causing a lot of time issues, and now there's federal standards on that timing too, and I can let Mike talk about that if there's any interest in concerns about the time, because we only have so much time to consider an application. And
Cindy?
Eric, I just need some clarification. When you talk about this co-locating, I was just thinking they would just plunk antennas on the existing or within the existing stealth device.
Yes.
But did I hear you say that if, for example, if another carrier wanted to place there, co-locate there, they would have to put another brick building there?
Yes.
Or can they use
their
that?
equipment would need another location.
If they need more equipment, which I'm guessing they would. Each one has their own.
This has always been the quandary is, okay, yes, we can be a little more minimal with one carrier and go with a shorter tower.
Well, right.
And we need more towers then. Then we need to disrupt more neighborhoods with
And we're
towers.
maybe going a little further than I needed to here, but with this other map, there's some little circles. Are those some proposed shrubs?
He's showing that they are proposing to do additional shrubs.
And we'll require a site plan, so they're going to have probably even additional material beyond that, what is shown.
All right. Okay, any other questions? All right, we'll close the public portion and go to board deliberation.
Does Verizon get a rebuttal at all?
I'm sorry, as my first chair duty here, it's the first real mistake I've made. Okay, Kurt, you want to step up and say anything in reply to what you've heard? Thank you, Cindy.
We believe that, what Verizon needs, like I said before, is just to be where the people are. If we look at the comments about the Kmart site, if we look at this, Kmart site puts us way down over here, and that gets us too close to here. It's way too much interference. The two cell phone sites pretty much battle against each other, and they hand off too many times, and it usually drops calls there. Anything else on Hubble? This is where we need to be. The Mecca site is too far this way, and it interferes with other tower sites.
So it's not that you look for churches that want some extra income or...
No, we're looking specifically where we need to be, and unfortunately, this particular site is all a residential area. We do have half a dozen new sites we're looking at in the city, and some of them are in commercial areas, and we're co-locating on as many as possible, but some of them are like this, that what we're trying to do is make it stealth, make it as easy as possible. The health
Okay.
issues, there's been cell phone towers for the last 20 years.
Sure, sure. What color would the monopole be?
Whatever you'd like.
It'd be what?
We've suggested that it's white. It's a
White,
church cross. White would be typical. Staff kind of agreed with that. If you want it, you know.
But if it was tan or a light gray or a light blue, that's
we're okay with
possible
that.
colors too.
Usually if it's like within trees.
Yeah.
We actually want it to be darker.
Sure.
It disappears against the.
Okay, okay. All right, not that I'm picking paint colors here.
Yeah, the old robin egg blue, I don't know, it never really blended with the sky.
Well, look downtown there with the light poles there, yep. Okay.
I have a couple
Yes.
questions. There was
Go ahead,
some
shoot.
neighborhood concerns with the structure falling. Can you talk about the security of
Well,
it and?
These are designed, and I believe the city requires us to hand over structural analysis of these towers. They're designed to withstand, I believe, it's a half an inch of ice on it with 80-mile-an-hour winds. It ranges, you know, the farther south we go, it's a little easier. The farther north you go, it's a little tougher.
Sure.
But I'm not sure exactly on Des Moines. But they're designed to handle that. If they do fail at some reason, a lot of everything else is going to be gone. Because it'll be a tornado or a hurricane type thing. But these are designed to basically break like a straw. They'll just dangle, the top end will fall over, and it'll just dangle right there.
And what's the size of that brick building, the structure, the accessory structure?
It's 12 by 30.
So if somebody else comes in, they would have to do 12 by 30?
No. No, most everybody else, Verizon does it a little bit more intense than everybody else. Hurricane Katrina, all the cell phone towers were out. The federal government says you have to have a certain amount of backup power, period, for every cell site. So Verizon has an internal generator there. It's internal, so it's not as noisy. So we have permanent cell phone coverage.
Sure.
No matter what happens there.
And I'm guessing you've planned a little vacancy in the building for other switch gear, whatever you would
Yeah,
call it.
there's
from
enough
others
room there.
To add people? Okay. Would you have any lights on the building at night for security or anything?
There's usually one by a door, but if we need to
Do you know where the door faces toward residences or away? Or?
faces towards the street.
Okay.
So it would be basically south.
Okay, okay.
But if we needed to tone that down or have shields that it's only
Okay.
runs into a certain particular, we'll be happy to do that.
All right. All right, any other questions for Kurt? Okay, thank you. All right, now we'll close the public portion and go to board deliberation. Thoughts? Ideas?
Yeah, I guess, I'm a little bit concerned about the fact that this residential area is, a very park-like setting. And I guess one of my biggest concerns is the idea of poor coverage, because that hasn't been defined. So is poor coverage that, people are not getting good service during a majority of the day? Are there certain times of the day? So I guess I'm I'm concerned about property values. I'm concerned about the fact that this area is attracting people to it because of its park-like setting. When I first saw the picture, the pole was actually a distraction to me visually because it didn't match the tree line. And so I guess I have some real concerns about taking a historic neighborhood and maybe compromising the visual appeal and not having poor coverage, really defined. So, I think that we have to be cautious in terms of we get comfortable with the limitations of the kind of technology that we're being offered. And so we continue to approve these sites, and I'm not sure that that motivates the industry to come up with more sophisticated kinds of technology. So I guess those are my major concerns at this point.
Other thoughts? Okay. All right. Well, would there be a motion on the table from anyone here in any way, shape, or form?
Sure, you want to make a motion?
Need some time to think? I guess I might add one thing. Your comments are well spoken. We've had a lot of these cell phone towers in front of us. We have had them all over the city. We approved one right next to Easter Lake Park. While I encourage people to, push for new technology, I don't think that is in the realm of our board to determine if that's going to happen or not going to happen. I think Kurt's made the case for why the tower is needed and the area it's needed in. I'm sure they've searched everything they could for this. And again, I don't think it's our position to decide that they don't show enough need from their own business perspective here. I don't think people build cell phone towers just to do it. And I think they only do it because they feel they really have a need for that. The concerns I've heard are that it's a cell phone tower, and we just don't like that. I don't know that I'd want to have one next to my house, but at the same time, I don't know that we've had any evidence that these lower property values to any degree, to any significance. You'd know it because it's there and you didn't see it before. But the one at Easter Lake's now been there for 3 years. I drive down there all the time. I don't really notice it anymore. They seem pretty present, but at the same time, we didn't have light poles. We didn't used to have water towers. Those things kind of are part of what our communities are, good, bad, or indifferent. I don't necessarily see this request as anything more different than a lot of what we've seen in the past. They're always going to be near a home anymore. But those are just my comments, not necessarily a proposal.
Right, I think it's just a sign of the times. They have to be where people are. So it's quite an issue.
So, and I guess I want to give a little credit here. They're trying to put the pole nearest the church as possible. It sounds like the building's low impact, designed as nice as possible. Some landscaping, lighting would be designed not to cause any issues. If we're going to have a cell phone tower, as far as your color or what image you're trying to put on it, I don't think that's up to our purview, and I don't know that was necessary from any aspect from what we've heard here. I think the biggest concern was it's a cell phone tower. So, okay, if nobody's got to throw anything out here to put something on the board here, I'm going to move staff recommendation for approval of the requested conditional use permit and exception subject to the conditions present.
I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor? 3. All those opposed? 3. Okay.
Do we have any other motions?
Okay. Because at 3-3, we can't pass and approve.
We can't offer any affirmative relief.
Okay.
What I am concerned about, and I hesitate to bring this up at this point, is whether there are any federal regulations regarding these types of towers that might preempt Board of Adjustment placement if the placement is not for technical reasons. The decision is not for technical reasons.
Okay, if that's the case, I'm trying to follow you here, but I think that the applicant presented that the placement was for technical reasons, that it was necessary to meet their coverage.
Okay.
Right?
Well, at this point, we don't have 4 votes.
Right. And it's not that we're denying it, we just don't have enough to approve it.
Yes.
Okay.
The one thing that does bother me
Okay.
is, well, there's
Put your microphone on.
a lot, is the idea that it's a cross. I mean, we don't let churches come in and put up their signs because it violates a sign ordinance. Would we, if this were to be approved, could it just be a regular monopole and not
Okay.
a cross?
It didn't sound to me like that was the major concern the residents had of what it looked like. It was just that it was what it was, a cell phone tower.
That's what might not be what the residents were
Right,
concerned about, but have we not, to me, it kind of gets
Right.
into it looks like a sign. I mean, it looks like a cross. It's a church.
Well,
That's an interesting comment, but the church at St. Mary's of Nazareth has had a cross cell phone tower for many, many years, and it's very appropriate. It actually looks very good. You you notice it as a cross and you notice that it's a church.
Right.
So it's fitting.
Right. And signage versus religious expression and the First Amendment and freedom of speech, those are, yeah, some interesting things. But I don't think that was the key thing brought forward. But I understand what you're getting at.
The issue for me, and I think if I've heard the people correctly, is that it's a 10-story building in their neighborhood.
Right. Okay. Okay. Well, I think we've had our votes, so.
So right now, there's no decision.
Okay. So if there's no decision by default, it's dismissed from this hearing then?
Well, there's not a denial either.
Right.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. Since the motion fails, by default, the conditional use permit and exception has not been granted then?
No. But, what's the time period, Eric, when they can come back in a situation like this?
They can come back right away with another request.
Within 30 days? Okay. Yep.
I am concerned about the federal regulations.
Okay. All right. Well, since we've got a motion that failed, not that we're taking any other action for direct denial, if they choose to come back within, was it 30 days?
Well,
Or do they just have to refile completely?
tomorrow they'd have to file for something tomorrow.
Okay.
Can
all
they
right.
ask for a continuance?
Well, since the motion did not pass, we could. I'm not sure, a cell phone tower is a cell phone tower. It's a stealth tower. They've limited it in everything else they can. I don't know what the continuance would provide, but we can ask. Kurt, come on up. If that's, Eric, do you have anything to add before we talk to Kurt?
No, I just was going to point out where we would have to go from here.
Okay, all right.
We'd be happy with a continuance to, if the board would like any additional information from us.
Okay.
Well, I know you'd mentioned the need for it and what actual good coverage is, that kind of stuff. We would definitely address that.
Okay. Did you talk to the neighbors before?
No, but I did ask the church, just as they're living there, they know the neighbors better.
Okay.
I'd ask them.
I mean, it might be something you might need to come back down and have a meeting at the church and do some direct invites. I'm not telling you to do that,
No,
but
we'd be happy to do
I
that
think,
too.
and you've obviously got some names and addresses here today that would probably be good for you.
Yes.
So, okay.
So.
All right, Eric, did you want to add then what the next steps would be from the board's perspective?
Yes.
Or staff?
There will be some steps that the appellant can take after a certain point in time. There's a federal provision that puts a stopwatch on how long from their application till we make a decision or grant a decision, or deny it.
Okay.
And if we don't fulfill that, then they can immediately have some standing in court without, where I think we're vulnerable, and I think Mike would probably agree with that,
But a 30-day continuance would be considered
right now, we're
reasonable.
still okay, but I don't, definitely encourage you not to string it out,
Okay. It's okay to do that on Southeast 14th with
and some of the
garage.
I'd be happy at some point to have maybe a little session with the board, because there's some unique things about communication towers that, even though some of the concerns that are brought up are valid and sure ring with the neighbors and things, we have to be careful because they're not necessarily things that that can be considered in making a decision. So, and we have new board members, and that might be helpful at whatever point we can arrange that.
Well, what would those be that wouldn't be in the staff report?
If I had the time to do a staff report that was really good, it would have had a lot more detail that probably would have explained these more extensively in terms of I could get into the federal provisions, things that we can't. There's a lot of case law that sort of throws out things that we can consider and can't consider, and we have to. As staff, it's easy for us because we kind of build as we go on. Each time it comes in front of the neighbors, each set of neighbors is new to the situation, and they only know their own feelings and thoughts. So.
All right, if we vote for if we would have a motion for a continuance now, it sounds like the applicant would be okay with that to keep the discussion going.
Yeah, and if they want to, I would encourage them to give more information to the neighbors.
With a continuance, there won't be any renotice to the neighbors, correct?
No.
Okay, so the neighbors who are here today, if they've got further comments or want to return next time, they could either submit comments ahead. There won't be comment cards or anything. But, if they got further comments or something,
They
they're
could
welcome
mail
to
to
come
the
next.
same address yeah.
And then we'll put it on the agenda for next month, so, okay. All right, well, would anybody want to put a motion out to continue? Oh, I'm sorry, Cindy, go ahead.
For 30-day
Yeah,
continuance.
okay.
Give the appellant the opportunity to meet with the neighbors, kind of discuss some of the issues and come to a consensus.
I'll second that motion.
All right, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye, raise your right hand. Okay, we've got 5, all opposed. Okay, 1 abstention?
No, I
What? Are you for the continuance? That's okay. All right.
seconded it.
Okay, all right, so 5-0 for continuance. So Kurt, we'll see you here next month, and it sounds like you might have some further discussions in the meantime. Okay, would anybody want to take a 5-minute break? Okay, yeah, let's do just a quick 5-minute break. The chair needs one.
Yeah.
Just a brief 5 minutes. I'm just like, hey, we're moving along. And I'm like, oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We still have 8 problems. All right. When you have a second, so you can try to talk. All right. It's all good. Okay. We'll do. I've got that going. That's about it.
It's a good thing to continue the tower.
Well,
The agreement to continue stops the shot clock on this one.
Because I didn't want to at least my personal.
And
Yeah, I've only talked to one person.
I don't think they need to be but I think they're putting something in play that I just rather a simple tower.
yeah, I don't want to get involved in that as well.
That's why I tried to avoid
Yeah,
that would be quite
just if we could hold up a little, if we could,
So there's
our discussion of the board about possible health problems.
That's not
And I think at some point, I think you should announce it. It may not be considered, and if it's part of the record.
Do we need to do that next time,
No.
or should I say now?
No, we'll do it next meeting. Okay. But the federal government could consider the tower approved.
Okay. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move along here. Item 12 is a variance and exception at 4200 Grand Avenue.
Right, Mr. Chair, members of the board, item number 12 is a series of appeals that would allow retention and replacement of the existing parking lots for the Hampton House Apartments, which are at the south, just south of Grand Avenue on the west side of 42nd Street. From this aerial here, you can see that they have a series of 3 parking lots on the site. They were developed back in the 1950s, predated the current zoning conditions or zoning requirements. So at this time, they're wanting to improve these parking lots, which they've removed and replaced a portion of them, but that removal causes them to lose the non-conforming status, so they have to comply with the current standards, which is why they're before us today. The current standards for a residential district require a 30-foot setback from both front property lines along 42nd Street and Grand Avenue, and at least 10-foot setback from the south property line along a single-family residential use, and then a 3-foot setback from this west property line. It's reduced to 3 feet because the adjoining property is used for a parking lot as well. So the appeals here would legitimize the existing parking lots. I do know that they have future plans to expand this parking lot here, but to expand the parking lot, that doesn't really require any zoning appeals. That's something they can do by right so long as they meet the setback requirements for the expansion area. So here's a close aerial of the parking lot to the south of the buildings. You can see it's about 5 feet from this property line here, and about 3 feet from the property line along 42nd Street. Right now there's a hedge of kind of overgrown shrubs and I guess scrub in this area. It's providing some sort of buffer. Staff one of the appeals too, I should have mentioned, is that they're required to provide a 6-foot tall screen along the south side of this property line. And the portions of the property that are within 30 feet of the front property line, they can only have a 3-foot height. But for the balance, they're required to provide a 6-foot tall screen. Staff felt that the existing vegetation that's there does provide a buffer. So we had actually recommended approval of that variance for the shrubs. But in talking with a lot of neighbors, I know it sounds like the neighbors would prefer to have that 6-foot tall fence there than the overgrown vegetation that's there. So you're probably hearing from some of the neighbors with that concern. I'll just go through some photos quickly. This is the front property line along 42nd Street. Again, you can see a 3-foot setback. The current zoning requirements require a 30-foot front yard setback. This is looking along the south property line, the parking lot, and then that single-family house. This is that overgrown vegetation here. This is another view. And staff had felt that this here probably provided a better buffer than the 6-foot tall fence, but it sounds like the neighbors don't agree with that. It's another view of that. There's probably a chance that if they do put a 6-foot tall fence in here, they could save some of that, but I'm guessing a lot of it would have to be removed to make way for the fence. This is the area at the southwest corner of the site where they're considering expanding the parking lot.
But they don't have anybody parking there now. Okay.
Looks like they're
just getting ready.
Right.
All right.
And then this is just another side shot. Then this is the view along Grand Avenue. They have a 10-foot setback. Right now they're required to have 30 foot. So these appeals would legitimize that. So here's the consent map. We had a series of cards and then one letter from the attorney representing Doris Holmes to the south. So our recommendation was for approval subject to just 2 conditions. One, any parking lot expansion shall conform to the required setbacks, screening, open space, and site plan requirements in accordance with an approved site plan. And 2, the site complies with the housing, the rental housing code. Any questions?
I just have one on the theory here. They got to conform to the required setback, but you're allowing them a variance of the setback. So right?
This condition number 1 states that the expansion area here would have to meet the requirements.
Okay,
which
but the
includes
existing
10-foot setback from the south and then a 3-foot from the.
Okay. So you'd be granting variances for the existing then?
For the existing,
Okay.
to allow that to be replaced.
Okay, got it.
And repaired.
So the before us is only on the north lot? Is that right, Bert?
No, it's really all 4 property lines. They're too close to the north property line, they're too close to the east property line, and they're too close to the south, and too close to the west. And they don't want to provide the 6-foot tall screen along the south property line.
So we're here today and if we approve the staff minutes, they would have to put the 6-foot fence on on the south and the north?
Actually, if you go with our recommendation, they wouldn't have to do the fence. We felt that existing vegetation provided an adequate screen instead of a fence, but it sounds like the neighbors would prefer to have a fence there.
And that's the neighbor on the
To the south.
south?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we know who owns the vegetation?
Well, there's a 7-foot area between the Hampton House parking lot and the driveway on the south. It appears about 5 feet are on the Hampton House property, and then 2 feet are on the Doris Holmes property to the south.
But if we're requiring the Hampton House to put in the fence, they can only cut down what's on their property.
Right.
What about what's overhanging on their property?
If it's overhanging, they can still
Trim it.
trim it, yeah. You can see from this photo that the property line is somewhere along here, so you can see
Sure.
kind of straddles the property line.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else you want to add, Bert, or any questions? Okay. Applicant or representative of the applicant? Are you the applicant, sir?
I am representing my client here. I'm a contractor with his.
Okay, all right, come on up. We just need your name and address for the record.
My name is Robert Albright.
Okay.
And I live at 7225 Northwest 54th Ave in Johnston.
Okay.
Before we go on, the part about the fence, there's an easy solution to that. Well, I'm trying to brevet this. This is really complicated with old property and new codes.
Sure.
There was the picture that you had, the aerial, is the old parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
It shows an area to the left of the entrance of the approach that is no longer there. There was a parking spot there on top of this hill. It's a narrow entrance. Old time, old days, there was a parking spot right there. Clients asked me in the beginning, don't put that parking spot back in. It's obtrusive, it doesn't belong there, and we all agreed.
Okay.
So the picture here that you see
Yes.
is the straight line edge that goes up. Okay, once you get into the vegetation there, we tore out the ramp and approach. Everything else is a cap. This is to keep it under a maintenance line rather than a replacement. If I had to replace it, then then the codes wouldn't apply. They told me at the office across the street that I could cap this, and that would be following the lines of the codes, and nothing would have to be changed.
Right.
What do you mean cap?
A surface on top of
He put an overlay down.
In this case, I used C4, which is a heavy-duty mix, limestone, with fibers, 5 inches thick.
Okay,
So
and that
that's
was
not-
over old concrete or
That
asphalt?
was over existing 4 to 5 inches concrete.
Okay.
That's solid. Well, anyway, my point here with the fence is there's an area of concrete that you can't see that goes beyond my cap, maybe yay far, that's back into the vegetation. I saw no point into including this. It's 105 feet, which the dimensions is proper for the lines to get them striped and painted. We could put a fence, and we've agreed with that if this is their desire. Actually, we're in agreement that aesthetically pleasing, it's good the way it is. But my clients if this is what the board chooses or what the code is that want to do, we'll be in total compliance. We could set a petition fence inside the vegetation that still would not be on the parking lot, that really accomplishes the best of both worlds. People have their fence, the neighborhood has the trees and bushes. So that's what I wanted to address about the fence.
Okay. And maybe we'll hear more about the fence concerns from the neighbors here as we get through the hearing, and then we can come back to that.
So the part about removing, they told me after the fact, now I'm going to move on to step B, and that's additional parking up there.
Yes.
So the guy is on the computer looking it up, and he says, yeah, okay, we're going to have a problem with that, but it looks like you're going to have to lose 15 feet in front. I said, excuse me, what do you mean? He said, well, you're too close to 42nd Street.
Right.
And I said, I'm sorry, I can't accept this. We have to come to another alternative, or let me talk to your supervisor or what, because this was approved. My client spent $35,000 capping this project, and this was not mentioned.
Right.
So now you're asking me to literally tear out 15 feet by 105 feet plus the entrance that was not even mentioned. Like I said, I'm not here to fight the codes or out of compliance, but
Right. And I don't mean to short circuit you, but with your discussion here, the city is proposing to allow you to have those variances and acceptance.
Absolutely. Well, that's why I'm here. I said we didn't even find out about what we were doing anything wrong until after I went ahead and paved.
Sure. So if they're kind of in agreement with that, I guess some key things we'd be interested in would be, would you agree with these staff recommendations that they've presented here?
Absolutely. Everything I've heard, we are in total agreement with.
Okay, and it sounds like, perhaps we'll discuss the fence here a little bit, subject to other people's comments.
And
But
this is what I just told my client. I said, look, if they want to do the fence, that's fine. We don't want it to hold up the approval of this. Maybe we can negotiate something between the people who live in the area or the neighbor or whatever. But bottom line, you want a fence, we'll
And in general, you'd be all right with the staff recommendations and complying with the site plan for the expansion portion, the landscaping needed for that, and how all that would go?
Yes, everything I've heard so far in this meeting, I have no problem with. I don't know what the extent of the landscaping is. That would depend upon the square footage of the new project.
Sure.
And once again, that's all in the codes, and we're
All right, but you're on the same page with the staff generally. Okay. All right, before we get to any other questions, anything else you want to add?
No, I think that's about it.
Questions? Anyone? Okay, we'll check back with you later, Robert.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, anybody to speak in favor of the requested variances and exception? Anybody to speak in opposition? We'll let the ladies in the front row go first.
Are you the home's attorney? I am. Would you go first?
Oh, well, there. Okay. They've deferred to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joel Templeman, 317 6th Avenue, Suite 300, Des Moines, Iowa. I'm here on behalf of the Doris Holmes Trust.
Okay.
The trust owns a property at 412 42nd Street, which lies immediately south of the subject parking lot.
Okay.
And it's currently up on the screen.
Yep.
And we're here today to voice opposition to one of the proposed variances, which talks about the 6-foot tall screen on the southernmost boundary of this parking lot. And I think staff did a nice job, as did the contractor, for explaining where the property lies. I was just out there this morning, took some photographs, and I emailed a letter to Bert voicing my client's objection. I hope that was provided to. Very good. Looks like a lot of the pictures I took are similar to the ones that were presented earlier. And our concern has to do with the screen dividing my client's property to the parking lot. As you can see from these photographs, and if you're familiar with this property, you know that the vegetation that is currently there is just, it's wild growth. I don't know exactly what it is. I would not consider it a hedge.
Sure.
It has not been maintained, and we don't believe it provides a sufficient screen to that type of use to the north. Further, it doesn't completely screen the property. As you can see from this picture, it stops, I think it's approximately 30 feet west of the sidewalk, roughly. And the problem with that is, if you're standing in my client's yard and you look directly to the north, you can see the vehicles that are parked there.
Right.
So if it's a true screen, it would need to screen the vehicles that are parked in that parking lot, which it currently does not. What we'd be looking for is to have the applicant share some sort of plan. He's offered generously that they would be willing to talk about constructing a fence. We would encourage them to do that. We would also encourage them to consult with us, or at least to have a meeting with us to share the proposed plan for the fence so that we can provide him with our input. And one other item that I'd like to bring up is the future expansion of the west portion of that parking lot. If that expansion needs to comply with the current code as it's written today, the setback's going to be different than what it is as displayed here. It's going to be 5 feet further to the north.
Right.
My concern is that, well, if a fence is constructed, it's going to jog irregularly about halfway up that drive, and I don't know how aesthetically that's going to look. So that'd be something that I would like them to share with us as well.
Okay.
And so those are the concerns that have been voiced to me, and we stand here in opposition of the proposed variance regarding the screening portion on the southernmost boundary.
Okay. Questions for Joel?
Yes, sir.
The applicant's representative said they're more than willing to put in a fence, but you want to discuss what the fence looks like with them, and can you explain to me what your opposition may be if there's a jog in the fence?
Well, I just want to make sure that whatever they're proposing looks, pleasing. I mean, to the general public. I don't know if my client has certain feelings regarding that issue. Quite frankly, that issue was just brought up now. Nothing's been shared at this point as far as a proposed plan of how it's going to look. But just from my observation of what's been presented here today, it would seem to me that it's going to look a bit irregular, in my opinion. If you go to the west portion of my client's property in the back, there's absolutely no screening whatsoever. The vegetation stops about where the concrete stops currently, as you look at it today. So there's no screening whatsoever there. So I just want
But
something.
was there ever a lot there?
Well, I think people have been parking there, whether there's been a lot.
Was there ever a lot there?
Not that I'm aware of, I don't know.
Okay.
So that would be my concern. I don't want to unnecessarily delay this process, but at the same time, I would like to have the ability to sit down and at least take a look at the plan and have some input into that plan.
Joel, one question I'd have for you, it sounded to me like, when we look at this picture, your biggest concern isn't maybe a fence in front of the trees, but the open area. As you said, she can look to the north in the open area and see the cars.
Correct.
You probably can't have a 6-foot fence come all the way out and border that property. According to the city, I think the requirements there'd be a front yard setback and it'd have to drop down and be, a tiered size, like maybe down to.
That is my understanding
3
as well.
foot. So the idea, it wouldn't screen it all the way up, or if it did, then no one could see anything, and I don't think she'd like that either, because her driveway's right there too. So that may be something we need to discuss with staff if we want a fence on that south side that's quote 6 foot tall. As we approach the frontage, the front yard there per se, we'd have to drop that height down, unless we granted relief for that, which I don't know if that would help anybody there.
Understood, yeah.
Yeah, I think it might have the reverse problem, and you'd have a stockade there, and I don't know if that would look good either.
Again, it probably cause some safety concerns with visibility.
Right,
coming into
right.
action.
And I can ask staff this here in a little bit, but your concern with the jog, they can't have the parking, within, I think, 5 feet of the property line, but I think they could have the fence right there on the property line, and I don't know that they'd have to jog it back. I think they just can't have the parking right up to the property line.
I agree, and I agree with what you're saying, and I'm not trying to be
They
argumentative.
just have a 5-foot green strip, they could run the fence, I think, straight through, all even, but they'd still have to have a 5-foot grass strip on their side, I think.
Sure, understood.
But I can verify that with staff when we ask them a few questions, But if that's, I see your concerns here, and I think we could probably reach something that works for everybody without delaying anything here, I hope.
And I had a phone conversation with Ms. Campiano yesterday afternoon, and she was very pleasant to talk with, first of all, and she seemed to be wanting to work with us on the issue. So I'd like to continue that dialogue with her.
Right, okay. Any other questions for Joel?
Yeah, I do. Did you talk to her before you wrote this letter?
I did.
And was there any problem at that point of her being cooperative?
No, there's no problem with her being, I guess I'm not following.
She's,
all right, thank you.
She's your client, right?
No.
No, I represent, I represent the Holmes Trust.
Okay.
I talked with Mrs. Campiano, who's representative of the Hampton.
All right, okay, and she's okay with everything that you talked about?
She's here, if it's not the same, I encourage her to stand up.
All right, we'll see about asking her here in a moment.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else to speak in opposition?
Hello, my name is Mary Shotwell, and I live at 415 43rd Street, which is directly southwest of this proposed parking lot expansion. I'm not quite sure how this device works, but...
You're getting there.
Okay. Basically, I have my finger on the Hampton House property.
Yep.
Coming down to the Holmes property, which he just addressed. My property is right here.
Okay.
Plus, there is a strip right here that is approximately 20 feet wide. When I moved into our house in 2004, Bill Knapp, who at that time owned the apartment complex just west of Hampton, gave us the 20 feet by almost 100 feet.
Okay.
It's a garden now.
Okay.
Nicely landscaped, well-maintained. But with the parking expansion, your parking lot is also going to abut right against that area of my property. Don't want it. At a minimum, I want a 6-foot tall solid fence all along the area west of the Hampton House parking, specifically from this narrow landscaped area of ours across to the Holmes property. And I also took pictures today. And my pictures, which I don't know how to get them from my cell phone onto your screen right now, I'm not that good.
Let's see what Bert can try.
on the screen, we can kind of zoom in.
One of them clearly will show you that there are cars currently parking in the non-paved area right up against the west property line.
Okay.
There is also a very large pond that's probably about as wide as the parking area at the south of the Hampton House property, and probably 20, 30 feet wide. It's been there, pardon? Pond. It's not supposed to be there, it's there as a result of the construction. No, that's.
Yeah, it's standing water that.
It's standing
that doesn't
water
run
that
off.
stood for well over a month, has lots of mosquitoes and other crap.
Okay.
And the landscaping that you're talking about, the shrubs, are simply overgrowth that hasn't been trimmed or paid attention to in a very, very long time, and half of which is dead.
Okay.
Okay, I'll let you work it, and there's about 7 photos. I don't know if you can see them. And he's right. There is also an area at least, 20 feet long that is not enclosed with all the shrubs. It's wide open. That cannot be. If I come out my backyard onto the east side of my property, and even walk into the home's backyard, all I see is parking. In the winter, when the shrubs aren't in full greenery, all I see are headlights, lots of cars, we hear lots of noise. The lights that the building has set up in the past for their parking, to kind of illuminate the parking lot for their tenants, do a terrible job shining directly into our house. Our neighbors to the south, who both have 2-story houses, have told me repeatedly they've had to complain about light shining in bedroom windows through the middle of the night, very bright lights. We have a lot of opposition, but the main thing is doing something about the fencing.
Okay.
Solid fencing.
Okay. All right. Okay. Any questions? All right. Thank you. Anybody else who would like to speak in opposition?
Hi there, I'm Vivian Hayashi. I live at 424 43rd Street, so I'm directly west of the property in question. I just want to echo what Mrs. Holmes's attorney has said, and also Mrs. Shotwell. A couple things. My only opposition to this is the fence part.
Okay.
The rest of it I really don't have any opinion on.
Okay.
I like the use of the word vegetation. I think that's actually being kind. Whatever is growing there, I can tell you is unkempt. It's partially dead. There are lots of gaps. Whatever's there, I think was volunteer, was not planted, and it's certainly not intentional or landscaped. So, yes, it's there, and it does provide some cover now, but I can tell you in the wintertime, when that vegetation isn't green, I can see all the way to 42nd Street from my home. So the cover that it provides is very poor. So my opposition is to the fence. If we can have a solid fence, rather than ones that have slats and gaps, that would be my preference.
And hang on just a second. Staff, can you guys put the area map up so she can point to her house on that?
Okay.
All right, so where would your property be?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just right across the street, so I think that's me.
Okay, all right.
That's there. So I'm just
Okay.
west of Mrs.
And,
Shotwell.
if they expand their parking lot, they would have to comply in some form with screening.
Yes.
So, and I don't think they're really debating that with us, but if you wanted to have a 6-foot fence, what borders, just point with your finger there, what borders would you want that 6-foot fence on?
Well, I think I agree with Mrs. Holmes's attorney and Mrs. Shotwell that
Okay.
it would be along the south, and then I know the expansion isn't necessarily up for discussion today, but if there is expansion, I would throw out there that perhaps fencing along the west might be
And
called
again, if
for.
you could just point that out to kind of help me, yeah, if you even want to use that.
Okay, let's see. I'm actually to the side, you see this, where the swimming pool is?
Mhm.
I'm kind of right about there. My house doesn't show.
Okay, so basically you'd want the orange perimeter, I know that's a zoning boundary, isn't it? But you'd kind of want that perimeter fence, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, I'm saying definitely to the south, and then depending on what happens with the expansion, I would even
Okay.
suggest it to the west.
Okay.
And I'm going to stop because I have a meter that's about to expire, so
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, well, you can always help the city coffers by sticking around. Okay, anybody else to speak in opposition? Okay. Robert, you can step back up if you have any comments you'd like to make in reply to those that have. You have to come up, but I'm giving you an opportunity to come back. Okay. Glad you're following the rules.
It sounds to me there's some areas that I'd like to discuss about the expansion.
Right.
But that's not what really this hearing is about. This hearing is about the variance to the existing parking lot and the discussion over the fence.
Right.
And I realize the open area there in the back they're discussing, that's because there was never anything back there but an open field.
Right.
And like I said before, we're in total compliance. If you want a fence, we'll build a fence. The part about jogging the fence over, I don't understand,
Well,
because
yeah,
that's a straight line all the way back. We can build a fence in a straight line.
Okay.
Whether the clients to the side decide whether they want to take care of the vegetation, we take care of it, eliminate it, improve
Okay.
it, whatever.
But I guess, and I appreciate your positive attitude here, but the screening immediately south of the old parking area, it
Yes.
sounds like you're in agreement to put a fence in there. But with these other comments,
along the west,
we'd go up north side of Mrs. Shotwell's and even wrap up around the corner toward your swimming pool with fencing.
Well, once again, you know, my clients don't want to spend any more than they have to on the existing area. But if this is in compliance with the project, then of course we will
Okay,
comply.
because, you know, they may be asking for something that you would normally have choices with on the expansion.
One thing I do want to address this, since the owners are around here, and it might go to further discussion, we can address it now, even though it's not actually part of this variance. And that's the proposed addition. What we're asking for is one more lane of cars, approximately 8, more like 7, because there's a big tree there that blocks. Basically a ramp up one side, and now we can go through that too, because I understand the cars drive up the hill at night, they got their lights on. The 6-foot fence is fine, but when the car's at an angle there and scans around, it's going to hit the homes there like that. I agree that's a consideration. So maybe we can go up the other side, and so the cars are turning to the north where the people don't live. We can work with that. But the parking lot proposed will not go anywhere near to the back of the property. It'll go a minimum of what the codes are, let's see, 41 feet.
Okay.
And there's a berm pile there. Why people are parking there now is because I made a temporary parking lot during construction. These people had to have a place to park, and there's 4 blocks is the nearest place around.
All right.
So rather than making them park down in front of this woman's house on 43rd, I just took it upon my own to make a place for the clients there to park in the meantime. The water is there because of the slope. Before I redid this, the water was laying there in a low caved-in area of the parking lot. I brought the elevation up. The elevation of the new concrete is above the water, but the water has no place to go there. And basically it's because we've had the 5th wettest spring in Iowa history so far. If and when we go on to the next project, that will be addressed.
Yes, it'll have to be addressed.
Absolutely, that'll be paved, that will be, and whether we do this or not, that still will be addressed.
Okay.
A couple of loads of rock will improve that quite substantially. The water will be now sitting down in the rock rather than laying 2-3 inches deep.
Okay, all right.
Is that on the parking lot, though?
What it is on the edge of the new parking lot. In that picture, it would be...
It's on the west edge of the existing. No, he's... Yeah.
You can see where the concrete stops and the gravel starts. The water now is up to the edge of the new concrete because the concrete's higher. The water flows down there and literally has no place to go.
Okay.
But I said that's going to be addressed one way or another, whether we continue or whether.
Okay. All right.
I think.
Okay. And you didn't have a site drawing or anything yet of your proposed parking expansion, did you?
Not for what I've done so far.
Okay. I must admit that might have helped here to get the big picture when we.
Well, like I said, I went downtown and I went through all the stuff. Your boys, you guys know me. Tell me what I need to do, sort of thing.
You're on the right track.
And
right.
and that's why I'm here, is because we found out that for the new proposed parking.
What you got to do. All right. Okay. Any other questions for Robert? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Further questions for staff? Could you guys just give a quick clarification for me? If I'm on the right track here, the neighbors kind of want fencing all over all southern portions and even up around the southwest corner up toward the pool. For the new parking that they would do a site plan for, they'd have options, would they not, for how they want to do their screening, whether it's vegetation or a fence?
Right, they could either do a 6-foot-tall berm, a 6-foot-tall wood fence, or a row of evergreens.
Okay, all right.
But just clarify, this pool is on a separate property.
It is, okay.
This property,
So it stops there. Okay, okay.
Also to clarify, zoning would only allow a 3-foot-tall fence within the
which is what I was
30
getting
feet
at.
of the property line along 42nd Street.
Okay. All right, so really if, then we were looking at fencing the southern and maybe wrapping it up a little toward Mrs. Shotwell's, what I want to call her northeast corner, or even a little further up to where your pencil is.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right, well, we'll see what the discussion
And I would
is.
point out that the fence could hypothetically be built right along the edge of the concrete.
yes.
So that would allow some of the vegetation to be safe.
And the idea of needing to jog the fence because you have the 5-foot paving setback,
Yeah, I wasn't sure where the jogging came in.
All right.
It could just be a.
the fence could run along, but he'd still have to have the paving set back 5 feet from that fence. Is that correct?
No.
No, he could go right up.
It has to be 5 feet
Because now he
from
has
the
his
property line.
5 feet from the property
But
line.
the fence could be right up
Okay,
to either along the property line or along the paving.
okay, because right now he's probably got 5 feet of vegetation there on the front side, but they'd have to figure that out on their own then.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, well, we'll close the public discussion, go to board deliberation then.
My concern that I would like to see us address is that I do not want the homeowners to be stuck with vegetation and scrub brush. I don't want them to be able to build a fence right along the cement and leave that vegetation that has never been taken care of. It's not the homeowners, it belongs to the other property owner that has been totally ignored. I want that out of there.
Though.
How do we articulate that?
Yeah, I thought I heard that 5 feet of it was Hampton House and 2 feet was the other property owner.
Well, they can work together, but what belongs to Hampton House, that needs to be cleared out. It'd probably be easier for them just to come and clear it all out. But
Up
if
to their
that's-
property line.
But if that's a condition, so many times people just build fences and then they ignore everything
Sure
that's
they
on
do.
the other side. And I don't want to see that happen.
We don't know who owns the shrubs.
Right.
Which property owns them.
Well,
And
they
how,
can be in agreement that
Well, we can't put something like that in here if we don't know who owns it.
how would we be able to
Okay.
enforce something like that down the road? Do we have Sue Ann go check to see if it's trimmed nicely?
Well, how about just a condition that if the fence goes up, the shrub has to be cleaned up?
Once, it'll grow back.
Well,
And I've shared fences growing up in the country, and I guarantee you that when one doesn't maintenance his part, well, maybe the other owner doesn't maintenance theirs as well, and there's probably a little bit of, neither one's doing probably the amount of maintenance that they probably
we're
could.
going to allow what the applicant wants to do. The applicant has to work with the neighbors to get something cleared out. Now, I don't know. Maybe the city has a recommendation. Maybe Ms. Holmes' lawyer has something, but I don't think it's right to put in a fence and then just walk away and leave it, and then these people get to
Right.
deal with it.
Well, if the fence was on their property line then, so they didn't own anything on the neighbor's side, then they don't have a responsibility to maintain anything.
I understand that.
But what you're saying is they set
they
it back
do-
3 feet and then abandon that maintenance
do
in there,
ha-
that would be a
yes.
concern. Okay.
Mr.
What's the
Chair,
solution?
We're also
Yes.
going to require, as part of site plan, a buffer yard planting. So they're going to have 2 trees, overstory trees, and 6 evergreens per 50 lineal feet.
Even with the 6-foot fence on the current south side of the existing
That's
lot?
independent of the screening
Okay.
requirement. So
So
that's
is the
actually a
problem
site.
solved?
Well, if it was me, I would be clearing everything out to make way for those plantings, but we're going to require it with a site plan approval.
Okay, all
So
right.
maybe that's enough insurance
Right.
to everybody that it's taken care of.
I understand your concern, you know.
I mean, we've seen site plans before, and then they come back and it never got done. It never got planted.
Well, we have to enforce that.
Yes,
That's our job.
yes. And while you're up there, Eric, there were concerns about like lighting. Pre-existing lighting is one thing, but if they install new lighting, are there requirements now with parking lots that that's downward only? And
The ordinance dictates that no source of light shall be directed at any adjoining residential property. So
Okay.
they need to readjust it or do something to keep any source shielded. That doesn't mean that some ambient light isn't going
Sure,
to spill on the
sure,
property, but
sure. But you can't have an
yeah, you're not supposed to
unexposed
direct.
metal
so
halide.
We
just
always
blast-
require with new lighting, cutoff fixtures.
Yep.
Downward directional.
Okay,
So we'll be asking for that as part of any site plan.
okay.
So if we
All right.
approve staff
Yes.
recommendations, we'd have everything covered.
We don't have a 6-foot fence, though.
Oh, we just have
We weren't
screening.
requiring the fence.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I think you'll either have to be very clear on what
Okay.
you
So-
want to do here.
I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendations for the variances and exceptions to include in part number 1, that it includes a 6-foot screened fence around the entire parking lot areas.
You want around the parking lot or just on the southern perimeter?
We want it to go on that western part too. We want it to come around on Ms. Shotwell's property.
All right.
She's got
You would say
that,
the south and the west?
just,
Yes,
okay,
yeah.
so I'll put on
I
the
mean, you're not
south.
asking for it on the north side
No,
between the
that's
south.
kind of what I'm getting at.
That's,
right.
yeah, okay, on the south and western part of the area of the parking lot.
Of the perimeter. Is that okay with you, Eric and Bert? Can you articulate that
I
for
think
us?
we understand that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And it'd be an opaque fence to provide screening. Okay?
Solid wood is what I.
Solid, we want a solid, yeah.
Solid wood. Okay. Solid wood opaque fence. Okay. While you can't talk from back there, would you nod in agreement? Okay, I get the okay sign. All right, just to double check. Okay, so that's our motion. Is there a second?
That's my motion. Too late.
We've closed and moved on. I'm sorry. You had your opportunity to speak earlier. Okay, so that's the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? That's 5, opposed, 1. All right. Okay, the variances and exceptions have been approved, subject to the staff recommendations and the amendment. Okay. Okay, item number 13, a special permit and variance at 5601 Fleur Drive and the vicinity therein.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, item number 13 is a request for a special permit for a bus terminal at 5601 Fleur Drive. The subject property is located on the east side of Fleur, just south of Porter Avenue, across from the Des Moines International Airport. The applicant is proposing to operate a bus terminal out of this facility. They would be renovating the existing building and then expanding the parking lot to the east of the rear of the building towards the residential properties to the east. Here's the site sketch they submitted, which shows the layout of the building as well as the bus parking
Okay.
in the rear with access off of Porter Avenue. And then here's the site photos. This used to be the former Enterprise Rent-A-Car facility. And then this is looking to the south from Porter Avenue. You can see the area where the buses would be parking here, and then the single-family residential property immediately to the east. And then passed around the stack of cards and letters we have all in opposition. In order to grant the special permit for the bus terminal, the board has to find that the applicant has satisfied the 6 criteria. And the first of that is demonstrating that the proposed use would adequately safeguard the health, safety, and general welfare of the adjoining occupants and the adjoining properties, and it shall not unduly increase congestion in the public streets, it shall not increase public danger of fire and safety, and shall not diminish or impair the established property values in the surrounding area, and finally shall have no significant detrimental impact on the use and enjoyment of the adjoining properties. After looking at this, we don't feel that this location satisfies this criteria. We feel it's too close to the residential properties. To the east, you can see from the aerial that it's predominantly single family. It's a large single family neighborhood just to the east. Buses can be loud. The people getting on and off of them can be loud. It sounds like they're wanting to operate from 4:30 in the morning till 11:30 at night. So we just don't feel that this is the appropriate location. And just some background information. A bus terminal use is a use that requires a special permit regardless of what zoning district it is in. It's just bus terminal use, has all sorts of side effects that it's really important that it's located in a place that is conducive to that type of use, whether it be a downtown area, a business park, an industrial area. We feel that there are many areas that are suitable for a bus terminal. We just don't feel that this specific site, being this close to so many residential properties, is appropriate. So we have recommended denial of the special permit.
Bert, I see on the drawing there that's an L shape, and we've got a building to the south there that comes out on the South Lawn Drive, the white building.
Yeah.
But they're not showing that in their plan. Does that mean they're not going to really use it, or it won't be part of the circulation?
On this map, it just shows the boundaries of all of the parcels being applied for. Really, they're just using the north. I don't know if it's 150 feet.
Okay.
So this existing commercial building oriented towards South Lawn would remain.
Okay. All right, any questions for Bert? Okay. All right, applicant or the representative of the applicant?
Good afternoon. My name is George Kyle. I'm Regional Sales Manager for Jefferson Bus Lines. We cohabitate the property currently on 1107 Keosaugan Way here in Des Moines, Iowa, with Burlington Trailways. We have been looking for a new piece of property. We feel like this piece of property is ideal for our uses. The proximity to the airport, the concern about noise, concern about any type of carbon footprint. We are no greater, and we're actually less than what the airport would be. So, I mean, this would be an ideal location because the passengers can come from other cities, can come to your city and go ahead and transfer to the airlines and also back. So we have been looking all over the city of Des Moines, and we feel like this is the best piece of property we have found.
Okay, pretty straightforward. Questions for George?
What other locations have you looked at?
We have looked at some property on Clark. We have looked at, I can't even tell you. I mean, it's been probably 20 or 30 different properties I've looked at all over the city here. I have covered every street in Des Moines, Iowa, looking for. I couldn't even tell you without grabbing my notes and tell you how many pieces of property I've looked at here in town.
All right. Anything else? Okay, we'll check back with you in a little bit. All right, thank you. All right, is there anybody to speak in support of the applicant?
I'm Joe Yeager, 7890 59th Lane.
Okay.
I'm the manager of the current location downtown. In our site plan, we have some greenery to keep the residential area separate from the bus terminal area. Obviously, it's not a whole lot, but we think that noise would be very minimal. We only have 17 schedules a day throughout the day. Passenger impact for what we currently have downtown, we don't need that large of a facility anymore. A much smaller facility is all that we really need because we don't have the amount of passenger travel that we have had in the past. So that's why we felt like this location would work. We're currently zoned under a C2, so that's why we were looking at other C2 properties, so that we wouldn't run into this particular hazard. But obviously that's been addressed, and we felt like being close to the airport would work best for our business model these days. Being close to the airport.
Joe, and since the site plan is back up here, would the customers, people to pick up and drop off, be parking in the front lot there?
Correct.
Just off Fleur? And then, and I've said this before, so I just throw it out. I've got a CDL. I used to drive buses. If I pulled in there as one of your bus drivers, I'm trying to judge here. Do they come in and just make a loop, or are we going to have to be heading in and backing out? What's the circulation?
Well, we have porters that would, have little flashlight things to kind of make sure that they don't go too far. But yes, they would have to back out of this particular location.
All right, which I always hated doing as
I know,
a driver.
I know. Yeah, it does make it a little tricky. And obviously turning south onto Fleur would be tricky because there's no traffic light there.
Left turn. Right.
Yeah. So that would be a little tricky as well. But most of our buses could head north and go straight up.
And are you proposing any maintenance to occur on site with the buses?
No, there's going to be no maintenance at all, no fueling, no any of that stuff. As a matter of fact, all of the passengers would be inside either the building itself or out on the front side. All that would literally happen on the back side of the building is just unloading and loading up, and that would be it.
And would you be installing any additional lighting or anything?
Would be very minimal, very minimal. And I think that there is some addition or lighting out there currently, but it would be very minimal.
All right. Any other questions? Yes.
I mean, it doesn't seem like a whole lot of room to turn those buses around. And you're coming in on a residential street where there looks like, even in your sketch, there's parking on the street. Isn't that going to create some difficulty?
Yeah, it could potentially create some difficulty with that car parked right there. I don't know. I guess I didn't look at where the parking can start there on that residential street. So that may be something we'd have to look at.
And the buses pull straight in?
Yeah, they kind of come in, at an angle, and then, back out at an angle.
Back out.
Yep, they'd have to, pull and then back,
they'd back on the property yet, right? Yeah. And then they'd head out.
Back out.
Okay. And there's enough room for that, like the bus of the far north, to back out and then go out?
Yeah, there's enough room. The scale of the drawing doesn't really give it justice.
Yeah. Anything else? Okay. All right. Thank you, Joe. Anybody else to speak in support? Anybody to speak in opposition? Was there one more in support?
Mick Grossman, 3501 West Town Parkway.
Okay.
I am assisting the bus people with their search for a property. We've scoured downtown. We've scoured the northeast side. As you're seeing, buses are an unusual object to try and park into certain places. This is a natural fit for the commuter. This is a natural fit for a guy who lives in a small town who doesn't want to drive to Des Moines to fly out. The ability with Keck parking and all the new jet parking and if somebody does drive to town, they're going to park their cars there. We've talked to Keck about running a shuttle since they're already running shuttles back and forth, to include the bus terminal on their shuttle. It's just a fit for a traveler that it makes it easy. So I think it's a natural, since the airport's there and they're not going to make any more noise than the airplanes, F-16s. I think UPS runs, now it's going to be drones, but UPS runs primarily at night. The past tenant was Enterprise Rent-A-Car. They carried on all night long, receiving, renting, washing, maintaining cars. So this is going to be less of a burden than an Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mick. Okay, all right, unless there's anybody else left to speak in support, those in opposition, please raise your hand. Okay, we'll just start over here at the front. You can step up. We need your name and address. You've got 5 minutes. And then for the rest of you, if you just line up over here, pick your own order.
Name's Gary Mason. My address is 2002 Porter, 3 houses east of where they want to do this.
Okay.
The bus there to the south, he'll never back out and pull out. I do drive a truck.
Yep.
They come in at night. They'll be running all night during the winter time. Porter and Fleur Drive, they'll never go south. Maybe at 1 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock at night, they might go south, but that's a real bad intersection. Narrow street, can't see because of all the weeds that the water companies put in there. Flowers, excuse me. Gateway to Des Moines Airport, all the beautification. We want a bus terminal in front of the airport. Have you seen Keosauqua? Have you seen what hangs out at Keosauqua? I mean, I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but it's happening down there. When they let the people out of the bus, where are they going to go? There's no restaurants anywhere around there. Nervous. It's not a good fit. It's not, especially that location.
Question. From the sketch you see on the screen, do you know if they're on the parking? When I asked the gentleman,
Well,
can you park there?
That parking right there is, I just got here. Where the line goes this way, is that the gravel?
But
See where the buses are parked right there?
No, but can can you park on the street?
That's the gravel area right there?
Yeah, I think they would be paving it, obviously.
But what's this parking here? I don't see this parking here. Now, this here's where Enterprise used to be here. There's not enough parking right there to put a bus. They couldn't even, that's not even the length of a car right there.
My question was the cars parked on the street. Can they park on the street on Porter?
They can. There is parking along the street there, and we have a lot of people that work over at the airport that do park there, and then all the people from Keck also park right there.
Okay, that was my question.
Cars parked right there.
And do you know where it stops and starts? I mean, based on this, like the car, that first car in the drawing, can they park there, or is it no parking closer?
As far as I know, they can park there because there's always vehicles there.
Okay.
And in fact, Enterprise used to bring a tractor trailer right there and unload cars right in this area right here, right at the top of the hill, and you couldn't see. I mean, we were glad to see Enterprise go.
Right.
Running the vacuum all night long, when you're trying to sleep, because that's when they're cleaning the cars up. And then I don't know what they're going to have out here, but you've got, I believe there's a sidewalk here, but Enterprise used it to park vehicles. Well, what's this outfit going to do?
Right.
And you couldn't see cars coming from the south, if you were turning south or even turning north, you couldn't see what was coming from the south.
That's why we need those 5-foot green space setbacks.
Is that what they're asking for?
No, not in this case.
It's not a good fit for Des Moines and the airport area. It's not.
Thank you, Gary. All right, next.
Ben Bishop, I live at 1915 Porter. My front yard faces Porter, looks right off onto this parking lot. I sit on the corner of Southwest 20th and Porter. My house would be this one right here. And you look right into this parking lot.
Yep.
The gentleman said that wasn't an accurate representation of the size of the lot. I think it's pretty accurate. I don't know how you back buses in there. I drive a two-seater Thunderbird V8, and I have a hard time going south on Fleur Drive off of Porter. I don't know how you get a Greyhound bus out there, especially certain times of the day. I worked for the city for 40 years and attended a lot of planning and zoning meetings and a lot of city council meetings, and I assure you there isn't a neighborhood in the city of Des Moines that wants a bus depot in their front yard. I don't want one in my front yard either. But those are just issues that we all have. Bus depot has to go someplace. I think this is a particularly bad location for vehicles that size. And like I say, we have a hard enough time with traffic around there. The airport causes me very little noise problem. I love the F-16s, so I don't hardly hear them.
Yep.
They're flying a lot right now, I think, because they want to get their air hours in before they leave. They had 5 of them flying yesterday, and I was at my window all day long. I don't mind that noise, but I don't want buses unloading and loading in my front yard at 4 o'clock in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. I'm surprised you weren't able to get a traffic light installed down there, over time.
My wife is a little surprised, too.
Yes, sir.
Randy Peterson, my wife and I own 5609 Fleur.
Okay.
We also have our business there, so we have a lot at stake.
And what's your business name, just for?
Laser Facts.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, I know where you're
And as you're all aware, okay. All right, that's my business trapped by my neighbors, all right?
Okay.
As you know, you've all seen the enterprise sign that was up. That sits on my property. It never should have been allowed to be enterprise. I have property lines that show it sits on my property. When I bought my property in 2006, I was shown a letter that was an agreed upon between enterprise and the previous owner.
Okay.
That agreement no longer stands. That's my property, okay? So whoever lands in that building, they need to realize that they may have a tough time having a sign.
Okay.
Because they came to my property for the sign simply because not enough frontage for their building to allow, and that's why they wanted the sign on my property. So I want to bring that to someone's attention early on. I've got several pictures in there. Well, this one here demonstrates where that pole sits, and my property goes all the way up to the drop-off. But I have already so much problem with airport people parking in my parking lot, Democratic Party building. There's a karate academy behind me. On the weekends, my parking lot is not my parking lot. And what I'm leading up to is when Enterprise was there, people would pull in mistakenly thinking that was their parking lot.
Sure.
They would actually drive across and drop off where that trailer sits and go straight on into Enterprise. I mean, the weirdest things you've ever seen, okay? It was a constant, how do I police this? And I've been there 7 years, and I've almost given up, okay? I have friends who know enough to ask me, can I park there while I fly somewhere? I'm not convinced that someone who rides a bus is going to jump on a plane. I'm sorry. I'm not convinced of that. I think that this neighborhood is not a good fit for a bus depot. There's no room. That gravel back there, every time a bus comes and goes, you're going to kick up all kinds of dust and dirt, especially if they're revving, trying to jockey in there. I've got, let's see, well, this picture shows one side, but this shows the back side, an actual photo. Now you see that's the large gravel parking lot behind my building. And you're going to get a lot of tracking of gravel when they go on to Porter. It's going to get tracked. You're going to have gravel on the street. But that area where you see those cars parked, that is a small area, very small. And how they're going to even get a bus in there to jockey around, I'm not convinced, because you can see here, there's no room between my property and theirs to drive a bus through there.
Right. Okay.
None at all. You can barely drive a car through there. I'm fully for having a tenant in that building. Someone's already tagged the wash door with graffiti, and my fear is my north-facing wall has already been tagged in the past, and you know, we need someone in there, but a bus terminal is not going to do it. And I'm fearful of the loitering, more parking in my parking lot. I come to work early in the morning. I don't need to meet someone in a dark parking lot. So I have major concerns.
Any questions for Randy? All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay. Your name and address.
Hi, my name is Joel Hogan. I live at 2016 South Lawn Drive. So I live immediately to the south of the property.
Okay.
I'm the second house here.
Gotcha. All right.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you for this opportunity today. I've learned a lot sitting here this afternoon, and I've enjoyed hearing and learning a lot. So thank you.
Nice to hear that.
I actually moved there 2 years ago. I bought the house there on South Lawn, and I had a concern about the noise with the airport. Never living in the airport, I grew up in the Merle Hay area. But I'm happy to say the biggest issue I have with noise is a diesel dump truck that picks up garbage behind the travel agency once a week. Other than that, airplanes really aren't a noise issue for me. Beyond the F-16s or the military planes, which is an exception. I can't imagine, and my daughter's room faces South Lawn, so it faces into this parking lot, into the area. So I can't imagine not only the lights going into her room, but also hearing the buses back up. I'm sure they beep when they back up. I don't know if that's an issue, but even just the motor, but hearing that constantly. And one last thought, this is kind of a subtle thing, but my daughter is actually in an electric wheelchair. And recently when we walked to Hy-Vee, there is no sidewalk in front of this parking lot here. So in order to get to this side street here, we actually have to go right in front of that property to get to this side road to get back on Fleur to a paved sidewalk. So obviously if there was bus traffic there, that would hamper that way to go, and we'd constantly be worried about all the traffic. And then last point, I get a lot of traffic too on my street, just parking with the airport security folks like to park over there. So must not provide them parking at the airport. So we do get a lot of parking there anyway. So I'm sure there'd be increased parking in front of my house as well.
Okay. All right. Nicely put. Thank you. Next.
Okay, I'm Mardell Anderson, 5448 Southwest 20th. My house is directly where the buses are going to pull in and out is my backyard.
Okay.
And so naturally I'm upset. Most of the things that I've written down have already been addressed. The issue of the traffic pattern. This is a well-established neighborhood. I've been there for 45 years, and most of my friends have been there longer. It's a one-block street, and we have children, a lot of adults that are elderly. This would be a terrible fit for the noise, the pollution, the diesels, and I don't see how they can get in and out of there. But when they do go in and out of there, they're facing my backyard. And I guess that's the main thing for me. And all my neighbors, I did kind of go up and down the street a little bit, and I have not heard one good person that wants this here. We're very uptight about this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else who wants to speak in opposition? You can step up.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
I don't know why I'm here, but I'm Doyle Jenkins, and I live at 5406 Southwest 20th. This is just a block from there. And in the meantime, when they talk about all the work that the Neighborhood Association and everything has done to beautify Fleur Drive, because it is the entrance to our city. You want to think about that. Do you want people coming out of the airport and make a left-hand turn and there's a bus terminal? No. All the other people down through here, look at our beautiful waterworks, our beautiful Grays Lake. All these things are things that the Neighborhood Association has tried to develop to help make it more feasible for people to go in and out of the city of Des Moines. Where else can you go down Fleur Drive, make a left or right, and go right to the Capitol? Isn't that beautiful? You start down Locust Street, there's that beautiful Capitol. Why do we want a bus terminal there? I've got a whole list of things here why, but I pretty well hit it. Excuse me, sir.
You're fine.
Were you going to say something? No, I didn't mean to interrupt. Okay. I'm out of line being here. I wasn't asked to be here, but
you're not out of line for being here at all.
Oh, thank you very much. But I think that to put a bus terminal there, like I say, you're going to come out of the airport and you're going to make a left turn to go to the city of Des Moines. Even Mr. Kinley, years back, I think you recall the deal.
Yep.
And we talked to Mr. Kinley about beautifying the front of his property, and he did that.
Yes.
Because he wanted the entrance to the city to be beautiful. And I think that's something we ought to give a lot of thought to. Do we want a bus terminal? Why isn't the bus terminals? We got the Crescent Chevrolet building down there, right downtown. You got Ford right across the street from it, they were just telling me about. I'm thinking you're worried about Hoke School out here on McKinley. What would be better than to have a bus terminal there where they're a block off of Fleur Drive, behind the Hy-Vee store, where nobody can see them that's going to the city of Des Moines?
Now, there might be some other neighbors that would comment on that.
Okay, well, that's all. I've got a lot of lists, but that's enough.
We appreciate your comments.
I just didn't want to sit there and not say what I thought about how hard we've worked to get the Fleur Drive for the city, to beautify it, and then to think somebody wants to put a bus terminal there with all the other places we've got. Like I said, that Ford Garage, and we got Hoke School. There's plenty of places that they could put a bus terminal. If they were seriously interested, they would be doing it instead of trying to do it on Fleur Drive. Thank you very much.
You bet. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? If there's anything new you want to add to the topic.
Well, I'm Mary Johnson, 4901 Southwest 18th Street. I'm across from Hoke School, one house. So anyway, that's beside the point. We last night, we saw that little grassy place between the two parking lots. We were on the motorcycle looking at this to find out just what this was all about. We almost jumped over that little spot. But we went behind there and I saw a house. There was a fence that looked like, I swore, 4 feet from the house, from the overhang. I don't know for sure, but it sure looked like less than the 9 feet that I saw in the paper. And I thought I would not want to live there and have these fumes coming back at me and have just the lights, all this commotion. To me, it's not fair to a neighborhood to come into the neighborhood.
Okay, we appreciate that. Thank you. All right, any other comments in opposition? All right, hearing none. George?
Did they say that fence was how far away from that house?
Yeah. She's given her comment. We're going to go ahead and move on. George or Joe, you've got 3 minutes for rebuttal.
I heard some comments concerned about the buses running all night long. We don't let them run all night long. That's not economical. That's not feasible for us. We shut them down. We do have engine block heaters on the buses, or let me rephrase that, Wabasco heaters on the buses that do keep the engines warm. Plus, we do not keep any equipment there overnight. The buses would be rolling in, they'd be rolling back out. The customers, you know, they be pulling up in the parking lot in front there. That's where they get off out of their car, take the taxi, take city bus, you know, the kick. That's where they would be getting out of. So they'd be coming inside the terminal. The passengers would be there minimum of maybe 30 minutes, and they're moving on to someplace else. Or their rides would come pick them up. So it's definitely feasible. I drove bus too. And I did it for 9.5 years, and it's definitely feasible. The buses can get in and out of there. I've walked the lot 20 different times to look at it, and it's definitely workable.
All right.
So, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board members, any further questions for staff? Rick?
One, do they need, Bert, do they need to pave that lot?
Any change in use on the property is going to trigger a site plan requirement, which
Okay.
require
I thought so. I just-
landscaping. So
So does this show that they're paved, is this their site plan?
this is just a really rough site sketch they submitted.
Oh.
It's not their official plan.
Okay. Anything else? Okay.
Aren't those two separate parcels? Don't they have to be combined?
They would have to be combined. I'm guessing they would make a new property line here and then combine this part with that. They have the same owner right now, but it's two separate parcels. And this long parcel has frontage both on Porter and on South Lawn. The building on that property is along South Lawn.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, we appreciate everyone's comments all the way around. We'll go ahead and close the public portion and go to board deliberation.
I would move staff recommendations.
I'll second that.
Okay. Well, pretty straightforward. So I think we have needs for bus terminals in the city of Des Moines, Iowa. Bus transportation is an important alternative for people, but terminals, hubs, they all have their, they all need to be in the right place, as Bert said. So I think we've heard pretty clearly today what people's thoughts are on that. So we've got a motion and a second for denial of the requested special permit and variance. Let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Okay. All right. The request has been denied, 6-0. We thank everybody for hanging out with us and seeing that through. All right, item 14 is a conditional use permit exception variance at number 2 Hartford Avenue. Everybody else is breathing a sigh of relief on who would speak against him. All right.
Just going to have Bert zoom in on that a little bit. Just to give you a sense for the area, this is Indianola Avenue, Hillside Avenue. What you can't really tell from the aerial view is that, you know, Indianola sits low, starts to come up as it heads south. Hillside is a very steep street. Hartford's not as steep, but also fairly significant incline to get up to this intersection here, or it's more of a dog leg because it isn't a through connection. You have to turn left to go south on Union. This is the old school property. I think it was the Washington School. Does anyone remember that? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's been a few things in that time frame since it was a public school. It was, I think, dance studio and child care location, but it does have frontage on both Hillside and Hartford. You can see there's parking on both the west side, and there's actually another lot that it's maybe harder to see because there's more overstory trees in this area, but there's also parking coming in from on the south on the east part of the site. The area of choice for the communication tower in question is up in this area at the back. I think they're seeking to not impact parking. So where you see the accessory building there, they would remove that and put the cell tower and equipment in that area, or that's what they're proposing. This is looking at it from once you pull into that west parking lot. You can see the homes across Hillside in the background. This is kind of looking at it from a little different angle. And then again, this is actually from if you're right at that intersection of South Union and Hartford. So this is where the Hartford really begins. Technically, there's a block of it west of Union, but I don't think anything is addressed off of that, so we don't call it East Hartford really.
Gary, can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
What's that parking for?
They have childcare in that building. So and at one time I know they had dance studios in there, like small youth type.
But I mean, to the next to it, I see a curb and I see there's.
Why is this cut there?
Hang on a second.
This right here, this drop, I think there's a gravel driveway that's not very much used, and there's a residence to the north of this property. So it looks like it was actually designed as part of the street improvement at one point in time. I don't know if the city, when they do repaving projects or things of that nature, actually put the curb drops back in where there's driveways. So getting back to the site, so they are looking to access from this driveway, and the drop you were talking about was right in this area. So they would go all the way through the parking lot. This is that square is the kind of the zoomed in area. I'll show you in a second. But their lease area would be this more hatched, and then the circle represents where the placement of the tower is. And then they have a zoomed in version of this. And they're showing a fenced area for the lease area, the one equipment shed, and then they're showing where another 2 carriers' equipment would also go within that lease area. So a little bit different than the last one you saw. They were actually had the positioning for the other carriers' equipment in mind. The only difference is they're wanting to fence the compound, which drives another variance of if they're going to put a fence of that height that's opaque in the front yard along Hillside, they need an additional variance. So that's also included in there. When staff looked at this, it was actually, they are looking at areas because at one point in time they approached the city, AT&T did, looking for a site. They could have gone by right in some areas down by the confluence of the rivers, which had industrial zoning at the time, and we were in the middle of a Two Rivers planning process at that time. And so we asked them to investigate other locations for their tower, knowing that they had a need for this area. They were one of the last carriers, I think, to be licensed for the Des Moines area, and I'll let the appellant speak to that. But so they're sort of the last one to kind of fill in their coverage areas around the city. But we did not really want to have a tower in the sightlines of the river, at the confluence of the river, from a character standpoint. So we did ask them to consider places like St. Anthony's School site, which is just to the north. You really can't see it. It's across the street right here. Old Indianola Road wraps around to the west. St. Anthony's School and church are along that area. My understanding is they did investigate that alternative and they weren't able to come to any agreement with St. Anthony's. So then their next opportunity took them uphill. The fact that they were able to go up in terrain actually lowered the height of the tower that they were requesting. So they are requesting a tower of 140 feet in elevation. At the time they were looking down closer to the river, they were wanting 180. They are proposing the standard monopole design with the antenna array that spreads away from the pole. And you're seeing how they are showing two other carriers' equipment as well could be accommodated on that tower. When staff looks at this, because this is in a residential area, this is an even smaller site than the church you saw earlier. So they do have the separation of the height of the tower from the property lines, which does give us some concern. Not because of a safety issue of whether things are going to topple or fall. Sure. These types of antenna arrays present a little more risk, perhaps maybe for falling ice. But even at those distances, I'm not sure it's that big of a threat. More from a character standpoint, we would want to see the same type of stealth pole that was proposed in the other request in front of you today. Also, the equipment shelter, we would want more in that character as well. They're proposing a shelter, but they're looking at more of like a stucco with aggregate adhered to it. It's not as in character, I don't think, with the area than if it was a brick or a block type structure. The school is certainly a brick structure, and so I think we would want that to be compatible with the school. Also, the screen fence, they're looking at a slatted dog-eared fence design. That, again, when you put that up against hillside, you're putting this big fence up against hillside. I think it would actually be better to secure it with like a black chain link or a black wrought iron type fence, and do the equipment shelters that are more in line with the building material. And they would be less obvious than the fence. So right now we're proposing to approve granting the request, ensuring that they do provide the other carriers. They may not be able to accommodate as many carriers if they have to go to a stealth pole, but they could certainly provide the same number of positions that was in the last request with a 140-foot tower. There's a possibility they could provide 6 canisters on top of that tower and get the same number of co-locates as they were proposing, but we would want at least, the 4 positions so they could at least get 2 carriers on this same tower.
Do you have that in your recommendation, Eric?
I think so.
As far as the allowance for further co-locating, that's what you mean?
Well, it's a standard. So when you look at the criteria, they're obligated to provide at least 1 other carrier. They're showing 2 right now. Okay. I think in lieu of their 2, if necessary, to do a stealth poll, that they are only able to get 1 additional carrier. I think that would, staff would rather see the stealth type poll and lose 1 additional carrier that they were proposing.
Okay.
I didn't go into that depth to say.
In the recommendation itself.
I didn't go into the depth, but we're okay with, they'll still be able to provide 1 additional, which meets the standard, okay?
Okay, gotcha.
With the stealth pole.
That's helpful.
Yeah. So we're recommending in favor, but we do want them to tighten up the design. Mm-hmm. So if you look at 1, we want it to be the stealth design. Equipment buildings, any equipment buildings have the exterior brick finish to match the school. Fencing be of an open black chain link or wrought iron type material. Then we want to make sure they get their building permit, and we want to ensure that any co-locates also meet these design standards as well with any equipment buildings that they have.
Would they be limited on the height of the black chain link fence?
I think if it's open, C2, right? C1, they can go up to 8 feet open chain link, yeah.
Okay.
Eric, who actually owns this building? There's a child care center there. Do they own the building, or is it still owned by the school district?
It is owned by what's listed on the application, I think here, Lyman Enterprises.
Okay.
So it's an LLC.
Okay.
Anthony Lyman is the signature on the
Thank you.
application.
All right. Anything else you want to add, Eric?
I don't have anything at this time.
Okay, any other questions for Eric? Okay, applicant or the representative of the applicant?
Right here. If you need any help with that, I will.
Good afternoon. Steve Ward, Ward Development, 15 Park Place, Swansea, Illinois.
Okay.
Representing AT&T Mobility.
Hi, Steve.
First, I just wanted to show you a propagation map, and I don't know if you can zoom in a little bit, or I can point, but the black dots that we show here are our existing cell sites. So you can see we've got this area fairly well ringed. The area of red is where we have good in-building coverage. The area of green is where we have car coverage or walking around coverage, but we don't really have very good in-building coverage.
You should change your key code. Red's bad, green is good.
Green is good.
Yeah.
And then the areas,
Just teasing you.
the areas of gray are just no coverage at
Okay.
all.
All right.
And what designates good coverage, bad coverage, poor coverage? It's really the need of the consumer. Like we said, we built a network in town. Now we're trying to fill in the holes.
Yep.
The change of need has been people are using their cell phones differently than they did even 3-4 years ago.
Right.
People are using them on the highways and in their cars.
Right.
Now they're dropping their landlines. That's their only means of communications. They're in their house, they're in their basement, they have no coverage. You can check with police and fire. That's the majority of 911 calls come from now. Plus everybody's kids in the basement trying to get on their iPad and is complaining. Originally we came and we're looking down in the industrial area. In fact, we had a lease and plans drawn up. There was as Eric said, a kind of a change in the zoning and the need for the city. The site went on hold for a while due to a merger with T-Mobile that didn't occur. When we came back to the city. I was then engaged. We asked the city if what they thought of possible locations. They mentioned St. Anthony's. They mentioned this school. We did approach St. Anthony's and work with them for some time. The problem is that's a very densely used property with the school, their parking lot, their playgrounds. We just couldn't find a spot that was going to work and get the site right off of the right-of-way lines. So we then went to Lyman Industries, who has the school property. He was agreeable to a lease. We worked to site to site. We're kind of tucked in that only area that the terrain allows us to go on the property. As far as the site itself, we always prefer to build monopoles. I mean, that gives us the greatest flexibility with our antennas and our design. Can we go to a stealth pole? Sure, we don't have any problem with that. It does limit the technology, it does limit the number of users that can go on the pole. As far as the elevation, we're kind of governed two things. One, the city prefers 3 users on the pole. We've got an 80-foot tree canopy out at the site. So if I start stacking 3 users, that kind of governed the elevation of the pole.
Right.
So if we could drop the number of users on the pole, could we drop the height of the tower? Sure. We could probably get down to 120 feet. Let me show you what this is the existing coverage, so you can see the hole.
Right.
This would be the proposed coverage. You can see that hole is completely filled in. The hole to the north, there's still a little bit of a gap here. We might be able to cover that coming down the other direction. So if we drop the height 20 feet, we're going to bring the coverage down just a little bit. We think it's something we can catch down the road. So that being said, we could have our antennas on a stealth pole from 100 to 120. Another carrier could go from 80 to 100, and we're still above the tree canopy. And that would work fine for us. So really I'm here to answer any questions the board might have or the neighbors.
All right, questions for Steve? I just have 2 quick ones. On your map, you've noted with the little, almost the nuclear symbols, those are other towers, right?
These are our other sites.
Those are your other sites.
Those are either
Okay.
sites that we have on existing towers or existing structures.
And I know it might be hard to pick all these out, and I don't need you to do it individually, but on average, what's the approximate height of those towers?
Yeah, that's always variable, but in Des Moines, our sites are running anywhere from 80 feet to 140 feet.
Okay.
There are some sites that are more out on the fringes that get higher and higher, up to 180.
All right.
The other benefit of this site is, as we said, we gained 40 to 50 feet in elevation going from the river to the top of this hill, so we cut
Right.
that 180 down to 140.
Okay.
I just have a question. If this were to be approved, would you be willing to, the outbuilding to match the school building so it looks better, it looks more compatible?
Sure. And in fact, we got that recommendation, and
Right.
we've already redesigned the building, so you can see we show the brick on the brick veneer on the building, so we can match the school.
Okay. And Steve, along with what Cindy just noted, you have seen the city staff recommendations there, items 1, 2, and 3. You're generally, that'd be something that you'd be able to do.
Yeah, we don't have any problem with either a black vinyl fence or a wrought iron fence.
Okay.
We probably would prefer the black vinyl just to, keep it screened a little bit better. But-
And it sounds like you could go up pretty tall with that to keep people from trying
Right.
to hop it. You could work
Right.
that out with staff.
Right, if you only had a 6-foot fence, then we'd be asking for barbed wire, which
Right.
we know you don't want, so that's why we go to the 8-foot
Thank you,
fence.
yeah. And again, this would all be subject to discussions, but you'd also be amenable to maybe knocking it down 20 feet instead of a 140-foot tower, 120-foot one?
Yes, yes.
All right.
And also doing it stealth if the city prefers stealth.
Yeah, which is what is in the staff recommendation.
Okay.
They have noted that, so. Okay, all right, well, we'll check with you here in a little
Okay,
bit.
thank you.
All right. Is there anybody here to speak in support? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Step right up.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Richard Powell. I live at 2340 East 12th Street. I'm here on behalf of my parents who live at 1973 Southwest 1st here in Des Moines, according to your little map. They basically, they live on the corner of Southwest 1st and Hillside.
We'll have Eric help you with the map we've already got out there.
Well, I can show you here.
Throw yours out there.
This is the...
You've seen how this works?
Yeah.
There we go.
So that's me right there. That's my mom and dad right there.
Okay.
Okay. First of all, I want to say this, I think, is for a pure profit deal. That building is an eyesore. Anthony Lyman is a distant relative of mine. The grass is never cut. The sidewalks are never shoveled. If you look at the fence, it's terrible. There's nothing in there. The only reason people bought that property is because for years, and I'm telling, since I was a kid, there's always been talk of knocking down the school and joining South Union to Indianola Road. Well, I'm 54 and it's never happened.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Now, the other thing I want to address too is earlier in the day when the guy from Verizon was here talking about the acreage. Why 10 acres? Well, I'm a common sense guy and I'm a visual guy. Here's a 120-foot pole. And they want to put it right there. Oh no, I was built with non-union labor. Boom. Oh no, poor materials. Boom. Oh no, too much ice. Boom. No, we don't want that. It's too close for, even where they wanted to put it, it's too close to the people across the street. What I found fascinating about this whole meeting is everybody who wants to do improvements to the property, they don't live there. And everybody who doesn't want the improvements done, they do. You said yourself, you do not want to live next to a cell phone tower. Well, guess what? Neither do the rest of us. Okay? Also, there is technology out there. It's called a landline. Start using them. Now, I know I have a cell phone too, but I challenge you, pick a bridge. I'll put you in the center of it, and I'll give you 5 minutes to find a payphone. Okay? To show I'm not a hard-hearted guy, if you guys want to seize the property through eminent domain, knock down that school, beautify that land, and re-talk to everybody around there, I don't think they'd have a problem. But that building is vacant, been vacant for 2-3 years. And the only thing I can think of, the reason that nobody's knocked it down is, does anybody know when the federal government passed the deals on asbestos?
1977.
Okay, when did they have to have their buildings cleaned out?
They don't have to have them cleaned out. It's only if you demolish or renovate.
Okay, well, there had been some renovations there because the preschool was there and the dance academy.
Sure.
So I don't know maybe if anybody spent the money on asbestos.
Right.
But the building, I think, was built, I went to kindergarten there. That building was built like in 1902. But if you guys want to take it through eminent domain, give him $1 for the property, knock it down, beautify it, re-talk to everybody there, put a nice tower. To me, the only stealth tower is no tower. But I'm an open-minded guy, and my folks are open-minded people too. But to do something better with that property, fine. Because I'm telling you right now, if you pass it, it'll go up, but the rest of the property is going to look just as bad. And it's a safety hazard, that being too close to the street. I know my folks aren't 120 foot. It'd be close, but, we don't need that. And that's why we're dead set against it. To me, it's just a pure profit deal by my cousin's part, because he doesn't have any renters in there, and he hasn't for quite some time, and this thing is probably just nickel and diming him to death. And let's face it, in this market, nobody wants to buy that thing.
No.
Okay. So, questions?
Yes. Questions? Okay. All right. Thank you, Richard.
No, thank you.
Okay. Oh, and by the way, I am kind of curious.
Sure.
The road cut that was next to there.
Well, if you look at
you wanted to let us know what that was used for.
Yeah, okay, like, see, here's my folks' house. Yeah. Here's my folks' house. Right next door to us is a vacant lot. I don't know if that's our name or not.
Okay.
But then there's my neighbor right behind
Yeah,
him.
Powell.
And then he bought this lot here, and that driveway used to come right off there.
Okay.
And go all the way up to the back of this property.
So next to the school is unused private.
No, he bought it, and he uses it. He's a lawn and garden guy.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if he sent in a postcard or whatever or whatnot,
Okay.
but no, he uses that property. There was an old house on there, he knocked it down, and he uses the land.
Okay.
Like I said, come on, look at this.
Okay.
It's disgusting.
Right. Well.
And if you want, let's go steal the Sheridan bus and go on up and take a look at it. But
Okay.
I'm telling you, you put that cell tower up there, none of that's going to change, and I'm saying no.
Okay.
The only way I would anybody in my neighborhood in common sense, the only way anybody would even think about it is if that building comes down either at his expense or at AT&T's expense or somebody's expense.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Richard. Okay. Anybody else to speak in opposition? Okay, Steve, you've got 3 minutes if you'd like to add anything to that.
Nothing really to add, just if anybody has any other questions. I will say, obviously, it'll be built in full compliance with all proper codes.
Okay,
Anything else.
So it doesn't fall over?
So it won't fall over.
All right.
Yeah, I have a quick question, Steve. Do you have any more definitive way of how you define poor coverage?
It's measured at decibels, and it's done by an RF propagation tool that the engineers have. So they measure these by the computer tool with 90 decibel level, 120 decibel level, and then the computer will model the terrain, and then it gives a predictive tool of how that will cover either in building or not in building. But it's basically done with a computer model. And that's what the maps are based
Okay,
upon.
so you don't have a way of really breaking it down in terms of consumer usage and number of dropped calls that people are experiencing or interrupted internet access?
Typically, there's a ticket created by the number of dropped calls. So once we get dropped calls, it creates an internal ticket. And once those tickets are accumulated by the computer, that then goes to the deployment team, and then that generates the need for a search ring. So it's basically predictive upon the number of dropped calls and actually customer complaints. People think when they call and complain that they've got poor coverage, that goes nowhere, but that does create a ticket. So once there's an accumulation of that generates the need, which generates the search ring. It creates the budget for the search ring.
So you would be able to take raw data and give us sort of a profile of drop calls specifically in neighborhoods or interrupted internet?
I guess that's something that could be requested. It's not usually information that's presented. That's fairly proprietary as far as how our network's performing versus someone else's network's performing. You know, that's kind of a in-house type of situation. You know, that's like asking McDonald's if they'd give Burger King, you know, how their sales are doing in a certain area.
Okay. But I'm intrigued by what you're saying, that basically there has to be the interruption of service before it trips the trigger to get you guys to look at it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
yeah. It's not like, well, it'd be nice if we had a tower here and it's kind of weak.
Right. We're not just looking at a map saying, oh, that's green, we should put a tower there.
Right. Yeah, because I could go to all your maps and just start coloring stuff in.
And you can
You're actually getting.
You can go to the store, you know, or the AT&T store and see, oh, there's a hole, there's a hole, there's a hole.
Right.
Doesn't mean we're having drop calls, we're having issues there.
Okay. Right. So you have kind of your own internal, hey, we're seeing issues here, so let's study this.
It's network driven. It's driven by the network.
All right. Anything else? Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Steve. Any other questions for staff? Okay, well, let's go ahead and close the public portion, go to board deliberation.
I personally I have trouble supporting the installation of this just because it's such a small little area. It's only 1.29 acres. It just doesn't seem like a big enough area for a cell tower. The other one was more of a stretch, but at least it was 3-something acres versus 1.29. That's about the size of my yard. I can't imagine putting a cell phone tower there.
Maybe you'd make some money off that. You never know. Yeah. Any other? And I wouldn't want to live by one necessarily. That doesn't mean I would come out in huge opposition either. So. Any other comments? Okay. Well, the staff is recommending approval here. They have some conditions on this. It appears that the appellant's agreeable to those. He's even agreeable to knock it down by 20 feet. I shouldn't say knock it down, to lower the height by 20 feet. So
I guess we're back to the same type of question. If we're circumventing any federal regulations or et cetera that are unknown to us at this point, I mean, that's kind of a big deal if we keep seeing these type of things.
And Brooke, are we circumventing any regulations by if we would deny something then?
I don't know.
Are we
it could be either way, I suppose.
Yeah. I guess if we would approve, they've got to meet FCC regulations, so we wouldn't have any jurisdiction over that. I don't know. Is there anything Mike or staff?
Is that a question or?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think there would be some concern. One of the things that we did as staff, I know it does seem very small compared to the 10 acres that's dictated in the code.
Right.
I can tell you that the towers that we've granted have routinely moved away from that 10 acre. Very few of them have actually been 10 acres, just to let you know. Nevertheless, the standard is still there.
Right.
But they did create the safety valve to be a lesser burden of proof than a variance. So they're not having to show, you know, this is the only thing that can be here to make any kind of reasonable return on the land.
Sure.
The other thing, of course, is the federal regulations, and we're hard pressed to get the information that again becomes proprietary, and there are some court situations where that's been protected, and so they all seem like reasonable things you want to know to make that decision. But what I can tell you is within what they've described as their search ring, there wasn't 10-acre parcels. I mean, this is an area that's not characterized by large parcels of land.
Right.
Even the St. Anthony's, if you combined all their properties, doesn't come up to 10 acres. Which, you know, we did tell them to look at that as closely as they could because that was one of the viable alternatives. So I can tell you that from staff standpoint.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for staff? You know, there was one thing Steve had on his map we didn't have this morning. There are other cell phone towers on the south side in residential areas, they're very similar to this. Again, from what I see here, it may not be our favorite thing of the day, but cell phone towers are going to be here for quite a while. And I don't see anything different here than maybe I did before. He's willing to do a stealth tower. He's willing to lower it 20 feet. From that perspective, I would be amenable to his request. I know what anybody else thinks.
My thoughts are is that the world is changing, and cell phones, we all communicate. This is technology. This is just the way it is in our world. I don't really wanting to lower it. If we lower it, then it has one less carrier on it, and then we're just going to have more cell towers popping up. I mean, we have hundreds of them around the city. You know, I venture that not very many of us could even tell you where they are. We just drive by them every day and don't pay any attention to them. So I just think that we have to, at some point, realize that cell towers are here.
Would you have a motion?
I'm going to leave that to somebody else today.
Well, we've got a time clock ticking, so I'm going to move staff recommendation, subject to the conditions presented. Anybody want to second that?
I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. That's 3. Against? That's 3. So that means the motion fails.
It means the motion fails.
Okay. Would there be another motion on the table?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other motion on the table? Okay. Not make it shorter, not make it prettier. Okay. All right. If there are, sorry, Richard. Nope, sorry. If there are no other motions on the table, then?
Fails.
Okay. All right.
Does the applicant still have the opportunity to come back and request a 30-day delay?
Staff or legal?
They're prevented from requesting another when it's denied. You didn't take an action to deny it. So normally we like to see something different about the application when we take that again. But I guess it's semantics. I don't know if we've ever really tested that, whether reapplying immediately is allowed and what the bearing that has. Is that going to come up with a different result? I don't know.
We're letting the previous applicant earlier today.
Right, you took an action to continue that.
Yeah.
Certainly you could have another motion that would allow them to keep the hearing open.
To be fair. Right, we'd have to talk to the applicant then.
I would make a motion that with the applicant's permission that you delay it for 30 days.
Okay.
30 days. Or at the next scheduled meeting.
Right. I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but I would caution us. I mean, I know what Richard's position is. And he'd, hang on, and he'd be back here again next month probably. But what will the continuance solve for us? Will then Steve go back and just talk to Richard or what angle are we after? Okay. But is that the reason that our motion failed? Because of your neighbors' concerns or just because we're concerned we just don't like these? What if all the neighbors liked them, we'd be fine?
I'm concerned about the neighbors' opposition and the size of the parcel.
Okay, all right, and the size of the parcel won't change, but if you feel like having the neighbors' discussion would help. Okay.
And maybe we can overcome those objections.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
But, maybe they can come in and say, look, here's an example of other towers that are in our city. I know we've got several there. We've got one on Southwest 9th. We've got. Yeah, that's a good point. We've got them all over the place.
All right, Steve, would you be willing to come back up and talk to us here?
I mean, it seems to me rather than to deny it, we're a 3-3 board.
Right.
Maybe next month you'll have a full board
And if he's in agreement, I'd like to consider that motion because I think that would be fair if we did that this morning or earlier today, seems like this morning. So Steve, if we wanted to continue this for another month, would you be able to maybe talk to some of the neighbors or maybe even sit down with the property owner you're going to work with and maybe explain a few things that you heard here today?
Sure. I mean, I'm not sure.
I'm not telling you what to do.
I'm not sure anything's really going to change with our application. I can't change the lot size.
Okay.
I can't create property.
Okay. And I can tell you one thing, we can never guarantee it, but next month we might have 7 members.
That's what I'm saying too. I mean, I'm not saying no, we won't. Certainly I'll call I'll get your name.
Yeah, I mean, with 7 members, it's just like the NBA, there's no tie.
Trust me,
so.
we're always willing to work with whomever.
Okay.
I will get with our property owner
Okay.
as well.
Okay.
And if there's some aesthetics that
Okay.
we can maybe come to as far as cleaning up his property, maybe
Okay.
making that work a little bit better
All
for the
right.
board, happy to do it.
Sure, okay. All right, so, thank you, Steve. Is there another motion on the table then?
I make a
Oh,
motion
all right.
to grant a continuance.
Okay, a second? Okay, all in favor? All right, that's unanimous. All right, 6-0, we'll continue this to the next regularly scheduled meeting. Okay, and that'll put you to the front of the agenda. All right, thank you. Okay. All right, you're up next, Bert. Okay, next item is item number 15, a variance and exception at 1601 Crocker Street.
Item number 16 is a request from the Des Moines Public School District to install a new electronic sign on the Edmonds Elementary School, which is being reconstructed at this time. They are proposing to put the electronic sign at the corner of 15th Street and Crocker, right where Crocker curves and goes to the west. They would be placing it within 15 feet of the front property lines. And since it's a residential zoning district, the sign is supposed to be 30 feet back from the property line, but they're proposing to put the digital sign 15 feet from the front property lines.
Okay.
Here's a elevation of the sign that they are proposing. And then here's a perspective looking east. So here's, you can barely see the red outline of where the sign would sit. So you can see that it wouldn't really impact traffic at all.
Okay.
And then here's just another photo taken from the east looking west. And the sign would be kind of up on this slanted area here. Staff believes that they've demonstrated the criteria necessary for granting the appeals. Our only big concern is we feel that given the location of the Sherman Hill Historic District just across the street, we feel that the sign should have either masonry pillars or a masonry base. We feel that this sign as being proposed doesn't I guess, match the character of the surrounding neighborhood. So we have recommended approval, just subject to a few conditions. One, the sign be constructed in accordance with the submitted design, in accordance with number 2, whereas that sign construction shall be supported by masonry posts or a masonry base as approved by the planning administrator. And then 3, the sign shall be constructed in accordance with the necessary permit. So.
Okay.
Where's
Yep, go ahead.
Where's the present sign?
Well, if you're familiar with the site, the school right now sits here.
Right.
The new school is under construction back here. Their existing sign is located right here. But they're wanting to have the sign here since this new school is oriented more towards 15th Street than Crocker. They're wanting to have the sign.
Yep.
Where's is the entrance to the school on 15th Street?
Yes.
You can see there's the off-street parking here and also back here. The main entrance would be here.
All right.
And the staff feels they've met the requirements or the hardship to...
Yeah. With schools anymore, it's reasonable to allow them to have a electronic display so they're able to change the message from inside the school rather than having to go out and change the reader board.
But we've had a lot of churches in front of us, and we've pretty much, I'd say 9 out of 10 times said we're not going to give them electronic signs. So why would schools be any different?
I think in the cases you're referring to, they've been more, I guess, had a greater impact on the residential uses either directly across the street. I think here there is a residential use, but it's kind of, there's a pretty large vacant parcel here, and then this garage here screams the houses, so really.
But isn't this a historical district?
Yeah, the Sherman Hill Local Historic District is just on the south side of.
What's located to the east there, Bert?
That's the homes of Oak Ridge.
Okay.
And then there's also a church use
Okay.
I believe directly across from the sign would be.
Homes of Oak Ridge is a public housing development.
Yeah,
Okay.
multifamily housing.
Okay. What?
Private.
Oh, it's private housing. Okay, all right. Okay. For affordable housing. Thank you for the clarification. Any other questions for Bert? Okay. Thank you, Bert. The applicant or representative of the applicant?
I'm Bill Good. I'm the
Bill.
Chief Operations Officer for the Des Moines Schools, and I live here in Des Moines at 2837 Southwest 30th.
Okay.
In the essence of time here, having been here almost going on 5 hours, I think
Time is
maybe-
yours now.
Yes, well,
You've earned it.
Actually, I think I'd be more apt to answer questions.
Okay.
As far as schools not having these signs, we have a number of our schools that do have electric signs. So this is not unique in any way, shape, or form. As far as, I think the staff made some logical suggestions. In that, in your world, visual barriers are probably good. In schools, they're not. From a safety and a security standpoint, we want to see around things. But I think the school district would do the pillars.
Okay.
I don't see any problem with that part.
So would you be okay with the staff recommendations as presented?
Not as a brick base, but as the pillars, yes.
It just says supported by a masonry post or a masonry base as approved by the planning administrator. So I think you'd have a little choice in what you'd want to do.
Yeah.
But,
we can
you know,
incorporate brick into it.
Yeah, we're kind of looking brick bollards or something.
Right.
So, okay. Any other questions for Bill? Yes.
Why do you feel the electric sign is needed? Is there that many events that the parents aren't aware of that drive by?
Yes, actually, the staff did allude to the fact that to send people out and change letters doesn't keep information very current. And sharing information in school districts are very important in schools and neighborhoods. We actually have some of our neighborhoods that use our signs for that purpose too. So yes, it would be for events and need to know things.
And Bill, I'm trying to remember where this might be, but I think there was a smaller elementary school. Did we recently approve a sign for that one?
Finley Elementary.
Finley, yeah, okay. Which that was one I had never been by there before, so.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions for Bill? Okay, thank you, Bill. Is there anybody here to speak in support of the applicant? Anybody here to speak in opposition? Going once, going twice. Okay, hearing none. Any other further questions for staff? All right, we'll go to board deliberation.
Second.
All right, bing, bang, and boom. All in favor of the staff recommendation? Opposed? Okay, so motion carries 5-1. All right. Get your permits and your design and talk to Mike Ludwig. Thanks. Or talk to Mike Ludwig, then get your permits. Okay, item 16 is a variance at, where are we looking at here? 1300 Keosauqua Way.
Yes. I'm going to give you a couple letters that were received. One just came in from the appellant at the beginning of the meeting from the Oak Ridge neighborhood, which is the private entity that operates and maintains the housing development that we just had in the last.
Okay.
And then the ones you have, the other one is one that's, I think, pretty much the same letter. It was addressed to each of the members of the board. It was addressed to each of the members of the Plan and Zoning Commission, each of the members of the staff that were on the notification. It's the same verbiage in the letter. I don't know if, I have them on file here, so I have all the ones, just to show you that they're in the file.
Okay.
That we received them for all those individuals, but it's really the same message. So I will just pass the one, it looks like you already got one personally addressed to you, so I'm just going to pass the one from Oak Ridge in addition to the card that we received from a business.
Mr. Chair. No.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
I'm recusing myself from this
Okay.
particular item.
Okay. If you need to take a real break, go for it.
That's a good idea.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we have 5 members present for this one. 4 members would need to affirm what's been requested to move forward, so, okay.
Are you just acknowledging that, or are you?
Yeah, I'm just acknowledging that.
An affirmative vote could pass. Or
Right. Right.
5.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you were implying you wanted to offer.
Well, not necessarily, but if we're down a member.
To give you
It's up to the
a
applicant.
sense of the property here, it's actually 3 separate parcels at the kind of this peninsula between Keosauqua Way and Oak Ridge Drive. To the north is the freeway, McVicker Freeway, I-235. There's another parcel, 2 parcels, or parcel to the north that's currently under construction with a senior housing project. As I indicated in the staff report, as also as part of that, there's a proposal for a daycare as part of that facility. The fact that this came in prior to getting any licensing for that location, we're not actually considering that as part of the separation issue. And as long as they're able to get, if you were to grant this request and they were able to get site plan and building plan submittals prior to the licensing of this facility at some point in the future, we wouldn't require that they come back to get another variance of that separation, okay? Does that make any sense? We've kind of had an internal discussion as to how we are applying the timing of knowing that there's another daycare facility that would go to the north. But the ones in question, just to point out, are to the south directly, across the street from Oak Ridge, on Oak Ridge Drive. And I think that the agenda transposed 2 of the numbers in the address. This is really 1236, is that correct? Make sure. It was indicated 1326 and it was really 1236. So it's the same, we still notified it, so we met our notice requirement. This is the actual premises that's listed on the license directory. Within this parcel here, there's actually 2 parcels and it's kind of this jagged border. We indicated on the notice 2 of those parcels. One of them is actually within that separation distance. So there are up to 17 separately, individually licensed daycare facilities in various units scattered into this. I think it's almost a moot point in terms of whether the separation variance is necessary because the one that is closest is to the south. We do interpret the separation standard for businesses selling liquor when there is a separation requirement to be measured from property line to property line. We interpret that as because of the way it's written as the premises. And when you look at premises, a premises includes more than just the building, it includes its grounds. So this is the Black's Law Dictionary definition of premises. So I want to indicate, so when you look at the applicable requirements for the 150 feet separation, premises, this is how we look at premises in interpreting that.
Okay.
The other thing is there's other places throughout the zoning ordinance where separations are specifically indicated as property line to property line. So there's some level of consistency in our interpretation of that as well. Again, Come and Go is looking at developing this entire site. It's just under 2 acres. So they will come in to develop it as a convenience store gas station. They're wanting to sell beer and wine, which under this C2 zoning requires them to have doesn't require them to have a conditional use permit, but it does require them to meet the separation of 150 feet.
How come they don't have to have a conditional use permit?
Because they're only wanting to do beer and wine.
Okay, all right.
If they were wanting to sell
Got it.
packaged liquor, then they would,
Okay.
that would kick them into a conditional use permit.
Got it.
So from that standpoint, we're really not, you're sort of used to
Right.
the criteria for
Right.
conditional use. You really have to think in terms of criteria for separation variance. The other thing I will point out is any separation variance decision to approve a separation variance is forwarded on to City Council, and they may remand it back to the board for their consideration.
Okay.
The board does not have to take any action at that point if that is remanded, but they do have that ability to ask the board to reconsider it if they make that action. So if you were to approve this today, we will forward something to the council within 30 days. I'm not going to get too involved. I think you have a pretty good feel for what a come and go site is and what that involves and what the usages are. And I'll let them kind of make their case. I do want to point out this is the site looking from the south to the north. Keogh is along the right, kind of at an angle here. They would demolish this building, of course. That gives you a better sense. And I guess you'd have to ask them if the billboard goes away or not at this point.
Whole nother topic.
This is looking from the site to the south. This is a lot to the east of that, which is, I think, serves CenturyLink. It's shown as Quest, but now they're known as CenturyLink. So between, there's a get and go and another narrow property. And this is the parking lot that you saw in the picture. And then this is the Oak Ridge daycare site. There's actually a property line here that's just shown as tied just to indicate Oak Ridge has all of these properties. So you can see that in the background. You can see how far it is back from the street. That might give you a better perspective looking more directly onto it.
Eric, I'm curious, in the photo before this one, where it kind of showed the playground a little better, is the fence on the Oak Ridge property for its benefit?
I think the fence is the parking area.
Or it's the parking
and then
lots?
The playground area is built up above that retaining wall, and then there's parking for and then you might see it a little better in this picture.
Yeah, who's the parking for? Oak
I
Ridge?
think this parking is for the daycare.
For the daycare, okay. All right, thank you.
This is looking, again, a little more north, and there's another park. This isn't part of a daycare. This is just a little recreation area that's associated with the homes of Oak Ridge. We don't require separation from that necessarily.
Okay.
And then this is looking to the south. I did want to point out there is an existing non-conforming convenience store that does have a beer and wine permit that is ongoing. So I did want to point that out. The other thing I wanted to point out is previous to our more recent changes on separation, this would have required a 75-foot separation to get a liquor license. They still would not have met the 75 quite under that provision. That wouldn't have brought them to the board because at that time that was regulated strictly through the licensing process. But I did want to point out that they would have had a challenge even under the old regs.
All right.
I guess, is there any questions?
Any questions?
Eric, does it get and go across street sell liquor too? Or do you know?
I think they're just beer and wine.
Beer and wine.
Yeah. We are recommending denial. We didn't believe there was an argument to be made to meet the criteria for granting a variance.
Right.
Again, we're not looking at it under the conditional use provisions. I think many of those provisions would have been met, but we are finding that it wouldn't meet the test for variance and are recommending denial.
I guess I have one question. Does Come and Go own the property now?
No.
So the sale of the property is...
The owners are on the application, Schladek and Hott. I'm sorry, Schladek and Hott.
So those properties been sitting there for several years vacant, haven't they?
I'm not sure that one that was in the foreground, the hot is still active.
Yeah.
It's a printing press.
Okay.
And then the other one was a prosthetic laboratory that I don't think has been vacated until just recently.
Okay.
So they were both fairly active properties, I think.
Okay, any other questions for Eric? All right, applicant or representative of the applicant, you've got 10 minutes.
Chairman, board members, my name is Colby Jones, 6400 West Town Parkway, West Des Moines, Iowa, 50266. Thank you very much for your time and staying late tonight. We really appreciate it.
You as well.
Thank you. So real quickly, hopefully you know a little bit about Come and Go being in the Des Moines area. I won't spend a lot of time talking about that. Real quickly, for this project, this is just some elevations of what we're planning to build here. It's going to be a four-sided brick building. It's going to be very aesthetically pleasing. We're really excited about this project. We are going to have some pedestrian tie-ins from the Oak Ridge neighborhood where a sidewalk will come down and bring us to a side door entrance. We started looking at this project quite a while ago and really did a nice job of studying the area and are very excited about coming here. If you look at the board that Nick just put up, right here would be our building. And this is where we're building a LEED certified 5,000 square foot building. Our front door is going to be right approximately here. And then here is going to be where our pumps are going to be. Really, this building is to service Keogh Way and all the traffic that will be going by there in the morning on their way to work into downtown. Right now, we do feel that there is quite a hardship being put on us for several reasons. Number one, 16% of our sales in Des Moines come from beer and wine. Now, that's a factual number I can give you. An unfactual number I can't give you because I don't know is the other sales that we get added on top of that. So when people come in to buy that beer and wine, they're purchasing other products as well. So it definitely is a hardship, not to mention our competitor across the street does have a beer and wine license. We certainly feel that we would need one to be competitive, and we don't have any stores in Des Moines right now that do not sell beer and wine, and I don't think that we would open one that did not sell beer and wine. I could, sit here for quite a while and tell you how great Come and Go is, but I know you just got this letter. I'd like to read it real quick because I think it really captures what we're trying to do at this location. And the owner and manager of the property that is closest to us is Oak Ridge neighborhood. And we did get a letter today from their CEO, Terry Caldwell Johnson. I'd like to read it briefly. Dear Zoning Board of Adjustment members, the Oak Ridge neighborhood would like to acknowledge our support of the proposed Come and Go convenience store to be located at Keogh Way and Oak Ridge Drive. We understand that Come and Go has submitted a variance request which, if approved, will allow for the sale of beer and wine at this location. Come and Go has elected not to sell liquor at this location, which we feel is in the best interest of our residents and their families and is a responsible and proactive approach on behalf of Come and Go Corporation. Representatives from Come and Go have met with our staff on multiple occasions to discuss our project and to address operational questions, employee training, and quality control questions specific to sale of beer, wine, and tobacco products to underage consumers, and finally, opportunities for the sale of specific products that are considered basic needs and not readily available in the neighborhood, and ethnic products that could possibly be incorporated into their inventory to meet the needs of our neighborhood's diverse population. Not only have we found them to be responsive, they have agreed to identify ways that we can make this agreement a win-win for the corporation and the neighborhood. Come and Go has proven to be a responsible retailer with a track record of being a great community member. To that end, at its meeting of June 26, the Oak Ridge Board voted to unanimously support the Come and Go project in their application for a variance. And it says feel free to contact her if you had any further questions. This letter says a lot. Like she said in there, we've met with them several times and talked about our operations and really have gone in depth into how we train our managers and our sales associates on the sale of beer and wine and tobacco products. One thing about this property, again, as I mentioned, we're really focused on Keogh Way here. And then Oak Ridge is really its kind of own self-contained site, as you'll see. One thing that we want to look at is this code is written, and the reason we're here is Property line to property line, yes, we are at 66 feet, which is not the 150. I do understand that, and so we wanted to be here to present to this board. However, if you look at where the front of the playground starts to our property line, that's at 190 feet. And then if you were to look at our building, actually, excuse me, our property line to the front of their building where the daycare goes in at, that is 326 feet. So that's a major distance in our opinion, and it creates quite a buffer there. And, we really feel that we meet the intent of the code by being there. We have quite a large parking lot here to buffer with the location. And, it's just really, it's a functional separation from where we're at and to where the building is. So, we do feel we're meeting the intent of the code again. Nick, if there's anything I left off that you'd like to add, other than that, we'd certainly be happy to answer any questions that you should have.
If I could, real quick, I would like to.
Sure. Name and.
Nick Halfhill, I'm with Come and Go as well, 6400 West Town Parkway, West Des Moines. Just to further clarify what we're looking at here, you might see very lightly there are some lines here. What these are distances building to building.
Sure.
And our reason for representing that purely is that there are private licensed daycare facilities in some of the apartments out here, and it's to represent, if these were true standalone lots, we're at a little bit of a disadvantage here because there's a large lot line, so there's a parcel here and a parcel here basically for the Oak Ridge neighborhood, which puts their lot line here. If these buildings were standalone and had their own individual lot lines with typical setbacks based off of this internal roadway system, building to building now give us probably 30 foot to our lot line there. 192, that's the closest one. But we're at 207, 323, 390, 401. As Colby stated, 326 here, main Oak Ridge office and the internal Oak Ridge daycare facility there. So what we're talking about is a functional separation, and we believe we're at a disadvantage because of this lot line situation, but that we're still meeting the intent of that code with the internal function of these sites being the Oak Ridge internal circulation neighborhood. Our operations are focused towards Keogh, and we believe because of that we're meeting the code, or at least meeting the intent, that is. So thanks.
All right. Questions for Colby or Nick? I've just got a couple brief ones, guys. I really liked your presentation. You guys build great stores. When you build a new site, they're awesome. And now you said within the metro, Des Moines, 16% of your sales come from alcohol.
Yes, sir.
But I'm guessing in certain neighborhoods, that's probably a higher percentage at some stores versus that's an average, right?
Yes, sir. Within the city of Des Moines.
Yeah. And you obviously know this is a tough hill to climb, and I'm sure you talked with staff before you even put this appeal together. But would there be any consideration, come and go community market, brand it different, make it run different so that commuters can still come and buy what they need? But is there any way that this could, I'd just love to see this here. I'm so sad that Keogh Way has looked like it has for the last 30 years. I'd love to see one of your new stores here. But this is a real tough one for us to deal with. If you could not sell beer here, that you just wouldn't build the store?
That's correct, sir. We don't have any stores in Des Moines that don't sell beer.
And me, of course, driving along, hey, I'd like to have 12-pack of Coors for the weekend, so I figure I can whip into any convenience store, get that. I guess if I couldn't, then I might be grumbly or be upset with the clerk. I'm assuming that's the rationale, right? People expect to go to a convenience store, they can at least buy beer.
They won't go to our store if they have the other option.
Okay.
It's a pure competitive disadvantage.
Sure. Or then I might wonder, gee, well, if I go to a different store, maybe they don't sell it there.
We're in dry counties in Arkansas in a few spots, frankly. The whole county's dry.
But it's dry.
But everybody is.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's that.
Any options of selling, I don't know if this would help, but larger packages rather than singles, or have you had any consideration about that?
No, sir. We try to keep our brand consistency.
Okay. All right. Okay. Just kind of curious on the approach. It may or may not have any relevance to how we can make our decision here. So, okay.
I do have a couple of questions. In the letter that we have in our packet, there was a letter from Margaret Johnson and families of Oak Ridge who opposed it. And then, did I understand you that you have a letter from Terry Caldwell Johnson And that was from today, the board met today?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. I can distribute those if you'd like. Do you have it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one I passed up.
Right.
I'd received at the top of the meeting.
You didn't pass that down?
Oh, this is the only one?
I thought
Oh,
it was
okay, so
done.
this is why.
Okay, so we did not see.
Okay.
And just for clarification, the city has that distance of so many feet from lot line to lot line. I don't know when we started measuring from the corner of a building to, you know, the end of the driveway, so you're 300 feet, because I thought the city council gave us a message that was very clear that we had to be within so many feet. So I just find it interesting that you've measured it a little bit differently.
Well, that's, there,
Can I say something?
Sure.
Go ahead, Mike.
I don't think you've made a request that they measure it differently.
Right.
No.
You get a variance.
Trying to show a representation
Yeah, we
of
understand.
what it truly feels like out there because of the uniqueness of the
Okay.
lot lines.
Right.
And the larger facility though that has one lot line.
Okay, any other questions? Yep.
Could you expand on your training of your managers and your associates? I think it may be important to the board because having stopped very infrequently, but in the past at that get and go, I would highly say that come and go runs a lot better ship, and this could be a big improvement in the area for the who's buying liquor and or not liquor, wine and beer, excuse me. I think if somebody's going to buy wine and beer, they're going to find it whether it's at your place or wherever. I think it's a pretty good deal for the area and the neighborhood. But can you talk a little more how you train your managers and how many times you have basically been cited for underage sales and stuff like that?
Sure. Yes, sir. First of all, it's very difficult in a city with as many locations as we have to be perfect, and we're not perfect. We are very well, I guess you could say we're a very well buttoned up company. We train our associates very hard. We do manager training, sales associate training. Typically, we do a week-long just training program of all the processes that we do in our store, but really we do focus a lot on IDing. Recently, we've met with a company that does something similar to the BARS program, if you've ever heard of that, and they basically go out and they teach how to look at IDs. We look at people, really the age is around 30 years old. If someone looks 30 years old or younger, we ID them. Most recently, to be honest with you, we did a huge kind of report just in the Des Moines metro area. We went to all of our stores, and what we did was we went repeatedly to different sales associates and had them actually test this system and see how they did. If they passed and did a good job and looked at the ID, green card. If they didn't, they got a red card. Of all of our associates getting hit multiple times in all of our stores, there was only one red card that was given. We went back to that associate 3 times, and he passed every other time after that. So in my opinion, we've done a fantastic job because it's not an easy task always. So.
Okay. All right. Anything else for these gentlemen? Okay. All right. Well, thank you. We'll get back to you here in a minute.
Thank you very much for your consideration.
You bet. Is there anybody here to speak in support of the applicant? Is there anybody here to speak in opposition? Oh, we're patiently waiting. All right, Sue, do you want to address the board?
Chair, members of the board, Sue Ann Donovan, Zoning Enforcement Officer. I just want to remind us of what we're here for. Is they're seeking a variance of a separation from a daycare. I don't think they've met the criteria for a variance. They haven't claimed in any way that they can't make money in this store without wine and beer. They say they may be a percentage less, but there's still a viable option to make money at this site. Under Chapter 10, where the liquor regs are held, There is an ordinance that says you measure distances for liquor licenses from lot line to lot line. I believe that carries forward into measuring for these purposes also. I would urge the board to deny the request for variance as it hasn't, the criteria have not been met.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sue. Colby, Nick, you do have the option to address and reply to those comments. You got 3 minutes.
Hi, again, Nick Halfhill. With respect to staff's opinion, I think I would just hopefully disagree with the hardship situation.
Okay.
It is a business situation where we believe this use is qualified and needed on this thoroughfare. It's the entrance to downtown. Not only is it next to a neighborhood which we have had, as we've stated, large discussions with, but I think my example of the true separation from the functionality of what is happening on these sites, that actually is meeting the intent of the code. It is not meeting the description in the lot lines, and I believe that's why we're here. So I do appreciate your time.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Any further questions for staff from the board? Brooke, anything?
I think the applicant should be told that there's only 5 of us here, and they could ask for a continuance if they felt the full board needs, if they would be better suited.
Yeah. Even with 6 of us here, since Jake had to excuse himself, which was his own prerogative, even with 6, you'd still need 4 to pass. And with 5 that we have now, you'd still need 4 to pass. So, you know, if you want to look at continuing this to next month, we could do that. There's no guarantee we'd have 7. You would still need 4 members at that time. I don't know if that would change anything, good or bad. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I understand the predicament we're in, and by all means, I don't want to walk out here with a confirmed, don't ever come back.
Well,
However,
and certainly not. No.
Yeah, and obviously with the quantity of folks, our odds change a little bit there.
Yes, that's basic. Yeah,
without,
that's the simple way to say it.
Yeah. Well, that's a long way of saying without being able to ask your opinions.
Right.
And if that's being stated as something I might want to consider, maybe we should.
Well, I might, if it's okay, Mike, I might just note, you know, we're talking about a variance, not an exception. The level to get a variance is a much higher bar to meet. And one of the key things is the owner has to prove they've been deprived of all beneficial or productive use of the land in question. Not just that you could make more or make less money off of it. And, you know, as much as we might like something or not like something, we have to make our decisions based on the criteria our board has. You know, so that's, at least in my mind, that's what I've got to look at when I make a determination.
Sure.
So if an owner can show that they've been deprived of all beneficial or productive use of the land in question, that could potentially go a long way.
Sure.
Now, that's as far as I'll take that, so.
I would suggest that if you would allow us, that it be continued so we may make a choice on what we do with our petition.
Based on what Brooke kind of threw out and you listening to that, I am not opposed to that. Would there be a motion from this board to grant a continuance? The appellant's pretty much said he'd take one.
I would make a motion that we grant a continuance for this item until the next regularly scheduled meeting.
Is that, you want to second that?
I'll second that.
Okay, all right.
Which is July 24th?
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor? Okay, all right. 5-0, we'll continue that, so, okay. I'm going to get Bill back one way or another. Okay, item 17 is a conditional use permit at 3012 Southeast 14th Street.
No, then that's a typo right there. It's actually.
Oh, now I messed up again.
Yeah, I'll be clarifying that in the presentation.
Is it at 2837 Ingersoll?
2837 Ingersoll.
Okay,
yes.
so item 17, conditional use permit for 2837 Ingersoll Avenue.
Item This is a request for a conditional use permit that would allow conversion of the existing building to a tavern use. The building was most recently occupied by Suzette's Candies. It's been vacant now for a couple of years.
Where are their dumpsters? That's inside joke, remember?
Palmer's Deli is adjacent to the west, and then there are two parcels here that Palmer's Deli also owns where they were wanting to have their dumpsters.
Yes, okay.
County Furs here, and then there's commercial uses directly. It's the Wells Fargo Bank directly across Ingersoll to the south.
Yep.
The property is zoned NPC, which requires 150 feet of separation from any church, park, school, or licensed daycare. It does meet that separation requirement. Like I said, it's along Ingersoll Avenue, commercial corridor, contains a mix of residential and commercial uses, and those commercial uses also include a mix of taverns and retail and restaurant uses. Here's a site sketch of what is being proposed. I'll put north up. So you can see the footprint of the building here. They would actually be opening the front part of the building and having kind of like an outdoor patio internal to the building. And then the rest of the business would be your typical bar with tables and chairs. Here's the photo of what the building currently looks like. And then this is looking, I guess, kind of between the subject property and the Palmer's Deli and Market to the west. This is the back side of the proposed tavern. Another photo. You can see that dumpster we addressed a year or so ago. And then, as you alluded to, on the public notices that went out about 3 weeks ago, it did contain a typo. It said the premises affected was 3012 Southeast 14th Street. However, in this place it had the correct address, 2837 Ingersoll Avenue, and then the map on the back had 2837 Ingersoll Avenue, and it also showed the correct parcel. And we've received numerous cards back and feedback from the neighborhood association, so we're hopeful that the majority of the people understood. We didn't realize the typo until Monday afternoon when Palmer's Deli called and pointed it out, so at that time it was too late to mail revised notices.
And no one on Southeast 14th knew the difference, right? Okay.
So you can take that into consideration. Here's the consent map we've got back. About 4 cards in opposition and then a couple in support, and then also the comment card and letter from the neighborhood association in support. We, as staff, looked at this and we felt that it is an appropriate location for a tavern. It's really along a commercial corridor. There aren't any residential uses in real close proximity. There's are residential properties to the north, but they're separated from the site by this parking area. So we have recommended approval, just subject to the standard conditions. And in the interest of time, I won't read through all of those, but.
Okay.
Are there any questions?
Questions from the board? Got Bert, related to the parking. Do they have their own drive that connects to Ingersoll along the building, or?
Well, they don't really have any off-street parking on that property. If you can see.
Yes.
Well, I take that back. There is a driveway along the west side of the.
Right. As an NPC, they aren't required to have off-street parking,
They're
are they?
required to have 60% of the otherwise required, but that's really a guideline. And so the Plan and Zoning Commission could waive that if they aren't able to meet that, since that's really a site plan design guideline rather than a zoning
Then if they got to have their own off-site parking, which would be behind it, do you also factor in, do they have their own property access, or are they landlocked?
They do have
Their own,
a really narrow driveway
Okay.
along the west side.
which would that suffice for regulations for,
If
okay.
it's one way, it would, and I believe they have cross-access on.
But do you require that they have agreements with those neighboring owners, or?
I don't know.
We can answer that.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Okay, all right, yeah, because depending on who the players are here, because that would be a concern of mine, that if somebody gets mad, then they cut off their parking access to the rear, and
Right.
then we're in trouble.
I know
Okay.
Palmer's owns the property
Okay.
on both
And
sides,
if-
so it might
sure.
not be in their best interest to.
Right, right, but I see that they're here. Okay. Anybody else? All right. Okay, applicant or representative of the applicant?
Good evening. Dan Norris, 2323 Southeast 7th Street. We would love to open up a tavern in the Ingersoll area. Number one is the improvements that Ingersoll has done, and the businesses are there already. They have, from the bike trails to the plants in the front, it's just absolutely beautiful. And I moved here in January from Arizona, and in that time, we have circled, we've gone through neighborhood, through neighborhood, through neighborhood, try to find the right place. And we think we found it. We're right in between Star Bar, which is a very nice bar, and Palmer's, which is an outstanding restaurant. And so that's one reason why we picked it, is to be right there with those two leaders and to make sure we are operations with them. A little bit about my background. I come from resort management, restaurants, lounge, to hotels, 4 Diamond and 5 Diamond, from LaBerge, Sedona to Flagstaff, Arizona. This bar is not going to be a dive bar. It's not going to be a college bar. Our age group is going to be between 30 and up. I don't want the 21-year-old coming in, doing shots of Jaeger, driving home or anything like that. We want to be a very professional bar. We don't want we don't want the disco dancing or anything like that. We just want to make a clean bar. Maybe a little jazz quartet or a little something like that, little bands in there, but that's it. We want to be a clean bar. We have met with the Woodland Heights neighborhood, and they have supported us with that. We've also met with Ted Irving, and we met with him yesterday, and he's supported us, but I'm sure they have some concerns also for the tavern coming into their bar. Tavern coming in their neighborhood there. Okay. So I'm open to any questions you have.
Questions?
Where, do you have any parking behind this building?
Yes, there is.
How much?
I believe George's going to come up and answer that a little bit. I believe there's going to be about 22 parking spaces.
How would you possibly, I know the area, how would you police people from parking on the Palmer's lot?
That's the whole thing. We're going to have to work with Palmer's. We're going to have to be good neighbors, like State Farm. We're going to have to, if somebody from his restaurant pulls into our parking lot, we're not going to go up and say, hey, you can't park there. We don't want that kind of business. We want it to be kind of an open parking area.
So have you had discussions with Palmer's?
We just did today, yes.
Okay.
Curious for hours of operation, days that you plan to be open, and are you serving food or just beverages?
Hours of operation is going to open up in the afternoon. So probably around between 1 and 2 o'clock, and go till the closing time of liquor of 2 a.m. Food is something we would be able to love to do, but due to financial reasons, that is something we're going to move forward, with that. That's going to be a year to a year and a half from that. The cost of kitchen equipment, cost of everything, putting that in there is going to be, it's a lot on us.
Grease interceptor?
Yeah, we're just independent. And you see a lot of restaurants and bars open up, they got everything in the sun when they open up, and then they're gone in 2 to 3 years. We want to make sure we have the money in the bank and pay cash for things.
So what days of the week do you plan to be open?
7 days a week.
7 days?
Yes.
Do you have a plan now? Thanks to Iowa laws, you can't smoke in bars. So
yes.
Where are you planning, or how are you planning to handle patrons who want to smoke?
Well, as you can see, we do not want them to smoke in front of the building.
Okay.
That is our main function, because you walk into a bar, Sure, they have, we don't allow smoking at all. You got 5 or 6 people, you're walking through a,
Sure.
big smoke cloud and stuff. Basically, just, they're gonna have to go to the back of the parking lots, have their cigarettes and stuff.
Okay, and that's exactly my concern.
Yeah.
You've got a residential area straight north of you. The slope is up just a shade. If people are hanging out in the back lot, if they're in an enclosed area, they're going to probably stay there. If you just kind of kick them out the back door, they could wander around wherever they want.
Yeah, or they go to the side.
Yeah.
Those
yeah.
areas. So, one thing is, from my background, which has been from my bosses to the owners, is 100% compliance 100% of the time, from noise to liquor to everything. So that's something we're really pushing.
Okay. And this would be a conditional use, so if we would be inclined to approve this, if you can't follow the guidelines or there are problems, then we could come back in and revoke it.
Yes,
so,
sir.
So it's not like if you pass today, you're free and clear.
No, yeah, that's one thing, and that's one thing.
Which is not what I want to see happen of, like down the road any problems.
That's one thing with meeting with Woodland Heights is we gave them our phone numbers. Any concerns they have, call us immediately. I'll be on property. Hopefully I get 1 day off a week. I'm not sure yet. So.
And you mentioned the idea you don't want to have a bunch of disco going on. I don't know.
No, we don't want.
Some people might be insulted by that.
Oh, sorry.
But a big concern we've had.
Older than 40, sorry.
Yeah. People open up a lounge, a quote lounge, a nice quiet place, and then they're suddenly jamming on amplified music. They've got small hard rock bands in there. They've got the back door open because it's hot, and we've got noise coming out the back, and now we do have people in Woodland Heights who are upset.
Yeah. One thing is there is an app you can get for your iPhones.
Okay.
And you can stand out in your parking lot and have that, you can check it many times you want during the day. And that's
Your intention isn't to be jamming away, or if you do have some live music inside, it'd be very simple, nothing intense.
We're not, our main thing is to be part of Ingersoll.
Right.
Not just be a bar and close ourselves off. We want.
Do you have a dance floor as in part of your deal?
No,
here
we
or
don't.
not?
We don't even
Well,
have a
good.
stage.
There's part of the answer right there. Okay, any other questions for the applicant? All right, we'll check in with you again here in a minute, Dan.
Thank you.
Anybody want to speak in support?
Well, I thought I'd be saying good afternoon, but good evening. Thank you for having me up here. My name is George.
How late are you open?
Yeah, how late are you open? My name is George Antonio. I live on 204 53rd Street, right in the neighborhood there. I'm George Chris' son-in-law who owns the building. So speaking on, I guess, a couple fronts. One, my wife and I moved here in 1997. One of the reasons we did was a neighborhood like Ingersoll, very active neighborhood association, a great commercial mix in terms of options for us as a family, not just ice cream and retail, but pubs and restaurants if we want to get out a little bit in the evening, and we really feel this project is in the spirit of the neighborhood. A couple questions came up. One, parking. There is access down that side of the building for single lane traffic, our understanding. The lot was mentioned does hold parking. There has been agreements, both formal and now more casual, in terms of with Palmer. Because he owns lots on both sides of us, we were actually approached for access. It's us granting the access to Palmer and his patrons for access through our lot, something we've done informally on a very low-cost basis, and something that we'd be continuing to work with in terms of it's in the best interest of our tenant. It's in the best interest of Palmer, we believe, to work well together with that situation. We've been in the neighborhood, it was mentioned Suzette Candies, for a lot of years. Our family takes a lot of pride in the property. It's something we retained to have into the future. And as you noticed, it's been vacant for 2 years, but as a family, we've kept it up. We keep it clean. But obviously for our benefit and for the neighborhood's benefit, I don't think anyone wants to have vacant buildings on the street. And we think this tenant is in the spirit of what's allowed on Ingersoll and what takes place. We would expect full compliance. We want a long-term tenant. We want someone that's not causing trouble and someone that can be a positive influence on the neighborhood for many years to come. So we appreciate your consideration, and thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you very much, George. Okay, anybody else here to speak in support? Anybody to speak in opposition?
Joe Palmer, Palmer's Deli, 2843 Ingersoll. I want to approach the board more from questions. And George has been a great neighbor of ours. Obviously, when Palmer's came to Ingersoll and took over the Walgreens, it was a big move for us. And I'm not sure if any of you on the board at the time or were on that board at the time, but if you can remember, I had to purchase those 2 lots to even put the deli there. And the reason I had to was because that was the parking requirement. So, you know, I understand this is zoned NPC, but the success is what I'm concerned about of the businesses. You know, Palmer's, hopefully most of you have been there. We need every spot we have. We want to be a good neighbor. George and I, Suzette's was a perfect neighbor, no differently than a County First next to him, because they're not high traffic type of retailers. And now we've got a situation where with the new guys, which we met this afternoon, and I understand their goals, and coming in as a tavern, and I think what it says here is the use is going to be for liquor, wine, and beer. I'm no dummy. I know where they make the money, and they make profit in liquor, wine, and beer, but you've got to have food to keep it going too. Star Bar, I think Hutch does more food than he does alcohol. Wellman's, they've brought in food years ago to supplement. To open at 1, it could become 11, and then there's the problem. I don't know how you look at parking. I mean, you guys can say what you want about being good neighbors, which I want to be, but that's all dependent on the tenant. And today, we can all talk about it here today, but it's what we do tomorrow is what's important. And so, I guess, what is the parking requirement for Suzette's? How many stalls do they have to have?
We'd have to ask staff here to answer that one.
200 square foot and then a 40% reduction?
1 for every 200 square foot, and then a 40%
It's 1 per
reduction.
150 square feet, I think.
For a restaurant.
Pull a code, I
Yeah,
think
let's
it's
have
common
Bert
tavern.
address
A restaurant is 1 per 150 square foot, the same as a tavern. And then like the retail, it's actually 1 per 400 for the first 4,000 square feet, and then 1 per 200 for everything under. So it's under 4,000 square feet. So if it was retail, it would only require 1 per 400.
Retail and restaurant aren't zoned the same way in parking. Either that, or then now, why did I have to buy those lots?
Well,
for a restaurant and
I mean, you guys told me I needed 99 some spots, and so how many spots do they need then?
Well, it would be 1 per 150 square feet. So
That's 25.4.
if it's 3,800, that would be roughly 22 or 23.
25.4. Anyway, I'm not trying, you know, I know what I'm trying to get at is what do we do when we've got overflow? I'm the guy that's caught in the middle. It's going to be their growth overflowing on my need. And if I go out and police that, I'm going to be a bad neighbor. I wouldn't want to ask any of you, hey, where are you shopping today? If you're not coming into Palmer's, I need you to move your car. That's not going to bode well for me. I'm dealing with that over in West Des Moines. Chuck Selsey's got signs up out there in West Des Moines, $50 if I see a Palmer's customer park in my lot.
that's at the tavern.
Yeah, and then and he pulls his truck behind your car and he makes you give you $50, which I've seen him do. Now, are you going to buy a pizza from him again? No. I don't want to do that. I'm not going to, so I know that we're not talking about maybe for these folks today. They're trying to get going. They didn't want to sell food yet. But my concern is when this meeting's over, are we going to have rules that say when they they're open at 11 and now they're serving food, we're not going to come back here? Are we? I don't think we do at that point.
Well, the zoning enforcement officer would have to be involved first and then bring it back to us.
And then my next question is, what do we do if we do put something up back there?
Okay.
One or the other.
Well,
if you put what back there?
Well, you've been there. If we put a fence on to divide to because and George again, I understand George. He wants to find a tenant that's just going to pay him so he can get some cash flow off the building. He's taking care of it. And, you know, I think he's got other people he's looking at that have different types of use, but one of them said she would want to protect her employees' cars, put fences up there. Well, you guys have had me in here for the dumpster deal. You think a dumpster can go down that alley? A guy to pick it up?
Right.
It's pinching the walls.
Well, Joel, here's a question that I've got for you, and I'm in your business quite often. But I swear, when I drive back there to try to park, which can be difficult on your own property, I think I've ducked over to the east. Don't the parking lots connect? Isn't there a little drop down?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I could connect back and forth. Through yours.
Through,
So I guess the conundrum I've got, you're both great guys, but if the two of you can't work together, I see a big problem here.
You didn't hear me. I want to be a good neighbor.
Okay.
It's the customer that comes at noon and he's going to his place versus mine.
Well, I think
What do
the
we do
odds
there?
are it'd be me going to your place and I'd park on yours, is what I think would happen. And at your supper hour, which I'm usually not there, I'm assuming, are you quite full at the parking lot then on your side?
No, we don't have a problem there, but
Right, and that's
What if-
probably when they're going to ramp up. I see the bigger issue around the noon to 1:30.
yeah, we can't limit my hours though. We can't. You know.
No, I'm not saying we're trying to limit
I'm
your
not
hours.
talking
but
about today. I'm talking about down the road of how do we police that? And if it were to become a problem with George's current tenant or the next tenant or whatever,
then maybe you'd have to cut that off.
would you guys even allow that?
Well,
That's
it's
a
your
question.
property and you can control it. I mean, if you don't want to share people driving through your property, you'd have every right to build a fence. I'm not saying I want to see that, but
So you guys would approve that use as you sit today with a one-way alley?
I'm not saying that at all.
Oh, I thought the recommendation was it was approved.
That's why I think we want to know about the parking here, so.
Well, it's a tough one for us. That's why I'm here. I'm not trying to be a bad neighbor. I just need to have some
Well-
clarity. You know what? If it's going to be a tavern use, it's a no-brainer for us.
Which is what's
Which would be a
being
great. It would be a good neighbor
Which is
for
what's
us.
being proposed. And I
No,
don't see how.
Well,
we
they said in a year once we make enough money, we're going to expand into food.
Put the grease interceptor in and all that. Okay.
Well, yeah, that's not cheap.
Well,
Question.
go ahead.
The alley's an interesting point. If the property was self-contained, you put up a fence, and how would they possibly get a dumpster down there and a truck to empty it? Can they?
If he adds food, he
But you-
doesn't have to.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's for them to answer, but I don't know.
Okay. I mean, it seems like it'd be pretty difficult. I guess maybe it's a question for the applicant, but
But I'm not here to say I'm putting up a fence.
yeah, I know.
I'm not. I'm just here, I guess, to try to make sure that we don't pigeon ourselves into, I've got a lot invested.
Sure.
Yeah.
And you guys told me I had to buy those parking lots to put my store there.
Yeah.
I've got over $1 million invested. You guys know it. And we've got a great business
place.
there.
You got a great
Thank you. But so we want it to be that way. So we just can't. We need every stall we can. So that's my concern. And I know that they'll need every stall they've got back there. If they can only fit 18 spots and they're doing well, they're going to need every one of them.
Okay. All right.
Any questions?
No, not specifically at this time. Anybody else? Questions of? All right.
Do I have a chance to respond?
Thank you.
Yes, you will, but first I want to go over one thing. Is there anybody else to speak in opposition? Okay. Now, George, you can have 3 minutes for further discussion, rebuttal.
3 minutes is fine. I appreciate Mr. Palmer's concerns. I find the discussion a little bit interesting. I've been down there on numerous occasions, and to say we've been a good neighbor is an understatement. To this point, obviously, you know how busy his business is. We haven't just allowed a flow through of traffic, but there are quite a few people that park on our lot, and that's part of being flexible, and that's part of being an actual good neighbor.
Right.
Access. We've had the candy store for over 20 years. That was one of our main entries for semi-delivery down the side of that building. I've unloaded many a pound of sugar and chocolate through that side door out of the back of a semi.
Right.
It is what it is. It's narrower than some driveways, but it is workable. Self-containment for us is fine. If Palmer wants us today to put up a fence down both property lines, we can do that and still survive and still have parking in the back and still operate. So we just appreciate the focus being on what's being presented here today. Someone's trying to bring a good high-end tavern to the neighborhood. They, as long as they meet the requirements of the city in terms of parking and meet their obligations as a community member, we look forward to having them as a tenant. Any questions?
No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions of staff? All right, that said, we'll close the public portion, board deliberation. Thoughts, comments, direction?
This is a tough one for me.
Yeah.
I just don't know what the solution is.
Well, and I think most of us have been down there to see all these businesses, and I always feel like I'm maybe parking where I shouldn't sometimes, trying to get to and from all the businesses. Sometimes I park up at High and 29th, even north of High Street, to get into Palmer's during lunch hour.
Well, this is a conditional use permit, right? So it could come back to us if there's problems. I mean, we can't tell, I mean, Sue Ann and her staff would have to come before us, but I would, as much as I want to see them rent their building and et cetera, I just don't see how it's going to be workable with a tavern, with the way the traffic patterns in the back and the two lots and the this and the that, and I don't think that either one of them want to come to bad relationship between Mr. Palmer and the applicant. I just worry about it. Not that that's probably a good reason to turn it down, but I think it's on thin ice if we don't police it properly.
Yeah. And an interesting conundrum, this staff is supporting this. Usually the staff saying there's not enough parking, do something. The staff is supporting this, and I don't see any requirements for parking agreements or legal agreements for parking here. So staff appears to be, yep, go ahead and give it a shot.
The other question is this in the Ingersoll Association, there wasn't any comments from them?
I think that Woodland Heights had comments, but not
the Ingersoll?
I don't see any.
And Ingersoll is an official neighborhood association, correct?
Yeah.
So the reason Woodland Heights commented, they must be on the border to the north.
I don't know. I was just surprised there weren't comments from the Ingersoll.
Since both of our staff have abandoned us here, we, I think they went home for supper. Sue? Yeah, let's have the applicant step back up, because I think he's familiar.
They supported us.
Right, but yeah, but you're in the boundaries of the Ingersoll Neighborhood Association. We're just checking to see if you're in the boundaries of Ingersoll.
That's the business?
Well, let's step to the side for a minute, and then we'll see if Sue, could you answer this?
I can try.
Do you know the boundaries of the Ingersoll Neighborhood Association? If so, is this facility within it?
I think it is, but I'm going to defer to Bert,
Okay.
who can answer the question of the boundary of the Ingersoll Neighborhood Association.
Apparently,
The Woodland Heights Neighborhood Association?
well, both or either. Whose neighborhood association is this within?
It's technically in, it's a good question. I think Woodland Heights might stop at 28th, and the North of Grand might go.
And he has a support letter from them, I'm assuming because you notified them as well,
Right.
since it was nearby.
Right, so.
Okay,
I think
which would explain
the
that.
west side of 28th Street is the North of Grand neighborhood.
So the subject property is located in the Woodland Heights neighborhood.
Okay. So therefore, the Ingersoll Neighborhood Association,
Well, there isn't an Ingersoll.
okay, I was wondering, there's a betterment thing or
There's the
something.
North of Grand Neighborhood Association, and there's the Ingersoll Business Association,
Then that
which
kind of
isn't
explains that.
which isn't a.
Okay, all right. There's so many Ingersoll groups, okay. Well, and again, Bert, while you were out, the staff doesn't apparently have any concerns about needs for parking agreements or parking access.
The next step, if this is approved, they would have to have a site plan under NPC design guidelines approved by the Plan and Zoning Commission. And off-street parking is one of the design guidelines that the Plan and Zoning Commission could have to waive. So if they don't get the parking agreements with adjoining properties, or if they can't demonstrate they have
Right.
enough on their property, then the Plan and Zoning Commission would have to waive that.
Then the whole thing, unless they waive it, then is the whole conditional use out the window if they can't get over that hump?
Yeah, the use wouldn't be allowed if they can't get their site plan approved. Right.
Well, you put in your notes that it only requires 15 spots.
Yeah, because it's the use would typically require one space per 150 square feet, which would require, say, 25. However, it's NPC, which requires the 40% reduction, which would drop that 25 down to 15. So, and they can count on-street parking as well. So and there's a couple spaces in front. So really, they'd only have to provide about 13 on the back of their lot, which it sounds like they would have more than 13 on their own.
Right. And through site plan and proper setbacks, they'd have to illustrate they can fit 13 in there.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. Is that helpful, gang? Okay. All right. Thank you, Bert. Okay.
I second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your hand. Say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. That's a 6-0. Okay. All right, we've approved a conditional use permit. We'll look forward to it. We'll stop down and visit it, and we'll be parking in all your lots at some time, so. Okay, our next item up for bid is item 18, second to the last, at 1024th Street, an exception and a variance.
You're not going to believe this, but Eric Lundy, when he left, must have grabbed the two files for the last two items, which is why I was in the hall trying to get a hold of Eric. So he's going to be running.
Is he leaving for the day?
Yeah.
Oh, I
He's going to
see.
Fleetwood Mac.
Oh, and he didn't send the pizza order.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll try to do my best until Eric gets
Sure,
here with
that's
the
fine.
files. Number 18 is it's a series of appeals which would allow reuse of an existing built-as multifamily building. If you're familiar with the building, you can kind of see the top of it from the freeway above the sound barrier. It has had 18 dwelling units for many years, but it's been vacant since a year ago in May. So since it's been vacant for over 6 months, it's lost its legal non-conforming rights. It's a 3-story building. They have had 18 dwelling units, like I said. The property is less than 10,000 square feet in area, which is a requirement for R3 use. And they also are required to have at least 2,500 square feet of lot area per dwelling unit. And then they would also have to provide 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit. So on an 18-unit building, that would require 27 off-street parking spaces, which right now they don't have any off-street parking.
Really?
So they do have some challenges for reusing that building. Our staff recommendation is that they reduce the number of units from 18 down to 6. And I know the applicant's not in agreement with that. It would take a significant amount of renovation of the building to downsize it from 18 units down to 6. But 6 is the maximum number that could be granted at the exception level of relief. Like I said, typically R3 requires 2,500 square feet of lot area per dwelling unit. So the maximum exception would be half of that, which is 1,250 square feet of lot area per dwelling unit. So on the 7,800 square foot parcel, if you have 1,250 square feet of lot area per unit, that would get you down to only 6 dwelling units. So again, 6 dwelling units would require a total of 9 off-street parking spaces, which they do not have. We have recommended approval of, or actually denial of the appeals as requested. We don't feel that it's reasonable to put 18 units back in there, especially when they don't have the off-street parking. That would just be detrimental to the surrounding properties. So we've recommended denial of the variances as requested, but we have recommended approval of amended appeals to allow up to 6 dwelling units, and that's subject to just 2 conditions. One, that any renovations comply with the building and fire codes, and 2, they comply with the rental housing code. I'd also point out that they would also have to go to the Plan and Zoning Commission to have a site plan under the design guidelines for multifamily approved. So.
Okay. And I realize you don't have your file, but Bert, do you know, I know going back to the 1920s on the old Sanborn maps, it looks like it used to be the Drake Exchange for the Iowa Telephone Company. But historically, had it been apartments for many decades or something, or a boarding house?
Yeah, I don't know how many decades, but I'm guessing many, many years.
Okay.
And I don't have the consent cards with me, but I know there were several consent cards in opposition. We have the one letter from the neighborhood, which the neighborhood is here.
All right.
So.
And I think, Mr. Kelly, if it's the neighborhood is
The Drake Neighborhood Association.
Yeah. From a procedural, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, what would you say?
What position did they get?
Oh, I'll let the neighborhood clarify. I know the letter is in support, but they do have some concerns.
From a procedural standpoint, since you don't have your file, I'm sure you've got the vicinity map, a few site photos. And Mike, if it's okay with you and okay with the applicant, I'd have the applicant give their presentation and then give you an opportunity thereafter to show those photos and stuff.
Yeah.
And then we can have the applicant, is he showing up now?
I haven't seen him.
You haven't seen him, okay. If that'd be okay with the applicant. So, okay, any other questions for Bert short term? Okay. Applicant or representative of the applicant? Okay. Yeah, sure, that'll be helpful for us to visualize what you got there.
Sure.
Pictures are good.
Yes, always helpful. Good evening. My name is Ryan Winter, 4230 Fleur Drive, Suite number 2 in Des Moines, 50321. Yeah, this will be probably one of your tougher decisions today. It's an 18-unit apartment building on 1024th Street. Just to give you a little bit of background, no one seems to know the date of when it was converted to apartments, but it seems like consistently it's been apartments for quite some time. The problem with the building is obviously the off-the-street parking and then the density, because it was built on a residential lot, so that's why I'm here today for the 2 variances. Currently, the building is vacant. I do have a contract with the owner, and there is another guy here representing the owner today because he is an out-of-state owner who basically bought the property a few years back, hired a management company. They didn't manage it right, and so the property became vacant. And then he's at the point now where he's just going to walk away and it'll become foreclosed on, or I can kind of buy it through like a short sale type of transaction. I've thoroughly inspected the building, with my crew and all that, and it is in good shape where we could, rehab it. I term it light rehab, kitchen remodels, bathroom remodels, scraping, painting walls, floor repair, flooring, like carpet, replacing the windows and stuff like that. We plan to buy it for about $120,000 and stick about $150,000 into rehab. So it is a substantial amount of capital that we would be putting into the building to get it back up into shape, and of course compliant with all codes and regulations. Basically, I do take exception to the recommendation from the staff because converting the building to 6 units would cause all sorts of issues. Number one, these are 18-unit, 1-bedroom apartments that we're trying to, ideally get Drake students or individuals into that building. If you convert it to, 6 units, then we would make the, the complex or larger units. We would make them into probably 3-bedroom units. And so in reality, if we're still trying to identify a Drake student or individual as renting out, 3 roommates in a 1-bedroom or 3-bedroom apartment, each one could have their own car, and so you could still be looking at 18 cars parking on the street, even though the variance would only be the 9. In addition, just the excess cost, we'd be budgeting $150 as its current condition. We'd probably be in the closer to $200 to $225. Plus, I don't know if I'd want to take on that large of a project because you'd be redoing floor plans, not to mention turn into walls that have asbestos, lead-based paint. The age of the building, you could be opening up a can of worms. As it is right now, it's not public nuisance. I've been working with Eric Moore, the city inspector there, and he
we would pull obviously permits for general rehab and stuff like that, and obviously have the mechanicals inspected and repaired accordingly with all permits and all that. But right now, its current condition is not that bad a shape. In addition, 24th Street, you can kind of see through the map. It has a lot of vacant lots and all that, which we're approaching some of the owners to buy. But I mean, there isn't a lot of houses, or there's a few empty houses on the block as well. So, it's not like it's a really busy road like Cottage Grove or somewhere that gets a lot of traffic. It's been working for years. If it was ran properly, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. But because it was vacant and lost its grandfathering, we need the variance. But there could be enough road surface there to support, the 20 to 25 parking spots that we need. In addition, the lots to the south, kind of right by the interstate, I initiated the process. I've researched out options, for providing parking lot. I'm not just going into it saying, there's no parking, I can't do anything. So 2410 to 990 are actually owned by the Iowa DOT, and I initiated the process for them to start selling it, but come to find out that it's a very extensive process. It takes 6 to 9 to 12 months. They have to get it surveyed. They have to have each parcel appraised. They actually lose money by all the extensive items that they have to complete. In addition to, it's open up to every government agency. It's opened up to previous owners. It's opened up to neighbors. I'd be the last resort, in addition to, purchasing the property at a reasonable price. There's some vacant lots over here, over here to the right of the property. But those, you can't really judge from this map, but just the slope of the land, you'd have to build stairs, and it would just be build a ramp up there. They just aren't really usable lots right there. So basically, the building, it kind of is what it is. It's your guys' decision, obviously, to either allow the variances to proceed and we can rehab the property, or I think it's at its kind of last leg. If you guys decline today, and do not want to grant the variances, I would see the building going into foreclosure. If it sits another winter, it'd probably become deteriorated enough that no developer would want to, tackle this project. And probably the next recommendation would be to bulldoze it, take it out, and just put a house in there. And maybe that's what's best for the neighborhood too, is getting the apartment out and just putting in a single-family house. But I'm here as kind of a solution. I've done apartment buildings like this in the past, 24 plexes, 12 plexes. So this would fit in right with what I do. I enjoy the work and kind of like the area, and would like to bring the building back to its, nice solid. Yeah.
If he's done.
How many units are in there now?
There's 18 one bedrooms.
And on School Street, do you know if there's parking on both sides of the street?
I think Derek with Drake Association, I know there's at least one side. The street is wide enough you could maybe park on both sides.
Okay.
There is. And I'm sorry, I was going to go back to show you, I did take pictures the other day of the units.
Maybe I should say so. They park on both sides of the street.
Right, whether's legal or not.
Is it legal or?
Right.
I don't know.
All right.
Okay. But that's just kind of, the interiors are, I don't know if rehab
Sure.
thing, but, it's not, the walls, there's not huge issues, it's all just cosmetic, light rehab, as I term it, cosmetic. We don't do anything foundation-wise, we don't do anything structurally, it's more, we plan to keep the kitchens and all that. That's an actual view of the street. It is a wide enough street that you could get a car in between if you had cars on each side.
How many floors are there?
3 floors.
So there's 3 floors. So with what the city is, or what staff is recommending here,
yeah, they're recommending only 6 units.
6 units. So that's only 2 per floor.
Right. And these units
Now,
are
I'm having a difficulty understanding how big or small this is, but 2 per floor, those sound like pretty posh. Those would be
They
pretty
would be
large.
really big. I'm estimating that these units are probably 5 1/4, 550 square feet, which is pretty good.
Now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you could be easily, 1,500. That's why you would make them into a 3-bedroom unit. You can downsize, the density from 18 to 6 units, But any developer is going to say, well, then I'm going to make them into 3-bedroom units to get more income. But then if you have 3 Drake students
Yeah,
renting
more.
out a 3-bedroom, you still have the issue of parking because each student would have their own car. So 3 times 6 would be
Is this
18.
all one building, or has it been added on to?
It looks like, it looks like that lower portion does sit lower. I have no date on when that attachment was made, but I mean, it flows functionally. You can't really tell when you're inside the building that it was in addition.
I mean, have you thought about that back portion that face west, tearing that portion down and put parking there?
But see, that's where the boiler room is, the water heater. I mean, that's extensive. Plus, when you start tearing out the walls, then you bring up the asbestos and other critical issues. I mean, it's just a tough decision.
Now, Brian, you mentioned, and I don't necessarily normally ask this, but you mentioned something about 150 to 250. Is that the amount of money that you'll put in to rehab these?
Right, 150,000 total. So that's about 6,000 a unit, which would get you new appliances, carpet, paint, flooring, and all that, and then about 10,000 to 15 for the boiler, getting that functioning.
Well, that sounds like a pretty small investment to then be renting out 18 units. That's sounds like it could turn out to be an okay proposition for you.
Yeah, I mean, it could do well. We're planning to be in between 270 and 300,000. Which is a substantial amount of money, but in property, if you divide it by 18, I think, I can't remember the calculation, but we would be comfortable where, where we would be at.
Okay. All right. Well, now, and again, since staff was missing some stuff here, we might do little things out of order, but we'll come back to you. Any other questions of the applicant? Okay. All right. Well, we'll take a break from you for a moment, Brian, and then Bert, do you want to put up the consent map and show your site photos? And
like I said, most of the cards that came back were all in opposition. We did get the letter from the neighborhood association. It's the vicinity map, Cottage Grove crossing the freeway. So you go south on 24th Street, and then school goes east-west on the south side of the building. It's predominantly a low-density residential block. There are a few conversion multifamily properties on that block, but there are many single families as well. Here's the east facade of the building, and then the south facade. You can see from the aerial there's like a 2-story annex on this, and from talking to the inspector, it sounds like this annex was originally constructed as like the boiler area for the building.
Sure.
It now has dwelling units, or up until the point it went vacant in May of 2012, it did have some dwelling units in that.
Okay.
Well, this is just looking down School Street. It doesn't look like, I can see a no parking sign on the north side, but it looks like there would be parking allowed on the south side.
Okay.
This is showing the residential property adjacent to the north. This is just looking down 24th Street. These are the areas Mr. Winter was mentioning that the state owns that may be able to sell at some point in time, but there's hoops the state would have to go through. Here's a picture of the courtyard of the building. And they're not proposing any off-street parking at this time, but I guess theoretically they could. It wouldn't be cheap, I'm sure, but they could add a few parking spaces in that area. And then this is just, again, looking across that courtyard towards the house to the north. And this was their original site sketch. Showing the building's L-shaped footprint with like a little, I'm not sure if that's a dumpster or the storage.
I was saying, the city would recommend we enclose a dumpster right there in the opening, so there's no way you could fit a car in that courtyard, because the dumpster would be there, and then to the right of the dumpster would be the stairwell.
All right. We'll give you a chance to address that here in a little bit, just so people can hear you on the record.
And again, maybe 6 units is too few, but at the same time, we definitely feel that 18 is too many when you're not providing any off-street parking spaces. So we just looked at it from a practical difficulties standpoint versus hardship. We felt that it could meet the test of a unnecessary hardship, which if you grant the maximum exception level, that would only get them 6 dwelling units. So.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
the floor plates of this main 3-story area is about 3,000 square foot per floor. So if you had divided each floor into 2 units, it'd be about 1,500 square foot unit.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's very helpful. You have any other pictures, documents you want to present here since we're kind of getting caught up? Okay. All right, Brian, we'll have a chance for you in a little bit to give some comment and feedback. So if it's okay with everybody, I think we'll go ahead and see. Do we have anybody who in the audience wants to speak in support of the applicant? Please step up.
Hello, Derek Gord, 2422 Drake Park, President, Drake Neighborhood Association. We definitely have some concerns, and I think you can see all of them if you just simply look at the map.
Right.
But let me tell you a couple other things. You know, this is one of those last buildings. It used to be, if you're old enough to hear the stories, there used to be a business district that ran along Cottage Grove towards downtown. You can see what's now Smoky Rose on one side, and this building was on the other. The rest of it was demolished by the interstate. So this building was not built as a building that was supposed to be part of a residential neighborhood. It was sort of the edge of a commercial district. But it is what it is. It's for years has been 18 units. It has, if you look at them, they're mostly 1 bedrooms, so we're not talking the teeny tiny, but there are some efficiencies as I understand it. I haven't been in the building, but today you will notice every single window is broken out. It's boarded on the first floor. It's been that way for a while. When this came before the Neighborhood Association, we took the image that we have in that property, you know, the fact that it's one of the buildings that you see, you look over the wall and there you can see this broke down building, and that's where the Drake neighborhood is. Or if you're going over Cottage Grove, you can clearly see, oh, there's a typical Drake neighborhood building. So we really would like to see something done with this that would put it in productive use. Do we think parking on 26 units is an issue? Absolutely. However, that's more of a condition of the property than it is the number of units. If we break this down into 6 1,500 unit apartments, what we're talking about is 3 bedrooms. So let me tell you what happens in this neighborhood when you have 3 bedroom apartments that are 1,500 square foot. You get 4 unrelated adults that you know of that are living in a property, and very quickly you're at the same density for a number of people living in the property than you would be if you had 18 1-bedroom units. Sometimes actually having more of the smaller units is less total density than fewer of the bigger units, because what you attract is a lot of the college students. Now, we do have other buildings in this area. There's a map that had that, maybe not. There's the Cutler building, which you may not be familiar with. I was seeing if you had one that was an overhead. There we go. Right here, right in that corner, you'll see it says it's an R3 building. It's the Cutler building. It's also 8 units, has 0 parking, and you will see them parked down here, up here, around where they can, but it's only 8 units. I would imagine when you see 26 cars, 18 units, they typically do park pretty much up and around the entire street. And this was when this building here was actually a burnt out house. Somebody has now fixed that, which means that you're going to have people here, which is going to cut off some of the access to parking. So all of this sounds like, well, why would we ever support this? What's plan B? Right. That's basically what it came down to. Okay. To us, we support this because we see no viable real alternative. The assessed value is around $300,000. When we start looking at the investment that we'd have to put into it, we're either going to wait till the city gets it and sells it to somebody for $1. It goes public nuisance, which the only reason why it's not public nuisance is because the city and Eric Moore has been working to keep it out of public nuisance. And eventually, maybe it gets before the city council and somebody tears it down, or somebody buys it and tears it down. Either way, what it means to us is everything that I talked to that's negative and how this reinforces the negative perception of bad properties in Drake is going to stick around for maybe a year or two until the right investor that's willing to take the right risk on this property goes ahead and does something like tear it down or like figure out something or maybe work something out with the DOT, which doesn't sound too refreshing. So it came down to us that we would support this because this has existed in the past. It's not like this is a new building. We're not infilling. We aren't adding units. These are units that a year ago or 2 years ago we had, and the street at that time figured out a way to accommodate them. Since then, we do have snow route restrictions to consider. You know, so we do have
that.
we do all have all of that wonderfulness.
Yes.
But it came to us, and what's Plan B? I mean, I think if we felt like there was any viable Plan B, we would jump on it. I think we would like less than 18, but we also, though, too, had heard from the city, because we actually had in our meeting, that once we start knocking down walls, this is under the grandfathered building code. So once you start knocking down walls to reconfigure, you start hitting into that. Well, it doesn't fully kick in, I found out just yesterday, until you get to that 50% mark. But if you're going from 18 to 6, I think it's going to be hard for you to stay within that under 15% reconfiguration of the floor space model. So, I mean, maybe it's not 18. I don't know how it's 6, but I also know that if you go above 6, you get above that exception mark that Bert's talking, and we start getting into the variance, and then we just start rolling dice and figuring out what it is. So that's why we say, you know, yes, we want to work with the owner. Our neighborhood association has a good history working with landlords, working with people, and that's why we support the variance, because we don't really see a good alternative.
Okay. Interesting.
Any questions?
Good. Question.
Yeah.
Have you discussed with the owner working on some, as you say in your letter, creative way for the parking, like maybe some of those land that the Iowa DOT owns?
Yeah, actually, I know that Mr. Winter has talked about that. I contacted city staff about, you know, what the likelihood is of maybe the city figuring out how do we have any contacts. And what I sort of heard back is, well, Jack Hatch hasn't figured out how to do it in a couple of years, so I'm not sure what the chances are of that. So yes, I mean, I think that we would continue to do it. I do know, you'll notice from all those red dots, there are plenty of active vocal members, and I think that if you do approve this, we're not hearing good things, I think we'll hear about that, and then we'll pass that along and try everything that we can to work with them.
Okay. And what did you say was south that somebody rehabbed? Was that a house?
The house that burned?
There's a house that burnt down. It was also a wonderful thing. You could actually see a burnt out house and a building with no windows. That's the Drake neighborhood.
Right.
And so somebody has finally rehabbed that, and it was right here. If we had torn that down instead, somebody could have bought that
and made parking
out of it.
But do they have their own garage and off-street parking for that house? I got the impression from you that they park on the street too.
I believe they might have a pull-through, but yeah, I would believe that they probably are going to have to park in the street as well.
But it is a single-family home. It's not
a single-family home.
Okay. All right, so you mentioned like rolling the dice, which is rolling around in my head, and wouldn't be for you to approve or discuss this in detail, but, you know, if we had like 12 units instead that we were willing to deal with.
Well, that's what I think. If we could go down and we said, okay, here's what could practically be done within a reasonable, and above that creates that hardship level, here's where we would set the bar. But, I mean, that gets into, like, site plan reviewing and you know, disputes about.
Right. And we'd have to talk with staff on that, see if the appellant would want to do that, et cetera. But, you know, but if it was 18 units, it's 18 units.
Yes.
And you'd be able to deal with that. As much as possible.
As much as possible.
Okay, okay.
It's not adding 18 units, it's 18 units that exist today.
Right, right. So you'd be back where you were, but somebody's in the building, and
Somebody's
it's
in the
not going to
building,
be falling
somebody's
apart.
fixing it up, it's no longer an eyesore.
Okay, right. Okay, well put, thank you. Anybody else to speak in support? Yeah, he had to leave, so that
My
puts
name
us
is
down to
Robert
5.
Bresci. I'm a private real estate investor here in Des Moines. My address is 1535 19th Street. This property, I've been in it around several times now. It's actually a decent property. It's very structurally sound. The property is 3 stories with 18 units. Each of those units are 1 bedrooms, and actually those bedrooms are pretty decent size. At one point in time, this property did have a grandfather clause for street parking, which was a little over a year and a half ago. That was with Phoenix Cloverleaf LLC, which is the current owner. Right now, what the owner is willing to do is, if he's not able to get a street parking variance for this property, he just wants to go ahead and board it up and walk away from it. As the president of the Drake Neighborhood Association had said, what is Plan B? Either the city tears it down, or somebody buys it and tears it down and puts a single family home up on there, whatever the case may be. But I mean, I'm just here, I'm in support of it, and I would simply request that we could get the street parking variance for it.
And I'm just curious, you've sat here all afternoon, you live in the area yourself?
Yep, I stay in the King Irving area, actually.
Okay.
Which is like borderline from the Drake area.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Appreciate that.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Mr. Capuccio. Did you take some time off from work to sit around here this afternoon?
Just got here.
Ah, well, good for you.
Oh, yeah. Bill Capuccio, 1084 24th Street. I'm also the chair of the Drake Park Neighbors, but we did discuss this at the last Drake Park Neighbors meeting, but being a small neighborhood group, we didn't have a lot of members show up at the last meeting, so I'm not going to speak on behalf of Drake Park Neighbors.
Okay.
I just want to speak personally. I live right up the street from the building also. I'm not going to reiterate everything everybody else said. Derek, I think, covered it very well. The Plan B is the problem. It could be said that, well, if this doesn't work, then keep the thing boarded up. Well, it's already being broken into, or already continue to have vandalization problems there. And when you have that kind of a situation, I mean, it could get bad. Even if it was declared a nuisance, doesn't mean it's going to necessarily disappear, because the city, to take and tear down a building like that, we'll be looking at declared a nuisance and calling the city constantly to have it boarded up and dealt with it. So the Plan B isn't very good. The only thing that I would like with this, and I don't know if it's possible, is that, again, we're talking about giving a variance or an exception of somewhat for the parking on this. This building has been vacant for a period of time now. I guess that if it was at all possible, I'd like to see that this building work. But if it cannot work and it winds up being vacant like this again for some period of time, that if someone wanted to come back and again rehab it as 18 units, that they would have to come back before this board to get a variance or an exception again. That would be one thing that, I don't know if that's legally possible. That's something that I would like to see, and at least that way. It could be, if it's just doesn't work this time, then maybe it's just not meant to work, and maybe we need to look at a longer goal of it not being there at all. So, anyway.
Boy, you've given us Plan C, D, and E here.
Well, I thought it was like,
But, and Bill, you know all the blocks in this area. You've seen everything. When it was operating as an 18-unit apartment, what issues did you see with parking on streets or in the area? I mean, you may not have been watching it closely, but what was your observation?
For many of the years that I lived there, it was, first of all, a mod rehab property.
Okay.
And mod rehab property, for those of you who aren't familiar with that, it was more or less approved for a subsidized rent. It wasn't a Section 8 building. It was more or less a thing that if somebody made an application to the owner and they met the income qualifications, then they could rent to them. Okay. It was a mod rehab for quite a few years until the owner finally got out of it. I think mostly because he got tired of hearing complaints from the neighbors about the tenants that he had. And the least of our problems with them was where they were parking.
Right.
And then after that, it wasn't a very big problem. Recently, I'm not sure. Ms. Schmidt lives closer, she'd be able to take and talk more about the parking. Again, it's on the other side of Cottage Grove for me, and so I'm not that familiar with it. But I mean, a lot of it's going to depend on the clientele, what they're, if they're students, if they're people who are, of a demographic that maybe is more into biking and walking or whatever. But a lot of that's going to depend on the quality of the units. And the marketing by the owner, and the diligence in the screening, et cetera, et cetera. So.
Okay. All right, well, thanks for your comments, Bill. Anybody else to speak in support? Anybody to speak in opposition? Step right up.
Hi, my name is Marty Schmidt. I live at 2406 Kingman Boulevard. I don't know how to make this thing work.
Bert will help you.
Okay. I live right here.
Okay.
We've lived in that house for 20 years. I've been in the neighborhood for 30 years. Past president of the neighborhood association. I know the history. And to be fair, I've never met this man. I don't know who he is. I don't know what their plans are. The neighborhood met with him. They didn't meet with us. They didn't tell us about this plan, so that's why I'm here. My big concern is the current owners. This Cloverleaf company they're out of state. We haven't had any way of contacting them since they've owned the building. It's deteriorated. The windows have been smashed out. I've had to call several times about securing the building. I don't know if you're planning to buy it or what the ownership will be, what the management will be. We have some major concerns. It has been 18 units. We used to know the landlord years ago. We could call him when there was problems. He'd take care of them. When it was sold to absentee landlords, the problems started with, our only recourse being to call the city when there were problems, and there have been problems. The building, it's deteriorated. Drake students, I don't think I've ever seen a Drake student live in that building. It would take a lot of work to rehab it, to bring it up to their standards, and Drake students aren't that particular. So I have some real reservations about this. Historically, the freeway reconfigured 10 years ago. So we lost some of the parking that used to be in front of our house. Our house used to be on Kingman Boulevard. Now we're officially on Cottage Grove. There's no parking. The apartment building across the street from us used to have off-street parking. They've had some kind of dispute with their neighbors to the north. They've lost their parking. Those cars are now on the street. We now have a popular restaurant, Woody's. They don't have any parking. The other apartment building on the corner of 25th and Kingman has only 6 off-street parking spots. We've now got 2 other houses that have moved in on 24th Street. Over the years, all the plannings that we've gone through with the city, the 2 big issues the Drake neighborhood has is density and parking. This plan does nothing to address those 2 issues that we have been fighting for 40 years.
Okay.
So those are my concerns with this project and why I sent in a card to say no.
Okay.
I want to hear some definite plans on how they're going to address this issue. The other thing is when that was owned by a local landlord, they were parking on the south side of School Street when the DOT had that. I mean, the DOT, I think, has always owned that land, but when they put in the sound wall, that basically went through those lots, cut them in half, made them half as big as they used to be. So the DOT is saying no more parking there. So, those parking spots that used to be there are gone. So we've had more people parking on the street with less off-street parking. So it has become a problem.
Okay. Marty, just real quick, you said the applicant didn't contact you. I don't know that the applicant would contact everybody in the neighborhood directly. That's probably why I went to the neighborhood association.
And the neighborhood did not tell us about the meeting.
Okay.
And if I had been president, that would have happened.
Are you a member of your neighborhood association?
Yes, I am. Have been for 40 years.
Well, all right, you'll have your own things you can work out there. But if we say no to this, because it doesn't look like there is a parking plan, kind of that Plan B that was mentioned, what do we do?
At this point, the other, major issue with this building is there have been lots of emergency calls to that building. The fire trucks go down the street. They can't make the corner to go around it, especially when there's cars parked there. They have to back up, and then back onto Cottage Grove. It's a dangerous situation.
Right.
Maybe tearing it down is our only answer. I don't know. I hate to see that.
And who would pay for that?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I know the city has lots of buildings.
Yeah.
We have a house right in between that needs to be torn down.
The city has $200,000 a year to do property demolition, citywide, $200,000.
I know, there isn't a good plan B. Like I said, if I knew what their management strategy was going to be, that it was a different owner who has than the one who has let it decline for the last 2 years.
So Marty, would you feel better if you knew that more specifically, who was going to be the owner?
Exactly, because the person who's owned it for the last 2 years has got it into this condition.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Well, we appreciate you being in your neighborhood for 3 decades. You got firm roots, that's good. Okay, anybody else to speak in opposition? All right, Brian, do you want to address any comments here? You got.
Just address Marty's, because it's a valid concern, and I apologize for not stopping by and saying hi, but I'm a local investor. I've been doing it for 8 years, single family and multifamily. I have a good reputation with all the city inspectors, several neighborhood associations. Marty, I'd be happy to walk this property with you if you want to get a look inside, kind of see a before and after plan. I have the site plan with me tonight if you want to look at that for the, we're planning to put bike racks in there and encourage bicycling as much as possible over cars, obviously, the landscaping and stuff like that. So I think it's just a failure maybe to communicate with you before tonight's meeting, but I have no problem meeting with you. I'll give you my personal cell phone if you want. I do have a staff, a full-time leasing agent, property manager, and a full-time maintenance man. We handle calls, immediately. We charge an application fee. We do background checks, eviction checks. I'm a member of the Iowa Landlord Association, Two Rivers RIA, so we aren't just going to let anyone in here, and try and get as much money. We're going to run it right. I do not plan on failing Bill. I'll be in it for the long term, so that's all I can say.
Okay, Brian, just a quick question. If we allowed you to have all 18 units, they're one bedroom. Right? So probably it'd be a single person or maybe a couple.
Right. At most 2 people.
What kind of marketing strategy do you have, or who do you think rents properties in this, kind of corner
in this area
off the beaten path there?
Ideally Drake students, if that's too far of a stretch for them, it would be individuals. It seems like 1-bedrooms are becoming more popular just as the economy improves. People want to live on their own versus 2-bedrooms were popular maybe 2 years ago when things were tight and people wanted to get roommates. As you know, Des Moines is growing and it's a great city, so it seems like more and more jobs are coming, and that's a great area. You can walk up to Cottage Grove and go to, the restaurants over there and stuff. So
I just have to park on the street, though, if I live there.
And believe me, that's not going to go away. I'm sure we'll be getting complaints, but we'll post signs and try and stay on top of the tenants.
All right. What if we said, 6 units? No, that's too many people that you'd have 3 bedrooms then. What if we said 12 units? Or what if you had to move some walls around? Would that upset the whole apple cart?
Yeah, that would, because then you're starting, I just don't know what's behind those walls, I'm sure the age would have asbestos issues, lead-based paint issues. I'd have to confirm, because we've heard mixed reviews on what triggers updating all plumbing and all electrical. We were told at the neighborhood inspection, I don't remember the new inspector. Eric Moore was the old inspector, but he immediately said you'd have to update everything if you start tearing in walls.
Okay.
Now, Derek mentioned today that he talked to someone and saying it was only a 50%, but that's just a thin line. I'd prefer not to walk if I could.
Okay. All right. Questions for Brian? Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any further questions for staff? All right, we'll close the public portion, go to board deliberation. What do you folks think?
I kind of like the 18 units for some reason. I just think it fits there. I'd rather, that's our plan A. There is no plan B. If it doesn't work, we're going to end up with an eyesore to continue on. I say give him a chance. Let him do that.
Tearing into walls is not a good idea.
Okay. Plain and simple. Okay.
You know, I just have a quick question. Are these going to be market price? Do you know what you're going to be charging for rent per unit?
95 and 25.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, all right, well, with everything I've heard, it's one of these tough luck things, but the idea that the city comes and tears down buildings that aren't used, that doesn't happen that often, as much as I like my city. And I understand where staff's coming from. I appreciate your recommendations. But it sounds like we've all got our back against the wall here, from the neighborhood with their concern about it to you trying to make this work. Somebody want to put a motion on the table?
I'll make a motion that we grant the variances initially requested by the applicant.
I'll second.
Okay. And we may be approving these variances with this vote, but you'd still have to meet whatever permit and development center requires for building codes and all that. So we don't have any say over that. So, okay, all those in favor? Okay, opposed? No one? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay, give it a start. As we drive by on the freeway, we'll see the changes. Okay, all right.
Mr. Chair, I have very little time left.
Yeah,
Did I have questions of staff?
We got to get them done.
we gotta get it done. We can't. Let's get it done.
Last one.
Yeah, I guess if they did, they probably would have stopped me. I might have skipped that, but I'm running low on protein, so. No, we may not have had the board ask staff if we had any further questions. But, yeah, okay. Okay, Mike was doing a nice job to make sure we're okay. All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
10 minutes.
I think everybody was on board
10
with it.
minutes and then
Okay. 2500 University Avenue, variance request.
Item number 19 is the First Christian Church at the corner of University and 25th Street. They have 3 wall-mounted signs right now and then a freestanding sign in the parking lot. They want to convert 2 of the wall-mounted signs and the freestanding sign to have a digital reader board. Here's the photo of the 2 on the building. They want to convert the 3rd wall-mounted sign is on the west side around the corner here. They do not want to convert that one. Then here's the freestanding sign they want to convert to the electronic reader board. And this is that sign on the west side I talked about. Here's a sketch of what they want to do. They will be keeping the signs the same size that they are. They would just be having this electronic component rather than the plastic reader board component that they currently have. And another photo or another sketch of the sign. Here are the consent maps. The cards we got all came back in support. Staff looked at this, and we do understand their need to have a digital sign along 25th Street, that sign here. So we recommended approval of that one. However, we didn't feel that it would be within the character of the building or the surrounding area to have 2 electronic signs along University and 25th Street. So we have not recommended approval of that. The other thing I would point out is these 2 signs here. When the permits were taken out for those, they should have just been static signs. As a church, you're only allowed 1 reader board sign, so that freestanding sign should be their only reader board sign. We're not sure how it's passed under the radar for so many years to have these 2 reader boards here, but these appeals would legitimize those signs. So if you move the staff's recommendation, they could keep these 2 signs as they are and then convert that freestanding sign on 25th Street to an electronic reader board. So again, our recommendation, I'll just put the conditions here in the interest of time. Any questions?
No. Nicely done.
Okay.
Applicant or representative of the applicant?
I'm Jerry Aldrich. I live at 4100 Lakeland Court in Des Moines, 50320. As a member of the First Christian Church, we're coming before you for the sign variance. The We appreciate the fact that the staff has agreed to the one sign that on 25th Street, the freestanding that you saw, that would basically make things very easy from the point of view being computerized, that nobody has to get on the ground to change those letters, okay? In terms of the signs that are on the corner, we would also like for the variance of that, because those signs are 9 foot tall. You got to get on a ladder to change the letters on those. And it's a little difficult to get volunteers to do that, especially in the wintertime. And the way we kind of look at it is that Drake is across the street from us on the northwest corner. You've got Great Clips in the movie theater on the other, on the northeast corner. We have retail, and then we have an ethnic grocery, and we have a flower shop that as you go south down the street. We look at it that in addition to the normal church activities, that on the signage we'd be posting through our community outreach programs, our English-speaking language program, our Boys and Girls Club, Farmers Market, and the music programs. We do not feel that an LED sign is really a distraction on the corner, because we want to show the community we're an active church, and we know we are, but the neighborhood doesn't, and we want to be more active in the neighborhood. As I mentioned, it's difficult to change the sign because just due to the fact you got to have a ladder to get there. It would make it very easy if we were able to be computerized to change the letters and the message on the sign. We are not asking for animation or video or anything of that nature. All we're looking for is basically so that we can change the message with an electronic sign. And if on the variance, if it stated the fact that you didn't want us to use the sign to its capability, signs now would comply with that, and we could go accordingly. The sign is just a little larger than the existing sign. It's not. I think it's like maybe a foot larger on the corner. I don't know how that got pointed out that it was the same size, but it's not. The gentleman from Signs Now said that the electronic, basically, it's a matter that the electrical on that corner can be utilized, and it's just a matter of just putting the sign right over where that one sign is on 25th and putting the sign where the other one is right on University. I think that pretty much completes what I have to say. If you have any questions of me,
Your electronic sign, it would just be one sign, it wouldn't be a scrolling.
We're not. You can eliminate the sign. When they do the electronic signs on these LEDs, they can do lots of things. As far as I'm concerned, that this board can stipulate. Okay, the main thing that we want is we want to be able to handle it from the church office rather than having to go downstairs, climbing a ladder, and changing the signage. We feel that on the corner, that the illumination of a LED sign is not going to affect anybody. I really thought when we came down here we were probably going to have more problems with the one across from the flower shop on 25th. It's the freestanding, because if there was going to be any illumination, that would be towards the apartments, or it would be towards down the street. So
okay. All right, questions for Jerry? All right, Jerry, so you're asking for 3 lighted LED signs.
We are.
3 on one property.
That is correct.
Well, it's a good thing we had one member who left early, because, we have some people, a church wants 1, but you want 3.
We were told that by basically planning and zoning that we might as well Might as well ask for 3.
Well, you know, people ask for a lot down here.
Right.
Sometimes we give it and sometimes we don't.
But basically, we have the one, the freestanding, okay?
And that's where
then
your
all we're
parking
asking
lot-
for is basically to make it easy to be able to change the light bulbs on the corners, really all we're really looking for.
Okay. All right. Okay. I don't think we have any other questions for you for the moment. Anybody else to speak in support? You've earned your time to be here.
I'm Roy Ives. I'm a member of the First Christian Church. Our church has been in this location since 1902. It has been a very viable institution, a Christian church. In fact, it has attracted many renowned speakers, such as Eleanor Roosevelt, Martin Luther King Jr., Ted Kennedy, and many others. The signs will help to promote cultural events to our community. It will help to enhance not only the people that will be coming for ESL, which is English-speaking teaching English to those who do not know English.
Okay.
It will enhance our farmers market, as well as our Boys and Girls Club, and many other cultural events. I see it as a great asset. I'm quite excited that we can promote these events not only to the Drake students, but also to our community. I think it'll be a real asset, and I'd certainly appreciate your support for this.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Roy. Anybody else speak in support?
Derek Gord, 2422 Drake Park, President, Drake Neighborhood Association. Next time I suggest we have these meetings scheduled according to the alphabet of the neighborhood.
Right on. I'm S. That won't work.
First Christian Church has been in, I mean, there would be no Drake neighborhood without First Christian Church.
Wow.
They have been a big supporter. They are one of those institutions that the neighborhood formed around.
Okay.
I wish that you could see some of the old pictures of just the neighborhood and how things were. You can tell that First Christian Church was not just a church, but it was the community gathering place. And in fact, it still is today. We've often had meetings there. We have everything. One of the things that First Christian Church, I think, was trying to solve with this, and that's an inherent problem, is everybody goes by, but it's this giant monolith, and knowing what's going on there, and then being able to rapidly say when there's a change of plans or that, hey, come in tonight for whatever meeting has been hard. However, I will flip and say, in our neighborhood, there are several people who are very dedicated to historic preservation. And so I promised that I would say that there is some concerns about the fact that an electronic sign affixed to the building would take away from the historic look of the property. And so for that, we definitely have reservations on the 2 signs that are affixed to the building. Absolutely no reservations about the monument sign. We think this is absolutely something that's needed.
Okay. That's intriguing. You're kind of on my wavelength, but okay.
Questions?
Okay. Yeah. Questions for Derek?
I don't know if it's a question or not, but I'm not sure that historically a static sign like they have now is a historic feature. I guess I have concerns about people having to climb up a 9-foot ladder.
Yeah,
That's
that's true
dangerous
too.
to me.
Right.
And
Well, they could put it lower, but then people would change the letters on them. I'm
I think
guessing.
the strictest among the historic preservationists would prefer that there was no sign there on the corner.
Right, that's what I'm thinking, that there would be absolutely no sign, and that would negate what they're trying to do.
But of course, going to electronic is one step even further removed.
Lighted is different than electronic. So you would be supporting the staff recommendation?
Our recommendation is closer to the staff recommendation, yes. However, we fully understand the need to be able to rapidly change what's going on.
Okay, all right.
Right, absolutely.
Right.
But, so I think we support it, but with some reservations about the two buildings.
Okay, thanks, Derek. Okay, anybody else to speak in support and/or kind of opposition? Okay, any other further questions for staff? Yeah, since he had concerns, we'll call this a rebuttal. Keep it short.
Just a real short.
Just out of courtesy for everybody.
Okay. Based upon the sign that we have now in the corner,
Yeah.
okay, when you go by there, they're a little hard to read,
Right.
okay? And if that were an LED sign, that would be much easier to, just pick the message up and be on your road.
I got you. Okay, good comment, thank you. All right, any further questions for staff? Okay, we'll close the public portion, go to board deliberation. Thoughts?
I say let them put this sign up.
Electronic.
Let them put up an electronic sign. You know, they've been there for 100 years.
Hey, Bert.
They,
Bert,
I
step up here.
I don't see why not.
Okay, if we would be inclined to do what Linda's suggesting, we just basically have to scratch number 2, wouldn't we?
I believe that's right.
Right.
I swear.
As much as I understand your approach and understand what the neighborhood's saying here, we just scratch 2.
So with that said, I'll make a motion to grant the requested variances subject to the following conditions and striking number 2.
I'd be in, could I offer a friendly amendment before you second that? Item 4, the displaying of video is prohibited or scrolling messages. I'd like to have that,
I would agree with that.
you know, if the message changes every minute, that's fine, but you can't have it go like this.
It needs to be static.
It needs to be
Okay.
static.
Okay,
Maybe static with changes not more than once a day.
I'm not worried about how often it changes because I don't think they're going to have a billion messages flowing, but, all right, as long as it doesn't move. Okay, so we've got that. All those in favor? Aye, opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 5-0. You can go get your permits tomorrow. Okay, and we have to approve the minutes. Motion to approve minutes.
I'll move.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Good job, Bill.
Yeah, one of the longest ones ever. Thank you, everybody who's watching at home.
So does that mean I get